Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, please. Good morning, and thank you all for joining us today, and welcome to our second annual Sasakawa USA Security Forum. We're really delighted to have all of you with us. And for today's conference, we're very grateful to have join us what I think is a rather extraordinary group of speakers. These are some of the key policymakers and experts from both US and Japan who are really at the very core of the bilateral relationship and the people who keep it working as well as it does. And of course, we're also very honored to have as our final speaker of the day, Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. And they're all here, all the speakers are here to discuss the most critical issues in the US-Japan alliance, talking about some of the many changes that have taken place in recent months, past couple of years, and even just as recently as 2 days ago with the issuance of the first new US-Japan defense guidelines in 18 years. Our speakers are also going to talk about some over-the-horizon issues, US and Japan strategy toward China, the ever-dynamic Indo-Pacific region, and a whole host of other topics. And I know the crowd is still filtering in, but I've had a chance to look at our list of registrants, and it really seems that we've attracted some of the best and brightest from Washington, a real who's who of the folks who make the US-Japan relationship, sustain it, and enhance it on a day-to-day basis. Now today, April 29th, is an important day for us at Sasakawa USA. It marks exactly 1 year since our first annual security forum, but even more importantly, it marks exactly 1 year to the day since Admiral Dennis Blair took over as our chairman and CEO. And you'll be hearing from the Admiral in just a few minutes on the first panel. But let me just say in the course of a very short 12 months, Sasakawa USA, I think, has made some pretty big strides. We've more than tripled the size of our staff. We've launched a whole host of new programs and activities, and we have a whole host of new ones that are on the way, and even more that are still percolating. But with all those changes that have already happened and that are on the way, our mission is one thing that's going to remain the same, and that's to continue to focus on the US-Japan relationship and on the sort of research, analysis, education to improve understanding and cooperation between Japan and the United States. Now, in addition to Admiral Blair's many contributions in remaking Sasakawa USA, we also owe a great debt of gratitude to Junko Chano as well. Chano-san serves both concurrently as Executive Director of Sasakawa Peace Foundation in Japan, as well as President for us at Sasakawa USA. And we're really pleased that she's with us here today, just arrived from Japan a couple days ago. And so, Junko-san, if I could ask you to the stage, the podium is yours.
So thanks, Dan, for kindly introducing me. And good morning, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to make a few remarks in the opening of the second security conference organized by the Sasakawa Peace Foundation USA. As Dan mentioned, just 1 year ago, I stood at the podium to open our very first security conference. At our first conference, we focused our efforts on anticipating changes the Japanese government set out to make in the context of the US-Japan alliance. The Japanese version of NSC had just started in December of 2013, and the Advisory Council on the Collective Rights to Self-Defense was about to finalize a set of recommendations to the Prime Minister. After a year, we've gathered here again, this time to discuss how the United States and Japan will collaborate based on the strategic changes the Japanese government has made so far. These significant changes owe a great deal to the Japanese leader who, with his vision and determination, has revitalized the Japanese economy and is proactively promoting peace around the world. I feel very much honored and proud to announce that Prime Minister Shinzo Abe will be joining us later this afternoon. Concerning exemplary leadership, I also would like to direct your attention to another individual who demonstrates how an extraordinary leader can bring about immense changes. And of course, I'm referring to Dennis Blair, the chairman and CEO of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation USA. At last year's conference, I introduced Dennis Blair to you as the incoming chairman of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation USA. A year has passed, and as Dan mentioned, and you'll see, we have made many remarkable changes. The foundation has greatly expanded its scope of work thanks to the many talented experts we have brought on board. Without his leadership, the Sasakawa Peace Foundation USA could not have grown to be an organization reliable and remarkable enough to invite Prime Minister Abe to this conference. Joined by two great leaders, one as a host and one as a guest, today's discussion will be dedicated to ways in which the United States and Japan can work together to face the various security-related challenges in the region and around the globe. We start with a discussion on the United States-Japan strategy on China, followed by an examination of the new bilateral defense guidelines the Japanese government has recently finalized. We will then have a discussion on TPP, as well as America's new security strategies in different regions, before ending with a talk by Prime Minister Abe. As we enjoy what these great leaders have brought to the table today, I hope we have a stimulating discussion that will serve as an impetus for the great leaders of tomorrow. Thank you all for being here with us. And now let me introduce Mark Landra, White House correspondent for the New York Times. He is going to moderate the first session on China. So please enjoy the first session. Thank you so much.
Where do you want to sit? Yeah. Okay. Should I introduce you from the podium, do you think? Should I introduce you from the podium, do you think? Yes, sir. Okay, great. Good morning, everybody. We're fortunate to kick off today with a really terrific high-level panel that features two retired Navy admirals, one from Japan and one from the United States. And as people have pointed out, the timing really couldn't be better with the Prime Minister of Japan in Washington, the Japanese and the United States having signed this new bilateral defense guidelines just a couple of days ago. These two distinguished naval officers are going to speak to us today about one of the looming security flashpoints in the Asia-Pacific, and that is China's increasingly aggressive moves to assert hegemony over the South China Sea by claiming hundreds of islands, reefs, atolls in the South China Sea, usually over the objections of its weaker neighbors. I'll quickly introduce the two gentlemen. Admiral Dennis Blair, as you've heard before, he is retired from the Navy in 2002 after serving as commander of the United States Pacific Command. In that capacity, he was responsible for all American military deployments throughout the Pacific region, an area that encompasses the Yellow Sea, the East China Sea, and the South China Sea. He was in command in 2001 when a U.S. Navy EP-3 plane collided with a PLA fighter jet in the skies over Hainan Island. So he has firsthand experience of the kinds of tensions that can erupt in that part of the world. After his military career, Admiral Blair was nominated by President Obama as his first Director of National Intelligence. He served in that post until May 2010. On a lighter note, he's the only known naval officer to have attempted to water ski behind his ship, the destroyer USS Cochrane. Most of the accounts of this that I've looked up never really established whether that was a successful or an unsuccessful attempt. Our second speaker today is Vice Admiral Yoji Koda. Admiral Koda was commissioned in 1973 as an ensign in the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force and has held a series of posts, including commander of the destroyer Sawayuki, chief of staff of the Command Fleet Escort Force, and commander-in-chief of the Self-Defense Force. Admiral Koda retired from the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force in August 2008, and since then he's pursued a career as an academic, a writer, and has been a senior fellow at the Asia Center at Harvard University. Admiral Blair will speak first, followed by Admiral Koda.
Thanks very much, Mark, and thanks for moderating this first session. And welcome, everyone. I think it will be a terrific day today. I see out in the audience a lot of people who know more about East Asia security, U.S.-Japan issues than anybody else, and it's an exciting time to be in this field. So thanks for coming, and we're certainly looking forward to hearing from Prime Minister Abe a little bit later. But for the next few minutes, I'd like to talk about the security strategies of the United States, Japan, and China. Now, U.S. security strategy for the economic and political development of East Asia has been remarkably consistent and successful since 1945, 70 years ago. In a strong position at the end of the Pacific War, the United States has maintained a military balance so that no regional aggressor would be emboldened to use force to change political boundaries. Twice the United States, with Japanese support, has gone to war in East Asia over what it considered military aggression on the Korean Peninsula and in Vietnam. We had a weak and mistaken understanding of the internal dynamics. These were in large measure civil wars. However, the United States was basically motivated by a strategy of defeating major power aggression on these occasions through what we considered to be proxies. Now, once the aftershocks of World War II and the end of the colonial period subsided, the United States maintained this security strategy with a large margin of air and maritime superiority. Meanwhile, Japan's strategy for the region has reflected its evolution from the vanquished, disarmed, and powerless nation of 1945 to the strong and prosperous nation that it is today. It provided bases for American forces in the region, active logistics support during the Korean and Vietnam conflicts, and today, while remaining still strongly against the use of force for political gain, it is now developing a new strategy that it calls proactive contribution to peace. East Asia has been a peaceful place from 1975 to the present, and the economic and social progress that it has made have been astounding. And nowhere have the results been more impressive than China. It has grown to the second largest economy in the world has pulled almost 500 million of its citizens out of poverty. However, China's economic success has also provided the resources for increased military spending. For the last 15 years, it has increased its defense spending by roughly 10% annually, and has been sustaining that pace in recent years, even as its GDP growth has slowed. Much of these increased resources has been spent on maritime and air power, both military and civil. With greater power, China has revived long-dormant maritime territorial claims and has raised the political tensions in the region. It's ironic that the American security balance has provided the stable security environment that has enabled the Chinese economic growth that has in turn provided the resources to upset that stable balance. Now, there are specific local balances of force in areas of dispute in East Asia. On the Korean Peninsula, the balance is based on in-place South Korean and American ground forces and air forces, reinforcements available by mobilization and by American redeployment, and the political commitment there is by treaty. For Taiwan, the balance is based on strong Taiwanese ground forces, prepared defenses, powerful American maritime and air reinforcements at the ready, and the political commitment is by legislation, the Taiwan Relations Act. For the Senkaku Islands in the East China Sea, the strategy is based on Japanese Coast Guard, maritime, air, and deployable ground forces, supported by American Navy and air reinforcements. The political commitment is by treaty with a public U.S. declaration. Now, China lays claim to Taiwan and the Senkakus, North Korea, an ally of China, to South Korea. However, the combination of the Republic of Korea, Taiwanese, Japanese forces, along with trained, ready, and deployable American forces, makes military aggression so high risk that a potential aggressor has every incentive not to attempt it. Fundamental to the American role in all these local balances is the freedom to operate maritime and air forces freely throughout the international water and airspace of the region. And this becomes very important as we turn to a fourth location within East Asia. And that location is the South China Sea. And it is here that this traditional strategy of establishing local favorable military balances is not working as well. South China Sea islands are not large, populated, and defended, as is Taiwan, or the peninsula, the semi-island, South Korea. They are claimed by several countries, none of which has the advanced and powerful military capability that Japan has committed to defend the Senkakus. While the Philippines is a treaty ally of the United States, the Philippines has never developed the type of combined forces command that South Korea has built with the United States. In fact, in 1992, the Philippines ended its agreement with the United States for the use of Subic Bay Naval Base and Clark Air Base. In this large and important sea, China's persistent campaign is steadily eroding important U.S. and Japanese interests. It's undermining important interests of all seafaring nations, as well as vital territorial and defense interests of Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, Brunei, and Indonesia. China is pursuing an administrative, civilian, and sub-military strategy, what Japanese observers call a gray zone strategy. It's based on a single old map, the 9-dashed line map that now appears in the frontispiece of every new Chinese passport. And based on this, China claims ownership of the entire South China Sea. It has created a new territorial jurisdiction over the South China Sea called Sancha, with government offices on Woody Island and the Paracels. It has promulgated Chinese fishing and environmental regulations for the entire South China Sea, and on occasion, it enforces them with Coast Guard vessels. Last year, it deployed a drilling rig deep into the waters claimed by Vietnam, escorting it with an armada of fishing and Coast Guard vessels. It is physically enlarging 2 islands in the Spratlys to build a harbor, runway, and storage areas that will support both civil and military ships and aircraft. These islands are claimed by the Philippines, Malaysia, and Vietnam, all of which are hundreds of miles closer to them than is China. According to a careful count done by researchers at the National Defense University, China has initiated over 3/4 of the aggressive actions in the South China Sea in recent years. China backs up this gray zone aggression with steady intimidation and occasional force. Its goals are to gain de facto control of the islands and other land features and to extend its effective jurisdiction over all the waters of the South China Sea. It will then be in a position to enforce its nationalistic interpretation of its rights and to control the access and activity of other nations' naval forces and shipping. China has been quite open about its objectives. It has developed the military concept of a defensive sea barrier extending hundreds of miles from China's coast to what it calls the first island chain. Chinese commentators frequently refer to China's 3 million square kilometers of blue territory. If you do the math, that's the Yellow Sea, the East China Sea, and the South China Sea. China claims that this huge region of water and the territory of its neighbors is China's natural defensive barrier, within which China has the right to control the access and the activities of other countries' armed forces. It goes further and asserts that under the United States Convention on Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS, it has control over the activities of foreign maritime and air forces within its exclusive economic zone, or EEZ. It has taken action to support that assertion. In 2001, its fighter aircraft harassed, and then one of them ran into an American reconnaissance aircraft 70 miles south of Hainan. In 2009, Chinese ships and aircraft used sustained harassment to force the unarmed survey ship USNS Impeccable out of China's EEZ, again, about 75 miles away from China's coast. In 2014, China protested the deployment of the USS George Washington into international waters in the Yellow Sea in response to North Korean provocations. Chinese maritime legal experts know, and I've talked to them, and I know they know, that its interpretation of EEZ rights is not shared by the great majority of UNCLOS signatories. They know that old maps have never been recognized by international maritime law as a valid basis for territorial disputes. Through its gray zone strategy, using administrative declarations, civil enforcement actions, China is trying to build a much more powerful basis for a claim to ownership of the entire South China Sea. Now, American national interests, the interests of all the nations on the shores of the South China Sea, and in fact, the interest of all seafaring nations will be gravely compromised if this gray zone strategy is successful. America's position of influence in East Asia will be gravely undermined if the South China Sea is entirely Chinese territorial seas or part of its exclusive economic zone. The actions of the 4 other Southeast Asian claimant countries have not been enough to slow China down. The Philippines has confronted Chinese Coast Guard and naval forces at places like Scarborough Shoal, but they have been overmatched. Vietnam has swarmed the Chinese drilling rig with Coast Guard and fishing vessels, and China responded with larger numbers. And the American and Chinese response to this threat has also not measured up to the seriousness of the threat. Official spokespersons have stated that the United States does not take a position on the territorial claims themselves, have called for peaceful settlement of disputes, and have stated that we stand for international codes and the rule of law. Invoking international norms and the rule of law has had and will continue to have little effect on China's policies and actions unless there are incentives to follow these norms and rules, along with penalties if China violates them. As far as China is concerned, international norms are set up to protect the interests of dominant military powers like the United States and to protect the wrongful and impudent claims of small countries that have in the past taken territory from what was then a weak China. So long as there are no penalties to its actions in the South China Sea, China will continue to pursue them. China will follow the international norms when it is satisfied with its territory and its security arrangements, and it has not yet reached that point. If current trends continue, there's no reason to believe that China's strategy will fail. It will, in fact, be the dominant island and atoll occupier and regulation enforcer in the South China Sea, and other countries will challenge its interpretations of its rights at their peril. So what should the United States and Japan do about this? First, both countries, joined by other seafaring nations, must make official, strong declarations of the important interests that they have at stake. In making these declarations, we must go far beyond saying that we stand for freedom of navigation in the South China Sea. The Chinese brush aside such statements by saying that they would never interfere with the flow of oil tankers and other commercial shipping through this region, much of which, by the way, is headed for China. We must assert that the 12 miles beyond every coastline, beyond every true island or high seas, where military operations are unconstrained and will continue to be unconstrained. We must go beyond general calls for peaceful settlements and disputes. We must state officially that it is in the American national interest that the ownership of the islands in the South China Sea be decided by multilateral negotiations rather than unilateral claims of control and unilateral military and civil actions. Now, it would make the American position much stronger if we were to ratify UNCLOS. The high seas provisions of the treaty are critical to the situation in the South China Sea, and we are in a much better position to enforce those provisions if we have full membership in the treaty, as opposed to the somewhat awkward space that we now occupy. Second, the interested parties must establish a diplomatic framework for achieving a multilateral settlement of the conflicting claims. The maritime ASEAN nations, most importantly including Indonesia, should initiate a process for a multilateral settlement of all the outstanding claims in the South China Sea. The maritime nations of the world, the United States, Japan, Australia, India, United Kingdom, France, others, should pledge to support the outcome of such a process. China will decline to participate. It will announce that it will not abide by the results of any such process and may perhaps increase its aggressive activities. Nonetheless, the process should proceed in a transparent fashion with advice from the best maritime international legal experts. There will have to be some imaginative provisions in such a settlement. For example, assigning international trusteeship for some islands. For the Spratlys, it will be impossible to draw lines dividing up the more than 100 islands, atolls, and features in that group. Rather, the settlement should assign individual features to specific countries and draw a joint development area around the Spratlys with fair proportions of revenues divided among the claimant countries. China's claims need to be taken into account, even if China is not present to argue its case in meetings and conferences. Once this settlement is agreed, then all the countries in the region and the world should recognize its provisions. Claimant countries should act on the terms of the settlement. They should develop the islands that are assigned to them. They should enforce fishing and environmental regulations in their EEZs. They should authorize hydrocarbon exploitation in their own EEZs and sign joint development agreements to explore and drill for hydrocarbons in joint development areas. China will denounce this settlement and may continue to take its own unilateral actions to attempt to stop the actions of other claimants. That's what it does now. However, with a settlement, instead of being the dominant country initiating development actions, China will be one among a number of countries taking actions. If China takes actions outside of the islands, territorial seas, and EEZs allotted to it, the international community should condemn those Chinese actions and support the legitimate claimant country's capability to take their own actions and to resist China's. The objective of this plan is not to contain to contain China. It is rather for China to respect a fair, multilateral settlement of a complex set of international overlapping claims. Back in 2002, China and all the ASEAN states signed a declaration on the conduct of parties in the South China Sea. A key provision states, parties concerned undertake to resolve their territorial and jurisdictional disputes by peaceful means, without resorting to the threat or use of force, through friendly consultations and negotiations by sovereign states directly concerned in accordance with universally recognized principles of international law, including the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. Since that declaration, and contrary to its provisions, China has insisted it will only negotiate individually with each of the four claimants. And aside from settling an EEZ line in the northern end of the Tonkin Gulf with Vietnam, it has shown no willingness to reach compromise settlements. So this proposal would return those issues to the realm of diplomacy where they belong. A settlement would still allocate to China considerable territory, territorial seas, and a large exclusive economic zone in the South China Sea. China would have the right to operate its military, maritime, and air forces on the high seas throughout the region and to pass freely through international straits. This plan does not advocate military confrontation with China. China has generally taken action that falls below the military level, and it is at this level that the other claimant countries and the world's seafaring nations should contest them and support their own claims. Right now, it does not seem that China is set upon military conquest of the Paracels, the Spratlys, and other islands. Chinese military power is generally kept over the horizon. However, it is worth remembering that on two occasions, 1974 in the Paracels, 1988 in the Spratlys, China fought naval engagements with Vietnam, sank Vietnamese ships, and took physical control of islands. However, neither China nor the other claimant countries, nor outside seafaring nations, should escalate this competition to the military level. So to conclude, let me return to the basic American and Japanese strategy for the region. It is to create security balances of power in disputed locations in East Asia. These balances make it high risk to undertake either military aggression or sub-military aggression to support disputed claims. And that security strategy also supports a greater goal, that is, for the countries of the region to avoid arms races that cost government resources, to avoid military confrontations that raise national animosities. Instead, governments can concentrate their resources and their energies on the economic development. The results so far have been astounding and of great benefit to all of East Asia, including China, and to the United States. This strategy of establishing security balances that make aggression high risk is still sound, but the growth of Chinese maritime and air power, Chinese expansive maritime territorial claims, and the Chinese actions to enforce their own concept of a defensive maritime zone out to the first island chain, all of these are challenging that strategy in the South China Sea. The concept of security balances must be extended in the South China Sea to include a policy of sub-military balances, including administrative claims, sub-military forces, and civil authorities. The claimant countries there, supported by the United States, Japan, other nations, must develop multilateral policies and maintain the military and sub-military resources to keep that balance intact. This will remove incentives for aggression, foster growth for further prosperity throughout the region. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion and questions.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, great. Would you put my slide? Yeah. I'm Yoji Koda. Like Dennis, I spent almost 17 years at sea in my 36 years career. And today, first of all, let me say thank you for Sasakawa and also Mark for babysitting me. And since the Dennis Admiral Blair spoke a lot about the basic policies, today I'm going to focus mainly on the South China Sea. And Dennis and myself worked together. And our personal relationship goes back to 1984 when he had the USS Cochrane, and I was the executive officer of the Japanese destroyer. When he brought his ship to Yokosuka, there was and is a sister ship program. Since his visit to Yokosuka was brief, my ship was assigned as the sister ship. I think he didn't remember. Then Commander Dennis Blair and Lieutenant Commander Yoji Koda, we met together and played baseball at the baseball field at the naval base. And we drank beer together. And at that time, two of us never believed we would be an admiral and would take the best commanding billet of each service, USPACOM and SYNC SDF. For younger people here, if you have many problems, okay, but still get ready because no one knows the future. And that's exactly what happened on us. So that's my brief story about Dennis. And when we say South China Sea, what's the size? How many of you know? Okay. The size is about 9.5 times as large as that of Japan or that of state of Montana. Or another way of saying is overall U.S. territory south of Interstate 40. Okay? That's the size of South China Sea. Big or short, I don't know. Small, I don't know. Okay, next slide, please. And then now you understand size, then distance, especially for the military planning or strategy. Sometimes the geography really means and cares. So from Okinawa to the middle of the South China Sea, it's about 2,800 kilometers or 1,600 nautical miles. And from Singapore, 1,300 or 700 nautical miles. And from Japan to there, about 5 steaming days for the normal fleet, and 3 days to Singapore. So long or short, it depends on the operations. And the key point is, okay, especially for the Americans, please think about where are the U.S. forces from the Hawaii, Guam, west of Hawaii, Guam, to the African coast. Where are they? There are only two places where the U.S. forces are permanently stationed. That's South Korea and Japan. And U.S. forces in South Korea is a custom-made, tailored force against the Kim's dynasty. So U.S. forces stationed in Japan has the flexibility to support U.S. military strategies. And Japan's role under the alliance is to enable U.S. forces to carry out U.S. forces missions, which really support U.S. strategy and national interest. And most of the U.S. national interest meets and matches Japanese national interest. That's why we have been in alliance for almost 70 years. Okay, but this is the geography. Next, please. Okay, and now, as Dennis mentioned, okay, there are several problems. But for me, one key strategic problem or issue is the Chinese reclamation. And this information has been released about 2 years ago, first from Filipino government. Filipino government released the pictures, but at that time, almost no one in the world paid attention. Then, just recently, in mid-February, for example, CSIS released the precise pictures for the latest of the reclamation. But the key point is, in the northern part or parcels, China already established its footprint, surrounded around the Sanya naval base in the Hainan Island and the Udi Island. And to the south, the Spratly Islands. Of course, this is now the current hot spot. China has about 10 small rocks and reefs, but no more than that. And there are 13 larger islands which are controlled by non-China. 6 by Filipino, 5 by Vietnam, and 1 by Taiwan, and 1 by Malaysia. So Chinese alternative, without taking those 13 islands by military, China preferred to make the reclamation or landfill. And this is becoming the current problems. And another future potential will be the Sasakawa Shoal to the east. Next, please. Okay, this is my map. What I call is a the strategic triangle in the South China Sea. This is the location. From Sanya Naval Base in Hainan Island to the Udi Island, that's in the parcels. Okay? And to the south, Fiery Cross Shoals and several others where China has been reclaiming for several years. And please take a look at the location of the Sasakawa to the east. Okay. Sasakawa, China has been doing nothing today, but still has a great potential for the future. But if, for example, 10 years from now, China finished reclamation in Sasakawa Shoal, there will be a strategic triangle. And my point is, from Okinawa to Singapore, there is no U.S. bases, military bases. U.S. had withdrawn from Philippines in 1992, and Vietnam, of course, getting better, but no bases. This will be our key problems for the future in terms of the alliance. Next, please. And this picture is not a picture of the U.S. Trident D5. China is very good at copying the U.S. technologies. This is a Chinese JL-2, submarine-launched missiles. And the range is said to be about 500 to 700 nautical kilometers. And if fired from the Bohai Bay, okay, it only reaches to the Alaska. They were able to kill maybe 1 million of grizzly bears, but very few Americans. Will it be a real deterrence? Perhaps not. This is Chinese another problem. Okay, next, please. So China needs to redeploy its strategic submarine from the area much closer to the U.S. mainland, which covers the range within the JL-2. So, for example, Western Pacific or even the Eastern Pacific, or in the middle of the Indian Ocean. That's the area where China needs to deploy its future SSBMs, which enable China to wield the strategic nuclear deterrent power against the United States. Next, please. And this is the issue. Okay. Before that, in Japan, East China Sea issue has been a great concern of Japanese people. Yes, it is. But for the global security or major powers security, strategic nuclear or South China Sea has been much more important. In addition to, I do not discuss here today that sea lines of communications or Chinese national defense posture to the south. These are the real values for China. That's the rationale for China, which really wants to take the control over the South China Sea. But one more thing we need to pay attention is the strategic nuclear. Okay? And China would deploy submarine forces to the Hainan Island. Yes, they are doing. And U.S. doesn't like that. Of course, I'm not a U.S. Navy person, so I don't know. But I guess U.S. will send its attack submarine to track the Chinese submarine. Next, please. And when we take depth of the water into account, okay, for China, China needs to deploy its submarine force to the Pacific or the Indian Ocean from Sanya. So these red arrows will be the path to the exit. And U.S. submarine, SSN, will need to ambush and track those Chinese subs. And I put the location of the three areas, Udi Islands in parcels, Fire Cross to the south, Spratleys, and Scabrous. Okay. this would give the Chinese militaries a certain capability to track and kill the US nuclear submarine, which would track the Chinese submarine. And so ASW's, anti-submarine force operations, is not the wartime operations. That's the 24/7 basis operations. Even at this moment, China is trying to track USSSN, and US is trying to track Chinese submarine, and JMSDF is trying to track either the Russian or Chinese submarines. This is the nature of the anti-submarine warfare. Okay? So if the Chinese reclamation in South China Sea will be realized, this will certainly be a game changer for the US-Japan strategies. Okay, next please. And what should we do? Okay, Dennis Blair covered everything, so I don't, cover it at all. But important thing is Japan. Okay, protection of sea lines of communications, or security of the region, and these nuclear power games and security of Japan. Asian country, including Japan, needs the presence of the United States forces. And Japan is the only allied nation which really hosts the US forces, which contribute to US strategies. Okay. And Japan should be an enabler of the US strategy and military operations. That's the real meaning of the US-Japan alliance, one of the meanings of the US-Japan alliances, and the value of the South China Sea. Next, please. Okay, that's it. Yeah, I thought there is a magnificent JMSDF and US Navy operations pictures, but I think that's gone, so I don't cover. But we are ready. Body will be able to react to anything at any moment. Thank you.
Well, Admiral Koda, thank you for setting the stage for us, and Admiral Blair for giving us a plan for dealing with the situation. I thought I'd start with a couple of questions. We have about 20 minutes, but then I'd quickly want to go out to the audience and invite you to ask questions. So maybe I'd just kick it off with a first question to Admiral Blair. I happened to be in Hanoi in July 2010 at the East Asia Summit meeting where the then Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton, declared, I think for the first time, that the United States had an interest in the peaceful resolution of these maritime disputes. And I have a vivid memory of how angry the Chinese foreign minister was. He stalked out of the meeting, came back in, accused the U.S. of barging into what he viewed as a neighborhood bilateral issue, and then said rather threateningly to the smaller countries arrayed around the table that China was a big country and you are smaller countries. Which leads me to ask, what would prevent the Chinese from reacting very badly to the plan you outlined? And you said that the Chinese to date have reacted to this in a sub-military way. What makes you confident that if a multilateral approach that you describe were inaugurated, that the Chinese might in fact escalate their response? And if they did escalate, what would the proper U.S. response be? It strikes me that in all of these issues in the Pacific, the premium has always been on preventing escalation. How do you prevent it in this case?
I think that if you look at the stakes in the South China Sea, they primarily have to do with the economic development of the resources there. Admiral Koda talked about some of the military significance that goes on beneath the water, but the real significance of the South China Sea, I think, has to do with reviving the fisheries to help countries feed themselves. It has to do with exploiting the hydrocarbons, and these simply cannot take place while a military confrontation is going on. No oil company, I don't care if it's CNOOC or Sinopec or Exxon or BP Shell, will invest in the region. The the fishing cannot go on. So I think the military escalation of this basically defeats the ultimate purpose of it. So I think that cooler heads will prevail in Beijing in terms of some general, huge, large-scale escalation. I think what you will see, however, are some fairly clever, and I hand the Chinese, give the Chinese great credit for the cleverness of their approach to date, making a development here, another deployment there, and so on. And I think you will see more of that. And I think we simply need to be, and by we I mean the claimant countries themselves and those who support them, need to be equally clever in the moves that are taken. And this turns into a competition at the sub-military level. And I think that all sides will see that's true. There will be rhetoric. There will be the angry rhetoric that you saw in 2010. There will be more Coast Guard deployments and so on. But it's in neither side's interest to escalate it to military things, and I just don't think we'll see it.
Admiral Kota, a question for you. I was struck in the slides, the point you made several times that there is no American permanent military presence from Okinawa down to Singapore. We've obviously had this very lively debate over the past couple of years in this country about President Obama's pivot to Asia. A couple of weeks ago, the new Defense Secretary, Ashton Carter, gave a speech in which he made a strong pitch for the trade deal, the TPP trade deal that's at the heart of this pivot. And he used he said something rather provocative. He said, passing TPP is as important to me as another aircraft carrier. I wonder whether you, from your perspective as a Japanese former naval officer, would like to see the U.S. do a little more on the military side. The pivot, as it has evolved over the past couple of years, it seems to me has become very much an economically driven pivot. TPP is very much the centerpiece of it. Is there more the U.S. could do militarily? Would the Japanese like to see the U.S. do more militarily as part of the pivot?
Okay, the first, when many people in Japan say the U.S. rebalancing or pivoting, many people think it's only the matter of the security or military, but exactly, that's the overall U.S. strategies. So TPP is one of them. It's very important. But especially answering your question, like the new defense guidelines just, they announced that 2 days ago. That's a kind of the comprehensive, the future course of actions for two militaries. But I think more focus should be placed on the concrete roles, missions between U.S. and Japanese forces. Of course, the one fact is U.S. and Japan both have the budget problems. So the size of the future military will not get better, larger. But at the same time, that's something Japan and U.S. or JSDF and U.S. military will be able to make up. And so in order for Japan to contribute more to the stability of the region, the key thing is, as I mentioned, the larger visible presence of the U.S. forces. So Japan should do more to enable the U.S. larger presence in this region. So in that sense, I think Japan has much larger responsibility and task to do than the U.S. effort. Japan is in support of the U.S. strategy and military in this case. So if Japan will do more to support the U.S. presence, I think that will help the U.S. to develop the more flexible plan to offset or redeploy its forces from, for example, from the Western Pacific to the South China Sea or Indian Ocean, wherever it's necessary. But key thing is how well will Tokyo and Washington, D.C. cooperate and coordinate in terms of the roles and missions. And I think Japan has much larger role, not pushed by Washington, D.C., by Japanese own intent. Yes.
I was struck, I guess, a year ago or so when the Chinese imposed this air defense identification zone in the East China Sea, that the United States, and I think the Japanese to some extent did the same thing. They simply said, we won't recognize it. We won't identify ourselves. And the Chinese, and we'll see how the Chinese react. And the Chinese, in the end, didn't react aggressively. And I wonder whether, does that experience hold any lessons for dealing with the Chinese elsewhere? Or was the ADIZ a sort of a unique set of circumstances to either one of you?
I would think it illustrates both points. It was something that was unique, in that it was something China had thought about and planned for a long time, and they finally did it. I think it was typical in that it was part of this series of administrative declarations and actions to try to lay an administrative legal framework in place to challenge the administrative and legal framework that they feel does not take into account China's interests. So it leaves a lot of provisions lying around that you can pick up and use as you pursue a strategy of increasing your actual control as opposed to your control based on old maps. And so to that extent, I think it's a piece in that process. So again, I think that this is the area in which the United States should contest China's actions that we don't agree with. So should the nations in the region. You know, the American strategy previously had been this two-part strategy of welcoming China economically, diplomatically, working on hotspots, and then having this hedge fist with military capability that says, but if you go too far, well, China's just too big and growing in too many ways for this simple two-part strategy to hold it. There's this whole middle area which does not involve military fighting, but yet it involves China challenging rules that it doesn't think are fair, should apply to it, were made against its interests. And that's the area in which China is operating. I think it's the area in which, if the positions were reversed, we would be operating too. And so we have to come up with a good strategy, which is what I'm trying to propose in this contested middle area, in which you're not going to war, you're not going to, but you're not going to follow the rules. So you have to sort of deal with it in setting up new rules and taking actions that support your rules and so on. And that's where we are. And I don't think we've given that the thought, the consideration, come up with the strategy among us to deal with.
Were you comfortable, final question, were you comfortable with Ashton Carter's line about TPP being as important to him as a new aircraft carrier?
I think we can do both.
I'd like to go out to the audience. Please, when I call on you, do me a favor and identify yourself. There's a gentleman in about the fifth row. You, sir, who have your hand up? Yeah, why don't we start with you?
Thank you very much to the panel. John Hemmings, adjunct fellow and a PhD at LSE. Just wondering to what extent China's slowdown will impact things that are happening now. Will China become more assertive in a search for for legitimacy, or will they also be, will we have more economic leverage to act multilaterally on this?
It's been interesting to see. I always thought that China's military spending was related to their GDP growth. So, rich country, big army. Back when military modernization was the fourth of four modernizations, is very restricted. But as we've seen in the last 2 years, as Chinese growth has dropped down from double-digit growth, which sort of matched double-digit military growth, down to 7.5%. The 10% military growth has continued. So to a certain extent, there seems to be Chinese thinking that even if they're becoming growing less, they're going to keep their military power growing more, which would imply a continued aggressive strategy. On the other hand, I think the sort of lecturing, hectoring China that we saw in 2010 was demonstrated not to be very effective in doing anything but driving countries to tighten their relationship with the United States. So I think their current strategy is not to speak loud and aggressive diplomatically, but to just do stuff under the scene. And it remains to be seen if they're going to make the resources available to be doing stuff, military continuation, all of the things that Admiral Koda pointed out, civil aggression in the gray zone areas, and keep the rhetoric down. And I think that's what we have to watch.
Yeah, and one more thing is, clearly after the failure of the Chinese, the trial or rigging of the coast of Vietnam in last May, China changed its the foreign policy from more assertive to less visible, smiling diplomacies. But we have to be practical and pragmatic enough to see what the China is doing today. Yes, there is a change of the Chinese diplomatic policy from the assertive to the smiling, but what China has been doing in South China Sea or East China Sea, no changes. Okay. So China has been doing still the reclamation in various islands, and the harassing several other nations. East China Sea, the situation remains the same. So we should take two factors. One is the change of diplomacies, and the other one is no change in what they have been doing last 10 years. And this is something like the chronic diseases. Okay, it's, worsen your health at the invisible place, and when diagnosed, too late. That's it.
The lady here just in the middle, about 10 rows back, yeah.
Thank you so much. Jennifer Lynn from Dartmouth. There are different narratives that one hears about these territorial and island disputes, and one of them is that it's the bunch of rocks narrative. And according to this, these actions are largely symbolic on China's part. China's just after status, and it's a purely political discussion. And what I'm grateful for today is you're bringing in the strategic element, and I wanted to ask you to develop that further, which is, to what extent would control and reclamation, how is that going to affect the Americans' ability to do what they need to do in the region, across what areas? So I already heard Admiral Koda talk about ASW and potentially expanding Chinese nuclear capabilities. Could you just give us kind of a list of points where you're worried about the adverse strategic effects that would come from greater Chinese control here?
Well, I would say that that the happy dream of a Chinese leader would be absolute air and naval superiority out to the first island chain, prior control over the entry and the operations of the naval forces of all other islands. That's kind of the defensive, comfortable China-centric dream that they have, and I think that is sort of what they would like to have, and I think the actions that we have seen, declaratory, some gray zone, a few military, are sort of building to that end. That's completely unacceptable to the countries that live within that first island zone, and it's completely unacceptable to the United States, which believes in high seas access to friends, neighbors, and resources. So they're two, it's different beds, different dreams, and the question is how you work it out. And I think that the skill on both sides is to work it out without it escalating to the military regime, but to work it out by these other methods which allow each side to reach a certain number of its goals, but not all of them to the exclusion of the other.
Time for maybe one more. This gentleman here in the middle, in about the fourth row.
Thank you. I'm Tsuneo Akaha from the Middlebury Institute of International Studies at Monterey. My dissertation was on law of the sea and Japan's response to it in terms of transformation of the law of the sea in the 1970s and 80s. So I'm very particularly interested in Admiral Blair's comment about Chinese selecting rules as they see fit, basically, in terms of their operations in the East China Sea and the South China Sea, and perhaps even in the Yellow Sea. What are the prospects of the United States actually joining the UNCLOS? Because there is also the view around the world that the United States also picks and chooses what rules to abide by. Of course, from the US perspective, it's in compliance with pretty much most of the provisions of the law of the sea. But if the United States does become officially and formally a member of the UNCLOS society, if you will, I think the US credibility, both symbolically as substantively, will be much enhanced. And I wonder if under Congress controlled by Republicans and the White House, I don't know who's going to be heading the White House after the presidential elections, but what are the prospects of the United States becoming a signatory to the convention? Thank you.
I mean, I've worked very hard personally on that issue. I agree completely with what you said, that the United States should ratify it, and I, along with several administrations since it was signed, have been completely unsuccessful. And the more we go along on this situation of following the provisions without having ratified it, the more it seems that everything's okay. We can just do this. I think that's a mistake. I agree with you that we should ratify it. I think the chances of the sort of resistance to deep sea mining, global commons, which was sort of an instinctive reaction back in the 1980s when we first decided not to ratify, are simply not real concerns, and we should make another attempt to do it. Every administration has a certain number of issues that it can put its power behind to push. This has not yet risen to the top of any administration's list, and the efforts of those of us in the private sector have just not been adequate. So I don't think they're very good chances.
Yeah. Just a little different view. Every year I attend or participate in about 5 to 8 Asia maritime security conferences, multinational. And the US position gives 2 points. One is the good weapons for China to attack the US. Every time, almost every time. Even my visit to Beijing, China always attacked the US by the US position of not ratify the UNCLOS. US doesn't ratify the UNCLOS. You have no rights to say anything about the maritime issues. That's Chinese position. But at the same time, in a very realistic, practical world, Asian nation understand the US policy, even though still US, by the main reason in Congress, the US cannot ratify the UNCLOS. But at the same time, ASEAN nations, Asian nations, ASEAN nations, especially the maritime-related people, including the Navy people, they understand the US position. So in the practical world, does it matter? Perhaps no. That's my quick comment. Thank you.
Well, I'm very sorry that I wasn't able to take more questions, but it's a day-long conference, so I hope others of you will be able to get your questions answered later. It's now 10 o'clock, and so to keep on the schedule, I think we'll leave it there. Thank you, Admiral Koda. Thank you, Admiral Blair. And I think it was a very strong start to the day, and I look forward to the rest of it. Thank you so much.
can go. Oh, okay, thanks. Would you mind, have you had time to eat yet?
I just had a
A little bit? Okay. Grab some food if you need. But I'm going to have, because we have too many empty seats here and too many full seats over there. So I would like you to stand at the back door and encourage people to come on stage, right? Yeah. And then if you can tell Western and Nami to stand by.
that door nearby earlier. Just put it up for a little bit. Thank you. Okay.
We good? Should we start? Could I ask you to take your seats, please, for the next session on the defense guidelines and the specific security agenda agreed to between the President and Prime Minister. I'm Mike Green. I'm Senior Vice President for Asia and Japan at CSIS and a professor at Georgetown, and a collaborator with Admiral Blair and Dan Bobb and others at the Sasakawa Peace Foundation on a very large project trying to tackle all these issues and chart some ideas for longer-term cooperation on security between the U.S. and Japan. And it's my pleasure to moderate the next session with two good friends whom I will introduce and call up here to make opening remarks. The first speaker will be Mr. Tokuchi. Hideshi Tokuchi is the Vice Defense Minister for International Affairs. The bio is a little bit old. It has his last job, which was the Defense Policy Bureau. And as you look at it, you'll see he's had all the key positions in the Defense Agency and Defense Ministry on defense planning, policy, U.S.-Japan alliance, and international engagement. Dave and Hideshi were present at the creation when the guidelines were reviewed in 1997 and have worked on it ever since. And Dave Scheer, as you know, is the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Asia-Pacific Security Affairs. He previously was our distinguished and effective, very effective ambassador in Vietnam and has had a career in the Foreign Service covering all the key security and political military issues in Asia, the U.S.-Japan alliance, of course, Korean Peninsula, China. He's my senpai from SAIS and also my senpai teaching at Georgetown. Dave and his wife, as you'll see in the bio, have a Shodan, a first-degree black belt in Kendo. Dave doesn't know this, perhaps. I have a first-degree black belt in Iaido. The difference between Kendo and Iaido is a bamboo sword, and Iaido is a real sword. So had I known that, I would have invited Dave to spar for everyone today with me, but just realized that. So let me ask Tokuchi-san first to open up with his views on what we've accomplished with the new defense guidelines.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the kind introduction, Dr. Mike Green. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Admiral Blair and Sasakawa Peace Foundation for providing me with this wonderful opportunity to discuss the new defense cooperation guidelines with my old friends, Mike and Dave, here as a part of this important and extremely timely conference. I also congratulate Sasakawa Peace Foundation on the success of this wonderful event, exactly on the day of Prime Minister Abe's historic address to the joint session of the U.S. Congress. Actually, Mike, thank you very much for calling me first, because many years ago when I was a student here in the United States, I found it very difficult to cut into the discussion between the Americans once it began in a class. So a tip for a foreign student like myself to survive in the U.S. academies is to talk first in order for the Americans to follow my discussion while I'm all ears. The day before yesterday, the Japan-US 2+2 ministerial held in New York City approved the new defense guidelines. However, the newly born document is full of substance and language, and therefore the document itself speaks a lot to the Americans and to the Japanese as well as to the Asia-Pacific region, pretty enough by itself. So please read it. I wish I could stop here, but I still have 10 to 15 minutes. I will try to make some comments on this brand new initiative from my own purely personal perspective on this document. And actually, this is the third bilateral policy document of the same name. And it has a 40-year history because this historic endeavor to define roles and missions of the two countries began with the Japan-US summit meeting in 1975 between President Ford and Prime Minister Miki. And therefore, first of all, I would like to discuss the roles which the guidelines have played in the security of Japan and in international security, looking back at the history of the guidelines. And then I would like to touch upon the focus of the new guidelines. And then third and finally, I will discuss some key points looking ahead. First, roles of the guidelines. There are 3 points here. Originally, the idea of such bilateral guidelines was generated in order to define bilateral military roles and missions to establish a division of labor in time of an armed attack against Japan. The guidelines were supposed to work as the political-military framework of bilateral joint defense planning. It was the achievement in 1978 when the first ever guidelines were established so that Japan would achieve national security by placing itself into the bipolar system of the East-West confrontation in the midst of a Cold War. Even though we do not discuss this alliance in the Cold War context anymore, this original purpose is still relevant because the core of the Japan-US alliance relationship is the US commitment to the defense of Japan, as enshrined in Article 5 of the Security Treaty. A second role of the guidelines is its contribution to the crisis management mechanism of Japan. Just think about the contribution of the bilateral coordination mechanism established by the guideline of 1997 to the whole-of-government approach to national security of Japan, or just recall a series of Japanese legislation to deal with contingencies at the turn of the century. This role is also relevant, or even more relevant, to the most recent revision, because the revision of this time is the result of deep discussions between the two countries taking fully into account the progress of Japan's national security legislative process. There is one more role of the guidelines. The guidelines document, or even the revision process itself, worked as an important instrument of strategic communications and assurance, particularly in relation with the Asia-Pacific region, including Japan's immediate neighbors. The 1997 version of the guidelines was to present the ways how both countries should capitalize on the alliance relationship for the security of Japan and for the Asia-Pacific region in the post-Cold War context. With this an instrument, the two countries conveyed joint message for assurance to the entire Asia-Pacific region with much transparency. Likewise, the newest guidelines will mean a lot to the region, and the guidelines will contribute to deepening further regional understanding of the new shape of the bilateral alliance relationship. This leads to my second point, namely the new shape of alliance cooperation, or the focus of the new guidelines. Bilateral security and defense cooperation emphasizes the following 5 points. First, seamless, robust, flexible, and effective response. Second, synergy across the two governments' national security policies. Third, a whole-of-government approach. Fourth, cooperation with regional and other partners, as well as international organizations. And fifth, and finally, the global nature of the Japan-US alliance. Here, I would like to focus on 5 words: seamless, effective, whole-of-government, partners, and global. Number 1, seamless. This time, the guidelines emphasize this point in many ways. For just one example, we need to comprise all imaginable phases of cooperation from peacetime to gray zone to all-out military contingencies. The guidelines emphasize the importance of cooperation from peacetime, and this will be made possible particularly with the new alliance coordination mechanism. Number 2, effective. For example, contemporary threats may develop with enormous speed. Incidents may escalate so easily. It means timely response by quick coordination and equally quick decision-making is critical. This is the point expected to the new alliance coordination mechanism as well. For another example, the two governments have identified some important areas as a foundation of security and defense cooperation beyond cooperation in bilateral operations in order to improve the effectiveness of the alliance cooperation. First, equipment and technology cooperation. Second, intelligence cooperation and information security. Third, educational and research exchanges. Now, number 3, whole of government. Security and defense cooperation cannot be conducted by the military establishments alone. It naturally involves many other actors, including all the relevant ministries and agencies of the respective governments. A whole-of-government approach is indispensable to address contemporary agenda, not to mention terrorism, piracy, or even natural disasters. Number 4, partners. In this globalized world, networking of like-minded countries is always important. And Japan-US bilateral relationship must be appropriately placed in this multilateral networking. Similar to the reality that Japan's own national security does not stand alone independently from that of other nations, the Japan-US security relationship does not stand alone independent from a variety of other security relationships of like-minded countries in today's world. Thus, it is very, very natural in the context of Japan-US bilateral cooperation to work together for promoting deeper security cooperation with other regional partners to advance common objectives and goals. And finally, number 5, global nature. We live in the age of globalization, and thus this aspect of the alliance relationship is increasingly important to us. Bilateral defense cooperation is much more than military operations for the defense of Japan. It is to encompass such areas as counter-terrorism, counter-piracy, peacekeeping, HADR, capacity building, and technology and equipment cooperation, reflecting the global nature of the alliance. We are aware that no one country can ensure its own national security on its own unilateral efforts alone. That's what globalization means to us. Now, looking ahead, I would like to further discuss this alliance in the Asia-Pacific regional security architecture. Asia is an engine of economic growth and the center stage of maritime trade. It has a huge potential, but it does not have an overarching security mechanism to harness such a potential. That's why the Asians, including the Japanese, will continue to need U.S. security commitment over there. We truly welcome and appreciate the U.S. policy of rebalancing to the Asia-Pacific region and have great security interests in supporting it. At the same time, future of the Japan-U.S. relationship depends on how to establish and maintain stable, constructive, and forward-looking relations with Japan's Asian neighbors. In this context, both countries need to more closely work on them. In order to do so, we need to emphasize the following 4 points. First, shared values. It's critical to a heart-to-heart relationship among sovereign states working together. An alliance just for the sake of balance of power would not last. Second, upholding established rules of international law, not only in South China Sea or East China Sea or Eastern Europe, but also in every corner of the world. Third, advancement of transparency in the Asia Pacific. The US and Japan have shown a good track record of transparency this time as well in the process of the review of the guidelines. Fourth, and finally, promotion of regional dialogue. We are always, the Japanese and the Americans are always open to dialogue with regional neighbors. All these are indispensable foundations for the rules-based international order and for the security of democracies. We are very lucky to witness the progress of the alliance relationship in this very special year, 2015, which marks the 70th anniversary of the end of the Cold World War II. Capitalizing on this great momentum, we, the Japanese, look forward to working more closely and extensively with the United States for common security in accordance with our firm commitment to proactive contribution to peace. I wish for further success of Admiral Blair and Sasakawa Peace Foundation. And once again, Admiral Blair and all of the audience, thank you very, very much for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Good. Thank you very much, Mike, for that great introduction, and thank you, Tokuchi-san, for your friendship of over 20 years. Before I start, I'd like to make sure that everybody understands that a first-degree rank in Kendo is the lowest rank, not the highest rank. I don't know what it is in Iaido, Mike, but it's
the lowest.
It's okay, I will meet you on the field of honor then, anytime. I was recently quoted in the press as saying that the issuance of the new guidelines is a big, big deal in US-Japan relations in general and in terms of the alliance as well. And I'd like to share with you a few thoughts on why I think the issuance of the new guidelines is a big, big deal. First of all, we decided that we're not calling these the revised guidelines anymore, but we're calling them the new guidelines because they are sufficiently different from the 1997 guidelines to merit the title new, I think. The use of something new in US-Japan relations. And the issuance of these guidelines is a big, big deal because it reflects our interest as allies in greatly strengthening our bilateral coordination. It reflects our interest it reflects Japan's new willingness to defend the US territory and US military assets in situations in which Japan might not be under attack. And it reflects our interest not only in increased cooperation regionally and globally as allies, but it reflects our interest in cooperating across new domains like space and cyber. So I think the issuance of these new guidelines reflects a fundamental or a foundational change in the way the United States and Japan operate together as allies and partners. I know that throughout my career as a political military officer in the State Department and now at the Department of Defense, one of my main goals has been to help Japan and the United States militaries increase their ability to plan, train, and operate together across a wide variety of situations. And I think the issuance of these guidelines represents a new stage in the development of our ability to plan, train, and operate together. First, I'd like to talk about how we are improving. I'd like to single out a few or highlight a few areas of the guidelines that I think are worth your attention. And the first of those is how we are working together to improve our coordination. And that will be through something called the Alliance Coordination Mechanism. Under the new guidelines, the two countries are establishing a standing whole-of-government mechanism for alliance coordination. This is separate from our alliance management structure and replaces the bilateral coordination mechanism from the 1997 guidelines. The alliance coordination mechanism will be standing. It will always be on, in contrast to the bilateral coordination mechanism under the 97 guidelines, which was to have been called in the event of crisis, but which in fact was never called. So we'll be able to coordinate as governments, not just as militaries, but as governments together on a regular basis under the new guidelines. And I think we learned during the response to the Fukushima earthquake that it is fundamentally important for us to work together in a whole of government fashion, as Mr. Tokuchi mentioned during his remarks. And the alliance coordination mechanism gives us the institutional basis on which to draw from all governments, departments, and agencies in the event of a crisis. So the alliance coordination mechanism will mark a big improvement in the way we coordinate. And to give you a little better grasp of how this is contrast, for example, with how we operate in the ROK. In the ROK, in the event of war, we will convene the Combined Forces Command, which is a combined US and Korean command. We will meld our senior officers together in a single command. That is not the case with the alliance coordination mechanism with Japan. We will maintain separate chains of command in the event of crisis or war, as we do in peacetime, but they will be much better coordinated in the future. And throughout the rest of 2015, our two governments will work to stand up the alliance coordination mechanism and get it running as smoothly and expeditiously as possible. This is a key element of the implementation of the guidelines, and it's an element on which Secretary Carter and Defense Minister Nakatani focused their attention when they met in the Pentagon yesterday afternoon, because from now on, the implementation of guidelines will form a very important part of the US-Japan alliance agenda. The second area that I mentioned at the opening of remarks was collective self-defense. Japan's new willingness to defend US territory, US assets in the event of a potential crisis, but in a situation in which Japan may not be under attack. For the first time in our alliance's history, the new guidelines lay out roles and responsibilities for Japanese actions in response to an armed attack on a country other than Japan. This could mean the US, or it could mean another country with which the US and Japan share a close relationship. While our actions in this type of scenario will be coordinated through the new ACM, we lay out in the guidelines some examples of cooperative operations in this type of situation. The section in the guidelines that does this is the fourth section. It was one of the last to be added to the guidelines in our negotiations with the Japanese side, and obviously it is heavily informed by the consultations in Tokyo on Japan's new security legislation. This section really marks a significant evolution in the US-Japan alliance, because for the first time, Japan will be able to come to the defense of the US. This is a groundbreaking change, and one which we are very proud of. It is extremely poignant as well, coming 70 years after the end of World War II, as it shows just how close our alliance has become in such a very short amount of time. And I want to emphasize that we worked with the ROK during the course of the negotiation of the guidelines to ensure that we incorporated their concerns into the text, and those concerns included their interest in ensuring that what we do under the guidelines is consistent with the Japanese Constitution, that it's consistent with international law, and that we continue as ever to show respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of other countries in the region. So collective self-defense is a second way in which these guidelines differ profoundly from the 97 guidelines. They also differ profoundly from the 97 guidelines in opening up new avenues for regional and global cooperation. This is done in part by the elimination of the restriction in the 97 guidelines relating to situations and areas in the vicinity of Japan. So we will be working, I expect that under the new guidelines we'll be working much more closely with Japan, not only with reference to the direct security of Japanese territory, which is always the main focus of our efforts in the alliance, but also in the region and globally as well. And the section in the guidelines, I believe, is the 5th section. And this section describes how our alliance will play a larger role in the peace and security of East Asia and beyond. Since 1997, Japan has become a more active participant in international relations. Its capabilities have increased, and its willingness to share some of the more of the responsibilities in regional peace and security has also increased. And the new guidelines captures that willingness and illustrates our cooperative international activities. We'll also be cooperating across new domains like cyber and space. Secretary Carter and Minister Nakatani focused on this area as well in their discussions yesterday. We will be standing up a new working group on space. We already have a cyber defense working group, which will be very active in the coming months and years. So we will have Mr. Tokuchi and I, Vice Minister Tokuchi and I, will have our work cut out for us as we move forward to implement this great new addition, this great new strengthening of the U.S.-Japan alliance. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you both for the clearest explanations of what we've accomplished and what's ahead. I've heard in this entire phase in the alliance, the terrific presentations. The comments on the bilateral coordination mechanism and collective self-defense and the broadening of functional areas and domains within which we'll cooperate is really compelling. And in strategy, jointness equals capability, equals deterrence. And although we're not joint and combined like the U.S.-Korea alliance or NATO, as Dave pointed out, we're virtually now going to be joint and combined in ways that respect the command chains each government has, but there will be a very powerful signal to the region. So it's important in the history of the U.S.-Japan alliance, and it's an important contribution to the region. Let me ask a few questions, then we'll open up. And I'd like to start with Tokuchi-san. So Tokuchi-san, you were Director General of the Policy Bureau. You were Director General of the Operations Bureau, and now Vice Minister for International Affairs. You've been involved in requirements, planning, operations, sensitive discussions with neighboring countries. I'd like to ask you the question every insider in this room wants to know. What was the White House dinner like last night? Did you wear your tux? And did you meet the president?
Yes.
Yes, good. I saw your name in the Washington Post this morning. I kept looking for mine, but somehow I wasn't invited. No, let me ask you about what happens next. Legislation, exercises, standing up the bilateral coordination mechanism. For those of us who follow this, what are some of the things we should look for next to build on this agreement?
Okay. Well, Mike, thank you very much for the important question. The guidelines document itself talks about a lot of things about the security and defense cooperation between the two countries. However, the most important thing in front of us is, as Dave mentioned, as you mentioned, implementation. Therefore, the establishment of a new coordination mechanism called Alliance Coordination Mechanism, and also a new planning mechanism, they are very important for further implementing the substance of the guidelines. And at the same time, as you, Mike, correctly mentioned, exercise and a lot of things are important, including the foundation for the cooperation in operations, like equipment and technology cooperation, information security and intel cooperation, and research and education exchange, or defense intellectual cooperation, those kind of things. And as a part of this implementation, Japanese legislation is, of course, very, very important. As all of you know very well, the Japanese government established a new interpretation of the Japanese Constitution in terms of use of force on July 1st last year. And very recently, and actually at the end of last month, the two ruling parties, LDP and Komeito, made a broad agreement on the general orientation of the legislation. And the administration side is working on the actual bills. And sooner or later, the administration will submit necessary bills to the National Diet for deliberation. So we are working on it right now. And in order to implement the guidelines for the future robust alliance relationship, we will make further strong and stronger effort to do that.
It seems as if the situation politically in Tokyo is very stable and promising for this legislation because of the solidarity that's evident in the coalition and the Prime Minister's support rate, which is over 50%. The polling on this is all over the place in Japan, depending on how the question's asked. So it will be interesting and important. We'll have on Friday, for those who are interested, at CSIS, a group of 4 of the leading parliamentarians who will be moving this legislation through on both the opposition and LDP side. But my sense is people are optimistic on the whole that this is not going to be a difficult, not easy, but not an insurmountable or overly difficult process. With respect to collective self-defense, the July 1st interpretation opened up this as a possibility, of course, for the US, but also for Australia or third countries. And then the defense guidelines talk about networking the alliance. Should we expect trilateral or quadrilateral cooperation now? Or is Japan also going to use this new interpretation to deepen bilateral security ties with countries like Australia or perhaps India or Korea?
Okay. Well, even apart from the new interpretation of the Constitution in terms of use of force, our cooperative defense and security relationship with other regional partners is always important and increasingly important. Especially Australia is important, and also South Korea is important, and ASEAN countries are all important. Just think about, equipment and technology cooperation or security assistance. They need Japanese, cooperation with them. So, even apart from the legislation process, we would like to enhance our security cooperation with those regional countries together with the United States. Yes.
Dave, this was an interesting 2+2 because it focused overwhelmingly on defense policy, operations, planning, defense diplomacy. Recent 2+2s have focused a lot more on Okinawa, on force posture. Could you bring us up to date a bit on the plans that really go back to the Clinton administration in many ways to change the laydown for Marines in Okinawa, FTEMA replacement? The governor of Okinawa, the new governor, has been vocal in opposition. Where are we on that? And does this defense guidelines, the new defense guidelines, do they have some bearing on it?
The issue of U.S. force realignment in Japan was a major agenda item on this year's 2+2, as well as the guidelines. And I think that's reflected in the joint statement we released at the close of the 2+2. Of course, the U.S. and Japanese sides expressed continued interest in working together to mitigate the effects of U.S. military operations on local communities. This issue is a central area in the alliance. It's an issue that as we continue to improve our work together, our cooperation together as allies, it's an area that we hope will also deepen. And in this context, of course, we focused on Okinawa and our presence and operations in Okinawa. The Japanese side reiterated Prime Minister Abe's commitment to completing the Futenma replacement facility at Camp Schwab in Henoko, and we welcomed that heartily, and we expressed our interest in and our eagerness to continue working together with the Japanese government to implement not only the move of the Futenma facility to Henoko, but our overall interest in reducing the number of Marines on Okinawa as facilities come up, as facilities are completed on the island of Guam. That's going to take a couple of years, but the money is already flowing. The facilities are being built, and ultimately we expect that this effort to realign our Marine forces in Okinawa will result in the move of about 8,000 Marines from Okinawa, and about 5,000 of which will go to Guam. So this is also a very important piece of the realignment agenda item in the alliance. And of course, it's also a very good news story.
So your last, do you want to comment on that, please?
Can I follow up? Yes. Japan-U.S. alliance relationship, especially defense cooperation, is based on the two principles. First is enhancement of deterrence and the capabilities of the alliance. The second one is, as Dave, you correctly mentioned, the reduction of or mitigation of impacts of U.S. force presence on the soil of Japan on the local communities. As far as the deterrence side is concerned, we achieved the new guidelines, and by implementing the guidelines, we will be able to achieve the more robust alliance relationship, leading to the more stronger deterrence. And in order to make the deterrence a stable one, we have to work much harder to work on the mitigation of the impact on local communities. And that's why we need to work together with the United States, especially in terms of U.S. bases in Okinawa. And the Japanese government is fully committed and remain committed to the Futenma replacement facility in Camp Schwab.
Thank you. So, Dave, your last post was in Hanoi, one of the best jobs in the Foreign Service. I was in Hanoi in 2005 from the NSC advancing a summit meeting, and it was during the Asia finals for the World Cup, and Japan was playing against China. And in the pho, in the noodle shops, all the Vietnamese were cheering for Japan. You were there during a period of increased Chinese tension with Vietnam. A classic case of this gray zone coercion that the previous panel was talking about. Could you reflect on that and also the new guidelines? And tell us something about how you think the U.S.-Japan alliance is a factor in a case of gray zone coercion like Vietnam, which is not a treaty ally for either of us, and yet the security of that region is critical to us.
Thanks, Mike. I never tired as ambassador to Vietnam of saying that the United States wants a strong, prosperous, and independent Vietnam. And by independent, we mean a Vietnam that can pursue its interests, which they share with us, Vietnam that can pursue its interests as vigorously as possible across the board in the region. And we want that not only for Vietnam, but for the other ASEAN countries as well. And in pursuit of that goal, we coordinated very closely with the Vietnamese diplomatically in general and throughout the oil rig event of last year, which happened just about 1 year ago, as a matter of fact. And we believe that event strengthened U.S.-Vietnam relations. We believe we actually achieved some successes in that regard because I think U.S. attention to the issue actually discouraged the parties from introducing military assets into the equation. I think it discouraged the parties from more violent ways of defending their claims. And I think I would note also that the oil rig departed the scene a month earlier than the Chinese originally announced. So I think we achieved some successes in that regard. I worked as ambassador in Hanoi to increase our coordination at the embassy level with our Japanese colleagues. And I think that resulted in a strengthening of both of our efforts to strengthen Vietnam's maritime domain awareness. And under the new guidelines, I think we'll be doing that more, not only with Vietnam, but throughout the region.
Excellent. Let's turn to the audience. Please, it's a little hard to see, but please identify yourself. Keep the question brief. If you'd like to challenge me or Dave to a sword fight, please know that under the new interpretation of the Constitution, we're going to ask Tokuchi-san to help. So I'm trying to, yes, please. Is that Ben? Ben.
Thank you very much. Ben Self, Vice President of Mansfield Foundation. Mike, you asked both the questions I had prepared. So
okay,
I
thank you.
come up with a third one, which is about China and defense dialogue and defense diplomacy and security dialogue with China. And I understand that the alliance coordination mechanism doesn't really have a strategic communication component, that this won't become a basis for establishing alliance communication or security dialogue with the Chinese. So what format will we be able to pursue that while incorporating the alliance at the heart of that relationship? Since we don't really want a triangle. We really want a bilateral but constructive dialogue with the Chinese. So would you see a 2+2+2 formula as a potential way to start to bring a constructive dialogue together with Beijing? Thank you.
Thank you. Tokuchi-san, you talked to the PLA?
Yes. First of all, China should understand that Japan-U.S. alliance relationship and also the strengthening the Japan-U.S. alliance relationship will be in the interest of China, because if the more stable security environment generated by the Japan-U.S. alliance relationship, especially in East Asia, will benefit the Chinese economy and Chinese prosperity as well. So I would like to ask the Chinese side not to misinterpret the true intention of the guidelines or Japan-U.S. alliance relationship. And also, the China and U.S. and Japan have a lot of common security interests among us. For example, counter-terrorism or counter-piracy. The Chinese military have been engaged in counter-piracy operation in the Gulf of Aden since, if I remember correctly, since 2009 or so. And the Japanese contingent is also participating in that counter-piracy operation over there, and they are cooperating with each other. So we need to find more common agenda for cooperation. And also the dialogue between the two countries, especially between the two countries, is important. And just recently, the Chinese side responded to the Japanese side about resuming the discussion and negotiation about opening of the maritime communication mechanism. And I think it's a very good movement. Therefore, we continue to encourage the Chinese side to open and establish maritime communication mechanism. But at the same time, we have a strong concern about the Chinese behavior in South China Sea and East China Sea especially. But when we see both behaviors of China, we see some difference. In South China Sea, the Chinese are more wanton I think, in my personal perspective. There may be two or three reasons, and especially because of the strong alliance relationship between Japan and the United States, and because of the robust military, U.S. military presence in Northeast Asia, and also because of our defense capability and also Coast Guard capability. That difference was created. So that's one of the reasons why we must continue to strengthen the Japan-U.S. alliance relationship.
I think the most important thing that Japan and the U.S. can do vis-a-vis China in the short to medium term is for us to improve our bilateral cooperation with China and engagement with the Chinese military. And that has been moving apace, both with the United States and on the Japanese side since the end of last year. On our side, we concluded a bilateral maritime confidence building measure in connection with President Obama's visit to Beijing late last year. In connection with the issuance of that document, we pledged to complete an air-to-air confidence building measure with the Chinese by the end of this year. We are working on that with the Chinese now, and I expect that you'll see movement on that as we approach the visit to Washington of President Xi Jinping. U.S. believes that continued engagement with China is extremely important as a way of increasing transparency, of increasing our understanding of each other's ways of operating, and reducing the chances of miscalculation in places like the South China Sea. So we are committed to further engagement with the Chinese and to the establishment of further confidence building measures with them. And we welcome Japanese efforts to establish similar confidence building measures with their Chinese counterparts.
I imagine you have something in mind like the Partnership for Peace when NATO expanded, but I think the evidence that of late is that Beijing's not interested in trilaterals and that we're probably looking at the respective bilateral mechanisms and, of course, multilateral efforts in the region for a while. Next question, please. Yes, is that Mike?
I'll speak loudly. Hi, Mike Meserves, U.S. State Department retired. I'd like to ask Dave and Tokuchi-san if you could update us on intelligence reform. I worked in Tokyo for some time, and one of the things that really struck us, I think, the impediments to cooperation was the Japanese intelligence structure and the mechanisms in place to protect classified information and secrets, not only between us in the bilateral situation, but also across the Japanese government. Tokuchi-san mentioned the whole-of-government approach. Have there been advances in making it possible for the defense agency, the foreign ministry, the Kante, the intelligence agencies to share information among themselves? And as a sidelight to that, I rode once with Senator Inouye when we were going past the Diet, and he said, where's the room that they get their classified briefings? Is there anything in place now to brief classified information to members of the Diet? And is there any, you're thinking in particular, Tokuchi-san, would this be necessary and helpful? Thank you.
So, as part of this overall reform, of course, there's the new information secrecy law and so forth, but what are the mechanisms that will be put in place to protect information as we have more interoperability and all of government approaches?
Well, Mr. Mezov, a long time no see, actually. It's very nice to see you and talk with you, as always. And thank you very much for the very important question. As clearly written in the final part of the new guidelines, information security is one of the keys to enhance the bilateral defense cooperation. Without protection of classified and sensitive information, we can't cooperate, especially in military terms. Therefore, the new Japanese new legislation about the protection of classified information is very, very important even when we think about further cooperation with the United States in military terms. Therefore, the Japanese government already began to implement the newly created legislation about protection of classified information. And also, it is very important to share more information, not only with the United States, but also with other like-minded countries. So therefore, unilateral Japanese legislation, as well as GSOMIA type international agreement is also important. Yeah.
Just to add briefly to what Vice Minister Tokuchi said, I think the establishment of a trilateral information sharing agreement among the US, Japan, and the ROK at the end of last year was a very important step, not only in information sharing bilaterally between the US and our two Northeast Asian allies, but in terms of trilateral cooperation. And we announced the implementation of this at the last defense trilateral talks held two weeks ago here in Washington. So we're looking forward to further implementing that agreement as we move forward.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
University. I'm interested in the primary impetus behind what you called profound changes in the new guidelines. Does this reflect changes in the international context, in domestic politics in Japan, or other factors?
Can I take that?
Sure.
Well, of course, the region has changed considerably since 1997. We see a much more a much wealthier and more active India in the South Asian region. The countries of ASEAN have all developed considerably since 1997. China, of course, has greatly increased its weight on the regional and world stage. So the region has certainly changed considerably since the last time we revised the guidelines. But Japan and the United States have changed also. Japan's military capabilities have increased and improved. U.S. military capabilities have increased, and we've begun implementing the rebalance to the East Asian region. So it was with all of these changes in mind that we decided as allies to revise the 97 guidelines to greater reflect the realities not only in the region but in Japan and the United States as well.
I would like to follow up what Dave said just now. We are facing a very complex situation right now. Pre-modern threats, modern threats, and also post-modern threats. So therefore, in order to address these complex situations, we need to cooperate much more in a more sophisticated way. And also, the Japanese and the American militaries were already changed in these 18 years. Just for one example, in 1997, the Japanese did not have any missile defense system. But now, the Japanese defense forces have considerable amount of missile defense system. That's one example. And also in 1997, the Japanese government did not have so-called legislation to deal with the contingencies we have right now. And of course, as I mentioned in a previous question, the Japanese government already made a new interpretation of the Japanese Constitution. So a lot of change in these 18 years. Therefore, we have to reflect these changes into the new roles and missions between the two countries.
You know, the collective self-defense issue has been raised by American governments since 1951. And the actual defense guidelines revision or proposal new guidelines came from the previous DPJ government, came from Defense Minister Morimoto. So that it's a big deal, as Dave says, but it's not something that suddenly, you know, people thought of a couple weeks ago. This has been building for some time. I think we have time and permission. No, we don't. All right. This was an enlightening and really well put together set of presentations. So join me in thanking David Shear and Vice Minister Tokuchi.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to take a 15-minute break. Please be back in your seats promptly by 11:15 as we have a very full program today. Roger. AV, put up the translation slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The break will be ending shortly, and we'd like to stay on schedule. For those of you who need translation, you should find on your seat translation equipment. If you have a digital receiver, channel 2 is for English and channel 10 is for Japanese. And if you have an analog dial and a normal dial, then channel 1 is English and channel 2 is Japanese. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We have an ambitious program today, and we'd like to stay on schedule. Roger, ready. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your cooperation as you make your way back to your seats. Once again, for those of you who are in need of translation, there is equipment on your seat. If you have a digital receiver, channel 2 is in English, channel 10 is in Japanese. If you have an analog receiver with a normal dial, then channel 1 is in English and channel 2 is in Japanese. I'd like to remind you to kindly set your mobile phones to vibrate so we don't disturb the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you haven't done so already, just make your way to your seats. Our moderators have done an excellent job of keeping us on schedule today. Got a few people making their way. Excellent. Okay. Without further ado, we'll turn it over to our moderator, Dr. Posen.
Thank you. Rather than stand, I'll sit and keep my microphone cords hidden. Welcome all of you back for the next session in this important event on the U.S.-Japan Alliance under Sasakawa Peace Foundation USA. I'm Adam Posen, president of the Peterson Institute for International Economics, and I think I want to praise my colleagues sitting to my left and the Sasakawa Peace Foundation for recognizing the economic component of the alliance. With so much excitement and change going on the security side, with so much sentiment behind it and so many obvious issues, there is a tendency sometimes to forget that most of the time we are also working on an economic common purpose. Obviously, TPP brings that to the fore, and that is, we hope, going to be part of Prime Minister Abe's remarks in a few minutes. And so I've been delighted at Peterson Institute to work with Sasakawa Peace Foundation and Sasakawa Peace Foundation USA, with Professor Ito, and numerous leading Japanese and American economists on a program about the U.S.-Japan common economic challenges that the two foundations have supported. But today you're here to hear from very important former and influential officials about the role of TPP in the alliance moving forward and at this critical juncture for Japan and the US, and how we can use or take advantage of Prime Minister Abe's visit and speech in the context of the TPP discussion, why it's so important. We have three extraordinarily well-informed and, as I said, influential speakers. You have their full bios here. I'm just going to first introduce, I'll introduce each and then ask the speakers to go. Former Senator Richard Lugar, longtime chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, one of the wise men, if you'll allow the phrase, of American foreign policy, and one of the great advocates of a bipartisan American foreign policy, will give us some opening remarks on his vision of how TPP fits in. Sitting next to him is Dr. Michelle Flournoy, who is president of the Center for New American Security. She, of course, has had a distinguished career both inside and outside the U.S. Defense Department as an advisor to successive U.S. presidents, including as Undersecretary of Defense in the early part of the Obama administration, and remains at the core. I would say wise men. I don't want to play gender games. She plays that role as well at this point, although she's still young enough to do active things as well. And on the leftmost seat for me is my colleague and dear friend, Takatoshi Ito, professor of economics and international business at Columbia School of International and Public Affairs, following on a long and distinguished career as perhaps the best-known Japanese macroeconomist in the world, visiting professorships including at Harvard, where I first met him, and a long career at Todai at University of Tokyo. He remains one of the most influential outside advisors to both Prime Minister Abe and the cabinet and the Bank of Japan. So, to get to substance, I would like to ask Senator Lugar to give us his opening remarks, either from the podium or seated as he pleases. I guess that's the podium.
I can maneuver. Ladies and gentlemen, this is truly a wonderful time in the relationships between the United States and Japan. I understand it was not simply coincidence that brought us all together at the same time. The distinguished Prime Minister of Japan was in Washington, and maybe at this very moment is addressing a joint session of the Congress. And I'm so pleased that that is occurring, and I understand he may address each one of you later on today. But in this context, I want to recall that in 2012, some of us, at least on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, became aware that there was something called a pivot to Asia in our foreign policy. I mention this because, unfortunately, perhaps this was the fault of the committee, we had really very little information about the pivot. The idea was, generally, as we heard from sometimes informal conversations with the administration, that the United States had been preoccupied with Iraq and Afghanistan and the Middle East generally, and maybe many other subjects. And there was a feeling that perhaps we had neglected Asia. There was at least a feeling that we ought to become more involved in ASEAN and in APEC, and as a matter of fact, begin to play much more of a role. So as a part of that situation, I took a trip when I was still in the Senate in late summer 2012, starting in Honolulu with our United States Pacific Command, to ask them what the pivot was all about. Well, they were very, very helpful. They had, from a military standpoint, a very comprehensive view of their activities and the expansion of those activities. They, as a matter of fact, suggested that on my way to Asia, I stop at Guam and take a look at some developments there. They were modest, but it was apparent that there were more Americans on Guam. There were buildings that were being built, more people in a modest hotel there. In essence, the thought was that on the way to Asia, this was a stopping point, and one at least that had played a role already in America's Pacific policy, and would be playing a much larger role. Well, we were reinforced by ideas there and moved on to the Philippines. That was even more exciting because the USS George Washington was in the harbor at that time. There were, in the hotel in which I stayed in Manila, a good number of American sailors. And they were being greeted very warmly by Filipinos who had an opportunity to shake hands with them. Some of the sailors had some relationships in the Philippines, as it turned out. But it was very, very interesting to note what the USS George Washington meant. The thought that this giant aircraft carrier was cruising the area was in fact available, apparently, to be of assistance to Filipinos. It was an exciting moment to be on Clark Air Force Base, no longer Air Force Base, just Clark Base. That had changed a while back, but there were some who were suggesting it might change again with all sorts of new enterprises all around there. We moved on to Thailand. Interesting visit there, much less regarding the pivot, and then to Indonesia. There, the president and the parliament people with whom I met were especially pleased that the United States was paying more attention to them. I asked, just out of curiosity, how many visits do you have from United States senators? And they said, well, about one a year. But they couldn't remember at least when the last one had come. In essence, they wanted more attention. They were very pleased that the pivot might mean more attention, although it was not altogether clear how that would work out. And of course, we visited Japan. And there, in the post-nuclear disaster situation, there were very, very friendly people to all of our military personnel, as well as civilians, as we visited various posts around the country. We began to gather at least a feeling that the United States was appreciated, was welcomed, and it was not at all clear at that point exactly what roles we would play, although, as I've mentioned, ASEAN and APEC and activities there already were beginning to invigorate the relationship. Now, I want to mention that there is a situation that has developed since that time in which obviously there are others that are deeply interested in our being in the area. I don't want to make this a very pointed remark with regard to Japan, rather to China, but we understand that while the conversation is going on in the Congress right now, and likewise with Japanese parliamentarians with regard to the TPP treaty, there are, of course, other alternatives available to nations. The United States is perhaps somewhat surprised that as many as 57 nations signed up for a Chinese bank that is perhaps going to come to some type of chartering, I understand, in June, about the same time as it's hoped that TPP might be reaching maturity and at least passage by the Congress and by appropriate officials in Japan. There is a hope, certainly, at this particular juncture, that Americans will understand, that is, the broad specter of American citizens, in addition to those in Congress, what is at stake, and this is a part of our discussion this morning on the strategic aspects of this. The United States leadership in this business is at stake. Make no bones about it. We have invested as a country about 5 years in negotiating this treaty. It has been up and down and back and forth, and many of the same situations of opposition have been there all along. The automobile industry, I would say in particular, has been vocal, but they are not alone. Very clearly on the Japanese side, we have always understood that agricultural interests were very much involved in the discussion, but those were not alone either. There is increasingly a desire on the part of some members of Congress to come into the discussion rather late in the game. I was disappointed to learn that Senator Rob Portman of Ohio, for example, who I've heard give excellent speeches from his standpoint as trade representative of the United States about the importance of this treaty, coming forward with perhaps an amendment or certainly discussion of how you can stop currency manipulation. This has clearly been a part of our controversies with China in the past, as we claimed that the Chinese were changing the value of their currency to make their trade objectives more viable, sometimes changing it very dramatically. But we're in a world now, as all of you have observed, in which currencies of many nations are changing vis-a-vis the dollar or each other, largely because of turmoil in some countries in Europe facing potential bankruptcy or something very close to that, as well as even some decline in the rate of growth of China, which is affected from time to time daily reports in our stock market. As a result of all of this, the currency manipulation amendment is one that is not simply the old protectionist adage of labor unions and automobile companies in the United States, or rice farmers, or others in really trying to forestall pork and beef exports to Japan. Perhaps these groups may finally come to some degree of compromise or understanding. But the point, at least of our panel, at least my part of it, is to say that they had better. President Obama was very, very direct in remarks that he's made in the last 48 hours about this trade treaty. He's in essence indicating that the leadership of the United States is at stake, that there are other avenues for countries to pursue, not just bilateral agreements, but multilateral agreements that are options for countries that do not include then the United States. There are some Americans, perhaps, who have never been involved in trade issues, who have never quite understood the development of wealth, even sometimes state by state, quite apart from nationally. But we're coming to a time in which we're going to become educated, or we're going to lose ground, and a lot of it. It's interesting that even while this debate goes on, there are missions by governors of various states in the United States to China and to Japan and to other countries in which they are trying to gain business investment in their states. They understand the jobs issue, which simply crowds out many others in terms of our politics. Now, the jobs issue is a very sophisticated dilemma, because some would point out that as the United States and other countries have become more used to mechanical devices or new communication devices or the internet or so forth, a lot of people have been crowded out of jobs already who did not have the qualifications for these sophisticated employment situations. Furthermore, there are many persons at the other end of the spectrum who have never had adequate education and are simply left at the starting gate. The jobs issue is a very critical one in our politics as well as in that of other nations. But the data very clearly for the United States in terms of trade treaties in which we have been involved shows, as I'm certain you all know, extraordinary gains both ways for the countries we've dealt with as the ones we don't have. Now, the problem now is not just simply jobs, and that is very, very important, but as the President pointed out accurately, and many of you have, it is a question of national security or international security, security in Asia, security for countries that are concerned about Chinese inroads in the South China Sea or the East China Sea, or specifically islands being built out of sand, being heaped together, or other islands that are not being built around the Philippines, for example, that seem to be in dispute as to who's in charge. These are not new issues. Sasakawa Islands problem certainly has been there for quite a long while, but it's certainly very virile now. It is a situation in which the relationship between the United States and China, between Japan and China, between South Korea and China, and so forth, is evolving, and we must make certain it stays on course, so that, as a matter of fact, there are gains for all of the nations involved. And yet, at the same time, the United States' role in Asia is going to increase. The United States fleet is still the only one that is able to sail in all the oceans of the earth, the only one that could hopefully keep various sea lanes open, hopefully not by force in some cases in the Middle East or in Asia, but that would be a possibility. We will continue to maintain that fleet. Even the warship aspects that I suggested from time to time floating around for 6 months before taking leave for 6 months. These will be important parts of the pivot. But at the same time, it is simply critical to our understanding today that the United States decision has to be positive, or the loss of confidence, of leadership on the part of our country, and finally, therefore, real problems of national security for the United States as well as for our allies are going to be very present. And those who are opposing the treaty must come to that understanding. Now, it may very well be in our debates in the United States, as witnessed by others, there does not seem to have been much of a preoccupation with foreign policy or security policy. Very clearly, there will need to be much more. I'm grateful, for example, that in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Bob Corker has come forward as a new leader, has pulled together in a bipartisan way with Senator Ben Cardin of Maryland, so that there is potential for the fast-track authority that our president would need in order to negotiate the final elements of a TPP treaty. The fast-track business is not completed, not out of the woods, but nevertheless it has gone a lot further than many people would have predicted even a month ago. There is, with the leadership of the president, a very concerted effort. But it comes at a time in our political time in which it is going to be very difficult for many persons in Congress or those who are contenders for the presidential nomination to buy all of this. I don't really want to delve into our politics today while we're talking about the strategic situation, but certainly President Obama has been very tactful in sort of walking around the positions taken recently by Hillary Clinton, for example, who as Secretary of State was very much in favor of TPP. Still is not opposed to it, but at the same time perhaps recognizes one of the great hurdles that she has for the Democratic nomination, given the strong opposition of so many Democratic legislators, as well as Mr. Trump of AFL-CIO and others, that this is a potential hazard. Likewise, there are persons who just simply have typically opposed all treaties, and they are still there. Whether, as a matter of fact, the votes can be assembled and in what form, that remains to be seen. But this conference is extremely timely because it emphasizes that if the United States does not come forward, we are going to be left out at a time in which our leadership was required, both for our own security and by allies who really want us to be a part of a specific situation, as well as those in the 12-member group who are not in the Pacific area, in South America and Canada and so forth, who really count upon that worldwide leadership. Those 12 nations, as you've all heard, encompass 40% of trade already, and that is very likely to grow much more toward 50 if we are successful, with all the consequent increases, at least in prosperity. I appreciate very much the timeliness of the conference, but the opportunity once again to emphasize the necessity of the United States from a strategic security standpoint to move ahead with the treaty, move ahead with the fast-track authority very quickly to expedite that, to do the very best job we can in bringing at least some solace to some farm groups in Japan and to automobile dealers and maybe some farmers also in the United States. This is a diplomatic task that lies ahead of us, but not an impossible one, given the dangerous world in which we live. I thank each one of you for your stewardship and your leadership. It is an honor to be a part of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Dr. Flournoy, yeah.
Great. Good morning, everybody. I just want to thank Senator Lugar for his very cogent and compelling strategic case for the Trans-Pacific Partnership, because TPP is not just a trade agreement. It's not just a trade issue. It is, as you described, sir, a strategic issue for the United States in Asia Pacific. There is no region that is more important to US security and prosperity in the next generation, even the next 50 years, than the Asia Pacific. This was the fundamental insight that really drove the policy of the pivot or the rebalance. And I apologize that you didn't hear about it till 2012 properly in terms of having administration officials come and brief you on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. But you know, the question that the president had asked at the time was, you know, as we draw down in Iraq, as we can see a conclusion to the war in Afghanistan in a proactive way, you know, where should the United States place its strategic focus? Where is that, you know, next major strategic opportunity? And all of the arrows pointed towards the Asia Pacific. The real challenge in Asia is how do you maintain and adapt a rules-based international order that is really supportive of our interests and values, those of our allies and partners. We architected the order that has defined interactions in Asia, that has laid the foundation of stability and tremendous economic prosperity. We have a great interest in seeing that rules-based international order sustained going forward. And yet, when you look at the actions of a rising China, Beijing seems determined to reshape that order through unilateral steps, such as to try to change the status quo, whether it's the ADIZ, whether it's the activities in the South China Sea, as was mentioned, the creation of new islands that didn't exist, the use of coercive measures to stake claims on disputed territories. And China is also moving forward to create competing institutions like the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank that operate on a different set of rules, rules that are going to be written by China, and rules that lack the kind of high standards that the US seeks in its trade deals, in its dealings with international financial institutions, and so forth. So in this context, TPP has really become the #1 symbol and metric of US continued commitment to and leadership in the region. Passing TPP, or concluding it and ratifying it, would send a powerful message of US staying power and engagement in the region, US leadership in economic as well as the security domain. And it would be a huge reassurance to our allies and our partners who are eager to have the United States stay engaged as the underwriter of those rules of the road. If there's no TPP, it's very important that we are realistic and clear-eyed about the detrimental consequences for US interests. As Senator Lugar said, this would be a tremendous blow to US leadership in the region at a time, frankly, when there are doubts about our staying power. It would engender a loss of confidence among our allies and our partners who want us to be fully engaged. And it would, I think, unfortunately, fuel the erroneous narrative of US decline. You know, I say erroneous because by any objective measure, the US is not in decline, but there is that narrative out there because of some of the dysfunction in Washington. If we can't see our way to doing the right thing when our strategic interests are at stake, that narrative will be further amplified. In addition, others, most notably China, will step into the breach. They will provide alternatives that either exclude the US or provide less favorable terms to US businesses, labor, and our other interests, whether it's lower labor standards, poor environmental standards, failure to protect intellectual property, failure to secure an open and free internet, and the list goes on. If it becomes, if that were to become, if an alternative set of rules were to become the model for the fastest growing region in the world, it would not only put US firms and workers at a significant disadvantage, it will result in American markets being carved up, in American firms being excluded from the supply chains, in decreasing our linkages to key allies, and overall, seeing our influence diminished. 80 years ago, Franklin Roosevelt asked the New Deal Congress for the first grant of trade negotiating authority. And when he asked for that, he said, quote, "The world does not stand still." We should remember that today. If there's no TPP, Asia will not stand still. It will move on without us. And that would mean a vast reduction in the US ability to benefit from trade with the most dynamic region of the world, which accounts for more than 40% of global GDP and a third of global trade. If we were to pass TPP, this, I believe, would be very beneficial for the US economy. It would continue to fuel our economic recovery. And I also believe it would help to restore the fiscal health, our fiscal health, and potentially set the conditions to reverse what I believe have been damaging cuts to our own defense spending. It's imperative that we have the wherewithal and the political will to invest in the military capabilities we are going to need in the future in a highly complex and volatile environment. And I believe this agreement would help to set us up to do that. It would also help the economies of our closest allies and partners, Japan, Australia, others, and enable them to contribute more to our collective security in the region. So there's really no step that's more important to sustaining the rebalance, to sustaining US engagement and leadership in this critical region than TPP. The stakes are very, very high. Let me just conclude by saying, for years, our strategic objectives have been supported by our economic and commercial connections in this region. Strong trade agreements preserve this support and would prevent a long-term shift in our economic influence, a shift away from the United States that would strengthen the hand of other players. If we want the US to remain a major economic and strategic force in the region, if we want US companies and exporters to be the leading commercial players, if we want regional initiatives that reflect US interest and values, if we want high standards, international dealings, international institutions, we have to keep the United States at the heart of what's happening in this region. And there's no better way to do that than supporting TPP. So let me stop there.
Thank you very much. Professor Ito.
Thank you. I'm an economist, as Adam introduced me, and probably Adam and I are only two economists in this big room. It's not often that I get invited to the security conference, and ever since I got an invitation from Sasakawa Peace Foundation that I was thinking about relationship between security and economy, an obvious connection. Then I remembered our old joke among the economists, and I don't know whether this goes well in among the security experts, but so Gorbachev was observing the military parade in the Red Square, and the rockets and tanks and so on. At the end, there was a band of black suits, tie, with briefcase, and he turned to the aide and, "Who are they?" And the aide said, "Oh, it is a brigade of the economists, sir, and we send them as economic advisor to enemy country, and they're very good at destroying the country." So that's a joke. And so, so obviously, economy gets stronger and bigger, then the country has a temptation to become more assertive. Country becomes weaker, then cannot afford to engage in the arms race. And that's I think, well established in the history. Now, if the country is big and imports from all other countries, then other countries are dependent on this big country. And this one big country can be sort of assertive or set a rule, and other countries cannot respond because they are afraid of losing the market, right? So this one big country used to be, for a long time, the US. I think EU tries to establish that status only halfway. And in Asia, China is rising to that status. And all other countries are afraid of losing the market in China so that they sort of accommodate what China does. I think that's the connection between the economy and security. The bilateral dependence is always good in promoting cooperation, and not one country dominates the other. I think the inside European countries, Eurozone, is built on that idea that mutual dependence will promote peace. Now TPP, right? So economists always endorse free trade. I think we unanimously, economists disagree all the time, but economists unanimously endorse that free trade is a good thing. And those international division of labor, or what we call comparative advantage, is a win-win situation. Now, WTO has been promoting those free trade in the multilateral framework, but now we are sort of pursuing those regional arrangements. But I think the TPP in the Asia Pacific and TTIP, the US and EU, and Japan is negotiating Japan, EU. If all those three regional arrangements are done successfully, then this is almost like WTO. It's a really building block for those multilateral relations. And I think the TPP is very important to be concluded first, so that other two big FTA will be concluded. Also, it is very important to have the so-called high standard FTA, that is tariffs to be as close as zero, and harmonizing regulations and lowering the non-tariff barrier. And we hope that the contents of TPP have those high standards, although we are not very much informed of the exact contents. Now, strategic meaning of the TPP has been emphasized by two previous speakers in the panel, is that it sets a high standard, it sets the region of very strong economies, and this will probably stand up to, in a sense, to Chinese big markets. So that this will promote, as I mentioned, the bilateral dependence, and that will lead to more peace in the region. Now, in Japan, there was argument that TPP may not be good, and Japan should go for the ASEAN +3 FTA. But I think that is a misguided argument. That I think Japan needs both TPP and ASEAN +3 later. And there was also misguided arguments that TPP is bad for WTO. That's not the case. Again, as I mentioned, it's a building block of WTO. Now, there is an argument in the U.S. Actually, some of my colleagues at Columbia are arguing that TPP is bad because TPP is to export U.S. vested interests, bad institutions. And I'm not going into the details, but I think that should be clarified and rebutted. But to rebut, it is very important to keep, again, the TPP as clean and high standard. And Japanese agricultural interests should be restrained, and U.S. Some of the vested interests of particular industries should be restrained. And we know that all other countries want the U.S. Congress to pass TPA first so that we can conclude TPP. So passing TPA without conditions would be very, very important. Now so I fully agree with the previous speakers that TPP has very strong strategic importance, both from economic interests and also security interests. Next, the AIB, which Senator Lugar touched upon, and this Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank idea was floated by China back in October 2013. Nobody paid too much attention to it because it was such a horrendous idea that China will have the headquarters and president and 50% of the voting share. Can't be international organization. Now, after that, then China modified the proposal and tried to get the participants. So they set the rule and they asked for the participation. And surprisingly, I would say, when they closed charter membership at the end of March this year, that more than 50 countries signed up. And the most surprising part was that the UK, Germany, France, and Italy signed up for this charter membership. And we thought that G7 had a united line that the G7 countries will wait and see how the institutions will be structured. Because there are so many problems with the ideas of this AIIB. And since we're running out of time, so I'm not going into the details, but like board membership, how the board will decide on the projects, how the board is set up, whether it's a resident board or a non-resident board, and conflict of interest issues in the environment. So if you're interested, please read my column, which will be published soon. And this will be a challenge to the international financial architecture, as alluded to by previous speakers. And I hope this will be dealt with in appropriate manner to and again, the U.S. here, the U.S. passing the IMF quota revision legislation will be very important because that has been used as an excuse by China to set up this AIIB. It's like an UNCLOS thing which was talked about in earlier sessions. And I hope the U.S. and Japan are united to demand the correct architecture of this new bank and try to influence on the contents of this AIIB. Thank you.
Thank you, Taka. I want to take advantage of this panel and pose a couple questions to the group, but let me just clarify going forward that I think, though Taka had to cut off on time, I think those of us in the economics part of the game of U.S.-Japan and broader U.S. foreign economic policy, the message we would like to get across to you reinforces the message given by Senator Lugar and Dr. Flournoy, which is there is a building perception of U.S. falling behind on leadership in the economic sphere. And this is very parallel to what Michelle said earlier about a self-fulfilling myth of decline, even though on the facts there's no decline. The U.S. Congress unwillingness to make the IMF reform, to make such a tantrum over AIIB and make it into something bigger than it was, to be paltry with aid and various other aspects, this is reinforcing this narrative that the U.S. is scared to act. And of course, the TPP part of it that was raised just takes that to a whole nother level. So from the economic side, we would reinforce that. So picking up on that, what I'd like to do is just sort of press each of our panelists for a moment on, you've made this case. I am hoping and presuming that Prime Minister Abe will make this case as part of his remarks to the Congress. What, in terms of selling individual U.S. Congresspeople, senators, or Diet members, do you want to say next? I mean, what is the piece of this you think you can drive home to them? I'm not asking you to pass out the good pork, okay? That's somebody else's job. But if you can make an appeal to a Rob Portman, who clearly is just running scared of re-election in Ohio and is selling out his principles, to be blunt, what do you say to somebody like that? Where do we go from here? Senator Lugar?
I think it's strictly a matter of patriotism. The fact that, as we've all stressed, the United States leadership is at stake. And the failure to be a part of this would be to fall by the wayside. With China leading with this new bank, or others really picking up the strains, while we continue to have our internal arguments over who is responsible for job loss and how other countries are unfair and so forth. This is really a critical moment in terms of peace and security in the world, because the United States is going to play a role in any event in the security of our allies. But this gives us a big opportunity to do something to reinforce the jobs and the economic betterment of our own country while we're playing that role, and to do so within the framework of TPP. And we didn't really get into all of the aspects that really respect human rights, respect fairness, and good judgment in business policy. These cannot be taken for granted in other treaties. And this is why our ideals, in addition to our leadership, would be reinforced.
Thank you. Michelle?
I think part of what needs to be done is we need to paint a very vivid picture of what failure to conclude TPP looks like in terms of the longer-term impacts on the U.S. standing in the region, our strategic interests in the region, and our own economy, given the interaction with Asia. And so really, drawing that picture in detail for people to help them see what's at stake at a strategic level. I also think we have to think about ways to provide political top cover for members, particularly Democrats, who may be under pressure from unions or from others, constituencies, who are, as I said, are under pressure, and yet who see the strategic case and want to do the right thing. I think one of the things that I think you can expect to see in the coming week or two is a series of open letters from former defense officials, former national security officials, making this case and trying to provide that political top cover for members who want to do the right thing but feel like they need, someone helping them make the case.
Taka, in Japan, similarly, you've got the agriculture tribe and the LDP. How do you get past that?
Well, I think Prime Minister Abe has been clear that he wants to reform the agricultural sector and make it stronger. So it's a domestic reform is top on his agenda, and that if he succeeds on that, that will help this TPP negotiation. And I think that has been the case. But again, I fully agree with Michelle that they need a political top cover. If Prime Minister Abe says, I will take responsibility and I sign this, but I will make the sector stronger by reform, then I think that will go through.
Let me now turn it around, perhaps more relevantly for this audience, but certainly of at least as much importance. If we go forward with TPP, we're looking, we have at the moment among the 12 countries, really sort of the key one in a sense is Vietnam as one that's rising and can benefit a lot. But we also have just on the cusp, Philippines and Indonesia that were in, got out, were about to come in. Mm-hmm. How do you see this playing out? I mean, is there aspects of this strategically that we should be pursuing? I mean, where do you see, both for good and for ill, our ability to pull along Indonesia and Philippines or others in Asia in this context? And maybe I could do it in reverse order and start with Taka.
I think it's very important to have this TPP open to those countries who want to join, who are to clear this high standard. But admittedly, those Indonesia and Philippines have a long way to go to the high standard. So possibly we could have the two-speed that first tier countries and those who come later, which are allowed to have 20 years instead of 10 years to achieve those high standards. So I think it should be more inclusive of those countries.
Strategically, Michelle, I mean, how does this play into the kind of Indonesia and Philippines experience the senator was talking about?
I agree that we want to have an open door for TPP, and I think part of our bilateral relationship can we be working with both countries to try to get them on a path to achieve, a higher be able to comply with a higher standards framework. It's a very nice parallel to the kind of capacity building work we want to be doing with them on the security side, where we're building common frameworks for monitoring the environment, for trying to create capabilities for them to defend their own sovereignty and interests and territory, and then also be able to contribute to collective defense when there are threats in the region. So there's a very nice parallel between sort of trying to get them on a path to be able to join a TPP-like framework while we're also working with them on the security side to build their capacity to contribute more to the security of the region.
Senator Lugar, if I could just follow up on that with you. In your career, you've seen other instances where the U.S. has reached out and integrated emerging, they didn't used to call them that, they called them developing countries, but emerging markets, and sort of pulled them along. Korea, in a sense, would be an example of that. I mean, do you see this as a model that can go forward, or are there things we need to think differently about in terms of those kinds of capacity building, integrating these future allies with us?
I think we're already on that path, and it's a logical path for us to pursue with countries that are cooperating with that, really want our help, so long as we do not appear to be domineering and so forth. I'd just like to add, however, one more membership thought, and that is China itself. Mm-hmm. The door will be open, and the importance of adopting TPP and then inviting China is that TPP does have the proper framework in terms of, at least we believe, the right way to conduct trade, the right way to treat people, and so forth. And the Chinese bank may not. And so China would be really entering our sphere at least, which we believe is the more elevated one, while we are busy helping other countries, such as the Philippines or Indonesia or others, come along. And we could finally have quite a good membership in TPP. I think that aspect hasn't been discussed. The list of the 12 is sometimes given, and many people are surprised to see who the 12 are, as a matter of fact.
No, but I think this is really important. In fact, you unsurprisingly anticipated my next question, which is potential for China joining. And in fact, to be fair to some pieces of the Chinese government, on the last year and a half on TPP, they've actually been careful to not be as confrontational about this as they have been on some other issues. But so let me pursue that a bit more and turn to Michelle first. A lot of selling TPP in U.S. and in Japan has at times taken on an anti-China feel. Now, there is a reasonable case, as you all have made, to say we want to make sure the leadership stays with the U.S. and its allies, that we want there to be an option for countries other than China. But that's not the same as some people say, and as the Chinese occasionally have in the past have tried to portray it, a strategy to encircle China. How do you think both U.S. and Japanese governments should go about navigating that sort of rhetoric or that sort of goal, that you want to be providing an alternative to China, but at least my impression is we don't want this to be a containment policy, but maybe I'm wrong.
Right. No, absolutely. I mean, I don't think the notion of containment applies to China, given our interests, given our economic interdependence, given a whole variety of factors. I think that in principle, TPP should be open to any country that is willing to implement the high standards of the framework. I think the door should remain open to all countries in the region, including China. I think we should be realistic about China's interest and ability to meet those standards anytime soon, but I think the door should be open. I also think, as a matter of sort of how we position this, I think if we were to close the door, it would just fuel Chinese efforts to come up with other alternatives based on other rules and so forth, and I think it would defeat part of the diplomatic purpose of what we're doing. So I think I don't know that we'll ever be successful in convincing Beijing that our policy is not one of containment. I spent a lot of time with my military counterparts showing them what containment of the Soviet Union looked like versus what our posture is today, trying to convince them. We may never convince them of that, even though it's true. But we should be clear with ourselves about what we are and are not doing. And it's not possible to contain China. It's not in our interest to contain China. That is not a good description of what we are doing. What we are trying to do is integrate China into a rules-based order that reflects these high standards and the interests and values that we share with our key allies and partners. And when they don't do that and try to create alternatives, we need to try to counterbalance those.
Taka, is there anything you want to add on that topic?
Yeah, well, exactly. I fully agree with what Michelle has just said. Adding with just one point that in the Cold War, it was two separate economies, right? But in this case, China is well integrated already into the economic parts, and we trade with China, and so it's almost impossible to contain, quote unquote, in the sense of Cold War. So mutual dependence and promoting peace is the only way we can go forward. In that sense, I think TPP should be open, and we go for the more mutually dependent economies, which will be good for the security too.
Thank you. Before I open up the floor, one last question, again, starting with Senator Lugar. Part of what I think President Obama has implied, and I certainly would say, is at the moment, if we are not successful in delivering TPP, we don't really have a good option B for the non-military outreach to the region. We don't have a big ticket program. I mean, obviously there are things, direct exchanges, commerce, and so on. Is that fair? Is that something we should be worried about if it is true?
Yes, we should be worried about it for some time. And Michelle would know a great deal about this from her work in the administration. A lot of congressional money for foreign aid, in quotes, has dried up. Various programs have gone by the wayside. And so as a result, although we do care a great deal, and when humanitarian crises come, we try to appropriate money rapidly to try to help people. But in terms of a systemic way of working with countries around the world to better their situations so they could deal better with us, we are lacking. And this really is a thrust forward that's very important. I'm glad we had the discussion about China, because China's rate of growth may be declining. That's not something for us to rejoice about. The rest of the world has prospered with a great deal of Chinese commerce coming and going. Now, the rules of the game need to be there so that people are not disadvantaged unfairly, but we need to try to keep all the ships rising.
Well, unless my colleagues want to add anything, let me open it up to the floor. We have just a few minutes left to stay on schedule. Please raise your hand, and if I call on you over there, a microphone, somebody just had their hand up. Microphone's coming your way. If you could identify yourself, please, before asking a question.
I'm Hiroki Takeuchi at Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas. My question is, starting with picking up one of the points that Dr. Ito mentioned but didn't mention much, that is the opposition from his colleague, Dr. Joseph Stiglitz, to the TPP. And so he and also Paul Krugman opposed TPP a lot. And then my understanding is they are very frustrated with the lack of social welfare network for the losers of the free trade. Standard way of managing the opposition and building the support for free trade is compensating losers by establishing social welfare policy for the losers of the free trade and globalization. But social welfare policy and education policy right now are very divisive issue in American domestic politics. What is the prospect right now for establishing the social security net for the losers of free trade, globalization, and TPP?
Maybe if Taka will allow me, I'll take that, since that's actually about U.S. response. So let's just start with the basic facts. In the spirit of what Senator Lugar said, there is a meanness in Congress, very much on the Republican side, but throughout the Congress, towards social welfare spending, and this shows up directly in trade adjustment assistance. So when trade adjustment assistance was passed in the late 70s, early 80s to get the Tokyo round through, it was, I believe, 10 times larger in real terms than what is currently on the table to accompany TPP today. And so just the miserliness and the hypocrisy of people on both sides of the aisle who say they're concerned about job loss and displacement to be unwilling even to support what is a very small but targeted program is stunning. And it would be nice if we call out members of Congress on that. Senator Wyden has put in some into the conference bill on TPA, but it's very small. But the second point is that the U.S., it is a strange thing, whether it's Joe Stiglitz or Paul Krugman or Richard Trumka for that matter, to suggest that because the U.S. fails to provide a social welfare state comparable to any other rich country in general, we should block trade. It's like the child who doesn't get what they want throws a tantrum and refuses to take out the garbage. You know, this is the failings, as we're seeing right now in Baltimore and elsewhere in this country, of economic security are 95% about domestic failures and lack of domestic will. And the left seems to keep wanting to take trade hostage. And as Barney Frank said at a speech at our institute 2 years ago, that strategy has failed. And it has costs in the strategic sense and the economic sense. So Joe Stiglitz is just fundamentally wrong. And if you, on this issue, and if you go back to Paul Krugman's remarks at the National Association of Business Economists in March on TPP, he actually, I still think he gets stuff wrong, but he actually admits it's not really going to harm anybody in the US. So I think it's going to benefit people, but anyway, he's at least admitting it's not going to harm. So you're on a very important point, but it's crazy that in the US, the only time we get worried about social welfare benefits is when trade's at stake. It's just strange. Another question, and then we'll call it time. Please, over there, and preferably one that the colleagues can answer.
Hello, my name is Grace Clegg, and I'm at the East-West Center. I have a question for Ito-sensei. I have a quote here. You said that you believe that the TPP can stand up to the Chinese markets. And I was wondering if I could tease out a little bit what you meant by that. Are you inferring that the TPP bloc would be an alternative market for trade, or rather that by setting these rules of the road, it will induce the Chinese markets to try to live up to the same standards if they want to trade with those who are members?
And just to warn everybody, that will be the last question to keep on schedule. So Taka,
Okay.
you get the last word.
So I meant that both ways, that if the TPP has a market, size of the markets is bigger with US and Japan combined, and with playing with the same rule, then I think that will present the Chinese to honor those large market rules when they export and import, and that would be a sort of the counterbalance to the Chinese argument that they have the rule in China that should be observed by all the foreign investors in China, and so the volume will make that high standard to stick. That's what I meant.
Terrific. Thank you for that clear and concise response. Please join me in thanking Professor Takatoshi Ito, the Honorable Michelle Flournoy, and of course, Senator Richard Lugar.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Great to be with you.
Thank you. Nice job.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to transition to a lunch break. When you go out into the foyer, you will find a series of box lunches, which are much nicer than that sounds. There is a choice of chicken, beef, and a vegetarian option also. We'll be reconvening in about 20 minutes. So feel free to bring your lunch with you and enjoy it while we transition to our next speaker. Also, if you are leaving, please do not take your translation equipment with you. Either leave it on your seat or place it in the box provided at the exit. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please make your way to your seats? Again, we have a very ambitious and energetic program today, so your cooperation is appreciated. Let me please remind you, if you haven't done so already, to either turn your cell phone off or put it in vibrate mode so that you don't disturb the speakers or the other members of the audience. Thank you. I'll make another administrative announcement, if I may. When you came in, you should have found on your seats a translation device. If you leave here today, early or even at the end of the program, please either leave it on your seat or place it in the box provided on the way out. They're rather expensive, and we'd appreciate having them back. That's correct, Nora. You might need to be a bit aggressive with that. Ushers, if you haven't already, let's start pushing people into the auditorium, please. Thank you. Where's Admiral Blair's location? Okay, thank you. Just let him know that most people are sat down, ready. It is not the case. I say again, it's not the case. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd ask you to find your seats, please. Those stragglers coming in. Our speakers will be here momentarily. Just remind you once more, for those who are outside the room, please check your cell phone, make sure that it's either off or in vibrate mode so that you don't disturb the speakers or your other audience members. And without further ado, I'll turn things over to Admiral Blair.
Okay. I told Secretary Cohen that I just could not pass up the chance of introducing the official who gave me the great honor and privilege of serving as Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Command back in 1999. So this is the host privilege, but that was really probably the least important thing that Secretary Cohen did for East Asia. He was a very strong steward of American policy in that region, laying down a foundation of relationships with all of the countries there, big and small. China, Japan, the smaller countries paid a great deal of attention to it. And since he has left official service, he has continued that interest and that involvement in a major way. If you ever went to see Secretary Cohen go to an airport, then you will meet him on his way to Japan, to Taiwan, to China, to many other places. So there couldn't be a better person who has seen the East Asia region, both from the official and very responsible position and from the private sector. He will be introducing our speaker this session and then leading the conversation with her. And without further ado, Secretary Cohen, over to you, sir.
Admiral, thank you very much. I might say a word in response to your generous comments. The first time I met Admiral Blair, we were having a conversation about international law. And having been at least trained as a lawyer many, many years ago, I thought I knew it pretty well. And I was about to say that we need to respond. No, we need to retaliate. And he said, not so gently, Mr. Secretary, under international law, we don't retaliate. We might respond, but we don't retaliate. Well, that was my first introduction to Admiral Blair. And notwithstanding that, I decided to remove him and save his life from the Joint Staff and recommend that he be appointed the then Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Forces, as such, PACCOM. And I did that for several reasons. Number one, because of his brilliance. And we like to have brilliant people running our military. But number two, the fact that he was willing to speak up to me as Secretary of Defense, first time he ever met me, and didn't hesitate and hold back. And those are the kinds of people that you really want to have working for you, that will bring and speak truth to power when it's necessary. Not too often, but on occasion. So with that, let me say good afternoon. And as all of you know, this marks the 70th anniversary, the end of World War II, and depending on how you count, the 25th anniversary at the end of the Cold War. And we've seen tremendous change and opportunity in the Asia-Pacific region, and it's been marked by great stability, growth and prosperity, expansion of representative and accountable governance. And the U.S.-Japan alliance has not only been the cornerstone and the anchor of this relationship, but it's been responsible for all of the things I just mentioned: peace, stability, prosperity. It's been this relationship responsible for that. And in the years following the end of the Cold War, the United States and Japan, we crafted an alliance to meet the needs of a new geopolitical situation, in part through the defense guidelines that give some substance to the architecture of the agreement. And then with the passage of the additional 18 years, the world has continued to change, and so the alliance has changed as well, and as has our overall bilateral relationship. And Prime Minister Abe, although I didn't hear his speech this morning, Admiral Blair was kind enough to give me a summary of what he said to the joint session of Congress. But he's talked before about the U.S.-Japan joint vision. how it's going to guide our relationship and growth for a global partnership. And to help set the tone for Prime Minister Abe's speech, who's going to be speaking to us later this afternoon, discussing Japan's global role within this global partnership, which is now described at this afternoon's session as America's security strategy in the Asia-Pacific. We are really fortunate today to have with us Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, Christine Wormuth. She is a leading architect of America's national security strategy and defense policy and has been during the first and second Obama administrations. And I was delighted to have the good fortune to know Secretary Wormuth, I guess almost 2 decades.
Long time ago.
Long time ago. But she was a baby then. She was a rising star. During my tenure at the Pentagon, she was seen as a rising star, and her star has continued to soar even higher, as has her contribution to our national security policy. It was during the first term of the Obama administration that Undersecretary Wormuth, she served as Special Assistant to the President and Senior Director for Defense Policy and Strategy on the NSC staff. She played a central role in developing President Obama's rebalance toward Asia-Pacific region. And then prior to becoming the Undersecretary, she served as Deputy Undersecretary for Strategy, Plans, and Force Development, and she was leading the drafting of the Department's 2014 QDR, the Quadrennial Defense Review, which is the principal document that really tries to provide a roadmap for future U.S. defense strategy and how we square that all and with our resources, available resources, I should say. And in the midst of that, somehow she's managed to also be in the private sector and raise a family. So, Christine, it's a privilege to introduce you today and to have you offer a few remarks about this new policy with Japan. And then you and I will have a short conversation after that. But welcome to the podium.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Secretary Cohen, for that very kind introduction. I'm very humbled and a little bit skeptical that Secretary Cohen even remembers me when I worked for him. But it was a great privilege. He was the second Secretary of Defense for whom I've worked. I think I'm now on number 7 with Secretary Carter. But it was a pleasure to work with Secretary Cohen those years ago. And even back then, his deep interest in and knowledge of Asia was very, very evident. And as Admiral Blair said, you know, subsequent to leaving government officially, Secretary Cohen has certainly remained very involved and is really one of the senior statesmen for the United States, I would argue, in terms of our relationships with Asia and the entire Asia-Pacific region. So very much privileged to be here with you today and to be able to talk to this great forum. It's terrific to look out and see all of the friends and colleagues from our think tank community, academic community. I know there are many representatives from business here and of course from Japan and elsewhere. So it's terrific in the middle of such an auspicious week to be able to come and talk with you all a little bit about the administration's rebalance policy. We're obviously tremendously pleased to be able to welcome Prime Minister Abe to Washington. As all of you know, we kicked off the week with, I think, a very productive 2+2 meeting up in New York. Secretary Carter was there with Secretary Kerry. We were able to sign the defense guidelines there. There were very productive meetings, as I understand, at the White House yesterday with the president. I know Minister Nakatani was seeing Secretary Carter yesterday afternoon. That was a follow-up to just a terrific set of meetings that Secretary Carter had with his counterpart in Japan a couple weeks ago. I think they very much hit it off. And so it's really just been, I think, a great week for U.S.-Japan relations. And it's been a good opportunity to highlight this alliance, which is so important and really stronger than it ever has been before. As many people, I think, have probably said today, this is obviously, this year is the 70th anniversary of the end of World War II. As I was thinking about that, my maternal grandfather, my mom's dad, was actually a veteran of World War II. He packed parachutes for our pilots who were flying in the Pacific Theater. And as a kid, I don't remember him talking about it very much, but I know it was obviously a central experience in his life. And the anniversary is an opportunity to commemorate the service and sacrifice of folks like my grandfather who helped bring an end to the war. But it's also, I think, a very positive opportunity to reflect on everything that's happened in the 70 years since, how much progress has been achieved by Japan in those years, but also really how much has been accomplished throughout the entire Asia-Pacific region. And looking at that, I would say the United States has played a very key role in ensuring the stability that's been needed for that progress. You know, we've seen Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, countries in Southwest Asia, and now, of course, China and India really rising and prospering in those decades. Millions of Asians have been lifted into the middle class. The region has been really relatively free of state-on-state conflict, and democracy has very much taken hold. And coming a little bit closer into the more recent past, you know, we've obviously in the United States spent many of the last several years very focused on the Middle East. But part of the importance of the rebalance to Asia really is about making sure that the stability and security that we've had for so many decades can continue in the future, so that that progress that we've seen can also continue. And I wanted to just talk a little bit about why the rebalance is so important for the United States, and also sort of where we are in the rebalance process as we go into what some have called kind of the fourth quarter of the Obama administration. Security and prosperity go together, I think, very much. You know, you need one to have the other. And for the last 7 decades, the U.S. has very much supported an international system based on international law. We've tried to help spread security, obviously, well beyond our shores. And our military, in particular, has underwritten that system in very significant ways by ensuring freedom of navigation and freedom of commerce. And nowhere really has that been more the case than in Asia, where freedom of commerce and enterprise has really transformed the region into a global driver of economic growth. When you look at the economies in Asia, most of them are growing, and as the world becomes increasingly more interconnected, the United States has a very deep and direct stake in that continuing prosperity. 5 years ago, the United States and Europe accounted for about 50% of the global middle class consumption, and Asia accounted for only about 20%. If you look 5 years ahead, the trend lines predict that the US and European share of global consumption will shrink to about 30%, while Asia's will rise to about 40%. And that trend is going to continue as Asia's very large middle class grows to about 2.7 billion consumers in the next 15 years. And it's trends like that that are a big part of why new trade agreements like the Trans-Pacific Partnership and the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership are so important. And I know that there have been discussions earlier today in depth about the TPP and its connection to security. But really, deeper trade relationships are not just about the economy, they also serve our broader strategic interests. Prosperity isn't just important for us and our own economy, but it also because it enables our allies and partners to spend more of their own resources on security. And I think Japan is very much an exemplar in this regard. Japan is currently the second largest contributor to the United Nations budget among all of the member states. Japan joined the very critical effort this summer in West Africa to combat Ebola. Japan provided over $173 million in financial assistance, as well as medical expertise and equipment. And that was really a crisis. I was at a meeting somewhere the other day, and people were reminding themselves that prior to our very significant intervention led by the United States last summer, the predictions for the number of deaths from Ebola were really projected to be over 1 million. And because of the effort that we spearheaded with tremendous support from the international community, happily the fatalities were much lower, and we really now have our arms around, I think, in a much more significant way, the outbreak and are driving that infection curve down close to zero. And getting back to Japan's efforts in terms of security, just this weekend with the terrible earthquake in Nepal, Japan has already sent a disaster search and rescue team and has also offered emergency supplies like tents and medical, again, equipment. Japan is also with us in the fight against ISIL and is part of the over 60-nation coalition to combat ISIL. And Japan in particular has provided $200 million in humanitarian assistance to try to help with the instability there. And I think when you look at so much of the world's population living in Asia with so many strong and growing economies in the region, with so many of the countries there having shared interests with us and shared challenges, there are many reasons why the rebalance is really a fundamental part of our foreign policy approach. With 2 years left in this administration, we're really at a critical stage, I think, in terms of our approach to Asia. The security equilibrium in the region is being tested by an increasingly confident and capable China. We're also facing a very combustible situation on the Korean Peninsula, something that we in the Department of Defense monitor very, very closely. And then, of course, there's unpredictable challenges that crop up, like natural disasters that sadly we've seen a number of in recent weeks, but also cyber attacks on our networks, on infrastructure, and then also the threat of violent extremists who are reaching out to try to connect to ISIL and ISIL affiliates in the region. So the work that we undertake in the next 2 years focused on the rebalance collectively as a government, but also as a broader policy community and as a set of international allies and partners really is going to set the stage, I think, for the next few decades in what is clearly a critical region. Turning to sort of what we've been doing in the rebalance and where we are right now and what we're thinking about for the next 2 years, I see a handful of key lines of effort for us at the Department of Defense. First, we're very focused on strengthening our alliances and partnerships, which I think is a core strength that the United States has in the region. We're also updating our posture and presence in the region in some new and innovative ways. And then finally, we're very focused on investing in our capabilities, our technology capabilities, for example, but also our concepts, our operational concepts, and our contingency planning, which are all important pieces to support the platforms and munitions that we have. So turning to alliances and partnerships, while China has occasionally made the argument that our alliances are remnants of World War II and indicative of a Cold War mentality, I think our view is that while our alliances do have their roots in the World War II experience, they reflect the hard-won lessons that we learned there, lessons like like-minded nations needing to work together to protect global security and peace, hard lessons like learning to partner with our allies, and in so doing we can improve not just the world for ourselves in the United States, but also for the entire international community. Those alliances grew out of the World War II experience, but they are not by any means relics of the Cold War. They're very much about today and tomorrow and where we need to be going. And looking at where we are now and looking towards the future, as this audience knows very well, just on Monday, the United States and Japan signed a historic update to the defense guidelines. And I know you had a panel earlier today that talked about that in some detail, so I won't belabor it. But we believe that this new document will truly be significant in terms of what it means for the missions and capabilities of our alliance and what it can bring to the region, but also beyond, because as you all talked about, there aren't geographic limitations to the new set of guidelines as there have been in previous versions of the document. So that's a very significant step forward. Obviously, the hard part comes now in terms of implementing the guidelines and making sure that both we and Japan make the most of the advances that we've put down conceptually on paper. But we're confident that we're going to be doing that. Turning to South Korea, we're obviously working very closely with South Korea to make sure that we have the right kinds of capabilities to confront, as I said, a dangerous and evolving threat on the peninsula. And going farther, looking at Australia and the Philippines, last year we signed very important force posture agreements with both of those countries, and we think that's going to open really exciting new chapters with both of those alliance partners. I just got back actually a couple weeks ago from Australia and Singapore, and while I was in Australia, I was able to talk firsthand with about 20 Marine officers who were there as the leadership cadre of a much bigger 6-month deployment of over 1,000 Marines. And those Marines are going to be able to not just train and exercise with the Australian military, but also are going to be able to work a lot with other militaries in the region, which will be very beneficial. And we're not just looking at sort of our traditional bilateral engagements with allies, the sort of hub and spoke model that we've had for a long time. We're also looking at how can we network those alliances together and really build on some of the momentum we've seen behind some of the trilateral cooperation we've seen in the last couple of years. So for example, there we're trying to work with Japan and Australia to develop a set of cutting-edge new exercises. And we're also looking potentially at trilateral defense technology development, which would very much be a game changer for our alliances with those two countries. And then, as probably has been mentioned here earlier, together with South Korea and Japan, we've signed a first-of-kind trilateral information sharing arrangement. And in doing that, it will very much enable us to have real-time information sharing on North Korean nuclear and missile capabilities, and we'll be able to exchange that information much more freely among the three countries. Our friendships in the region extend beyond just our alliance countries as well to a whole bunch of new partnerships, and we're making a very deliberate strategic investment there in South and Southeast Asia. In Southeast Asia, we're building closer relationships with Vietnam, with Malaysia, and Singapore, each of whom are taking on serious new roles in terms of important issues like counterterrorism, maritime security, and peacekeeping. And the importance of Southeast Asia, I think, for us is underscored by the fact that every Secretary of Defense in the Obama administration has gone to the Shangri-La dialogue. And Secretary Carter will continue that trend when he goes to the Shangri-La dialogue in a couple of weeks in May. And he's very much looking forward to that, and I can tell you by the amount of staff activity, I think it's going to be a very fruitful conversation with his counterparts there. We're also working on strengthening our defense relationship with ASEAN. You know, we had a U.S.-ASEAN Defense Forum last year. We're looking forward to continuing to build on that. And we are placing a lot of focus in the next 2 years on the central role that we think ASEAN can play. And we want to work closely with ASEAN as it works in the many different issue areas that the member countries are working on. And finally, in the vein of alliances and partnerships, many folks in the broader policy community have been talking not just about the Asia-Pacific, but also the Indo-Pacific. And in that vein, the U.S.-India relationship is really one of the most dynamic and exciting partnerships we have, especially under the new leadership of Prime Minister Modi. In January, when President Obama went out for Republic Day, we finalized a historic 10-year bilateral defense framework that's going to open up new opportunities in a number of areas. We also have been working on developing new co-production and co-development projects under the umbrella of the Defense Technology and Trade Initiative. We have a handful of very specific projects that we've gotten pretty far down the road on with India, and we're also looking forward to exploring some other areas, perhaps in the area of aircraft carrier cooperation. So we think there's a lot of potential there. So when we look at the relationships that we have with allies and partners in the region, they're really central to our ability to continue to try to enable stability in the region. And we're very energized by the steps we've taken in the last couple of years and think there's a lot more productive work that can be done. Another important part, though, of the rebalance is adapting our defense posture in the region to be geographically distributed, operationally resilient, and politically sustainable. And to give you some examples of how we're trying to do that, one very concrete example, no pun intended, is the construction that we have underway in the Asia-Pacific. In Japan, Korea, and Guam, we're in the middle of 4 of the largest military construction projects since the end of the Cold War. And I think it's also worth mentioning that Japan and Korea are very much paying their fair share of that construction, which is incredibly helpful and very helpful to us as we talk to Congress to maintain support for those MILCON projects. We're also trying to be smarter about how we manage our personnel and platforms in the region. This gets to a lot of the political sustainability point. We're shifting some of our Marines from their concentrated presence on Okinawa to Australia, Hawaii, and Guam, as well as mainland Japan. And we think that will, again, allow us to continue our presence there in a more sustainable way. The new agreements that we signed with Australia and the Philippines that I mentioned, they are again enabling us to rotate forces into the region in ways that we haven't been able to do before. And those forces are going to be able to train, exercise, and operate together with a whole variety of militaries in the region. And some of that will be facilitated by the littoral combat ships, for example, in Singapore. But we're looking at creative ways to get the most out of those rotational deployments. And in June, the Army is actually going to be rotating in a brigade combat team for the first rotation to Korea. And doing this, having a rotational deployment of the brigade combat team will actually make sure that we're bringing in forces at a higher level of readiness than we've been doing previously, which will be critical given the security environment on the peninsula. The last major line of the rebalance that's really important for us at Defense is ensuring that we continue to invest in future capabilities that are going to be relevant to the operational challenges we see in the Asia-Pacific theater. These include a lot of high-end capabilities like the new long-range stealth bomber and a new long-range anti-ship cruise missile, just to name two. And also, frankly, kind of less sexy things, but very important things like investing in rapid runway repair capabilities, which are key to, again, that operationally resilient posture that we need to be able to have in the region. We're also working on new weapons, for example, like the railgun, which uses electromagnetic forces rather than high explosives to fire rounds at a much higher speed, at lower cost, and with greater effectiveness than some other platforms we've used in the past. And as Secretary Carter and Deputy Secretary Work have both noted, we're also developing new capabilities for space, electronic warfare, and some other advanced capabilities, including some surprising new capabilities. So as we've gotten a few years into the rebalance, coming from the Defense Strategic Guidance in 2012 and President Obama's speech in Australia, we're now actually fielding some of those key capabilities that we've been developing over the last 10 years and are bringing them into theater. We've sent the latest Virginia-class submarine, for example, and the Navy's P-8 surveillance aircraft. We're deploying our most advanced fighters to the region, like the F-22 and the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter, as well as our long-range B-2 and B-52 bombers. And given the region's growing missile threat, we're also forward deploying 2 additional Aegis missile defense-equipped ships. We're also finding new ways to try to use the existing weapon systems that we have more effectively. For example, we've adapted the Tomahawk missile, best known for use against fixed land-based targets when we were in the first Gulf War. We've adapted that so it can be used against moving targets in a maritime environment, which is obviously critical when you're thinking about the Asia-Pacific. And finally, we're not just focused on things, on technology, weapons, platforms, and munitions. We're also digging deep to try to rethink our operational concepts and make sure that our contingency plans really reflect creative thinking, that they reflect a sober understanding of the operational challenges we face in the Asia-Pacific theater, among other things, the incredible distances that we're facing for projecting power, and also a realistic perspective on available resources and timelines, which is not something, frankly, that our war plans have always done particularly well. When we step back from all of the specifics and step back from the lines of effort, I am frequently, whether I'm testifying in front of Congress or talking to groups like this, I'm frequently asked, isn't the rebalance really about containing China? And I think it's important to note, as President Obama said a couple of weeks ago, actually when he was in Jamaica of all places, we should welcome the peaceful rise of China. We have a lot more to gain from a healthy, outward-looking China than we do from a weaker China that is preoccupied with internal security concerns. We're not allies with China, but we don't have to be adversaries. A strong and constructive U.S.-China relationship is really essential for global prosperity and security. But our relationship is complex, obviously, as we try to work through how to cooperate and how we manage some of the differences that we have. There are opportunities, I think, to improve understanding and to reduce risk with China. And that's one of the reasons why President Obama and President Xi announced 2 historic confidence-building measures just this past fall. And my team at the Defense Department, which was led by Ambassador Scheer, who I think spoke to this audience earlier, they really played a key role in developing those confidence building measures with the Chinese. And I think one of the most important things about that is that it was really as much of the value of those confidence building measures was as much about the process of discussing the issues with the Chinese as it was about the actual substance of the agreement. But we're actually working with the Chinese now to complete another measure this year that will try to prevent dangerous air-to-air encounters. So we're building on the two mechanisms that we've already come to agreement on and are working on a third. And I think there are other areas where we can probably also build similar types of confidence-building measures. But even as we work, obviously, on building transparency between the United States and China, China does continue to undertake activities that leave its neighbors and us concerned about its true intentions in the region. And I think this is illustrated by, for example, its relatively opaque but growing defense budget, China's actions in cyberspace, and also, of course, its behavior in the East and South China Seas. We're concerned about those kinds of behaviors because it appears that China is not always interested in abiding by international norms and rules. And I think, in particular, China's land reclamation activities are particularly concerning to us because they are providing China the ability to upgrade its military presence in the South China Sea. And if China continues to militarize its outposts, other claimants, and there are many claimants, obviously, many disputes in that area, who may follow suit, which in turn can increase the potential for a miscalculation or crisis in the region. We're very concerned about that. We've been talking to China about it very directly. We've been urging China to refrain from activities in disputed waters that could complicate that situation. And in fact, several years ago, China and ASEAN concluded an agreement that specifically said the parties would not undertake activities that were escalating. And I think it's precisely that kind of, the activity right now we believe does have the potential to escalate the situation and to further kind of muddy the waters of the disputes. We've also encouraged China to help create transparency by clarifying the nature of the 9-line claim, for example, which we think would help build trust with its neighbors. But even as we seek to manage these differences, we are continuing to work to find and expand areas where we can cooperate, where our interests do overlap. And opportunities like the strategic and economic dialogue coming up this summer, as well as President Xi Jinping's visit in September, will provide opportunities to identify those areas, to showcase the maturity and strength of the relationship, as well as the complexity of our relationship. So I think with all of that, it's clear we're at a critical point when we look at the Asia region. The security environment's very dynamic, in many ways very challenging, but at the same time, our alliances and partnerships have never been stronger. And again, the activities here in Washington this week, I think, very much underscore that. We're fortunate to have the opportunity of Prime Minister Abe's visit to remind us of all of the dimensions of our relationships with the countries in Asia. There are historical dimensions, the worst of times, but also the best of times. We have cultural dimensions with those countries, to include my favorite aspect of culture, which is food. There are economic and trade dimensions, science and technology dimensions. Yesterday at the lunch at the State Department, Vice President Biden noted the incredible technological feat of Japan's latest high-speed train. And of course, there are the diplomatic and security dimensions of those relationships. Secretary Carter is very focused on making the most of those relationships, making the most of the next 2 years, and doing as much as he can to advance the rebalance agenda, recognizing that what we're doing in the Department of Defense is just one piece of the broader rebalance to Asia Pacific. I hope that gave you a sense of how we see the rebalance from the Department of Defense. Again, very much appreciate the opportunity to talk with you all, and looking forward to the conversation with Secretary Cohen and all of you.
As I suspected, you're going to leave very little for me to pose questions to you. But let me try and be a little bit of a devil's advocate here. As I understand it, this rebalancing, it used to be called pivot, but the rebalancing includes having some Marines deployed on a rotational basis, at least initially in Darwin, in Australia, running littoral combat ships through Singapore, 4 approximately, rebuilding our relationship with the Philippines, making it stronger, strengthening our relationship with Japan in terms of the new defense guidelines, really strengthening our relationship with India, and taking together all of this seems, at least to the Chinese, to say, wait a minute, you really are trying to contain us. So what is the message that you give to the Chinese at this point, saying this really is simply an effort to strengthen the relationships between democracies in the region and to make sure any power, any rising power, uses that in a way that's peaceful and according to international norms? How do you persuade the Chinese from your position that our interests really are benign in terms of toward them and not seen as an encirclement and an attempt to contain what they feel is their rightful place in history?
That's a great question, and I think we have this conversation with the Chinese all the time, and I think I tried to lay it out in my remarks. I mean, I think fundamentally one of the biggest reasons for the rebalance from the United States point of view is to try to continue, if you will, to keep the foundation of stability so that we can enable the economic prosperity to continue, which benefits China, which benefits other countries in the region, and which benefits the United States. So it's security in the service of economic prosperity, which benefits all in the region. And I think that's so. I would try to frame it, and we do try to frame it to the Chinese as, here is the very self-interested but positive and non-containing reason why the United States is focused on this. And again, our relationships with countries in the region we've had for many, many, many years, and they have benefits for both the United States and countries in the region. But they are fundamentally about trying to continue to support the system of international norms, international rules that are sort of grounded in the international law, which benefits all participants to the process and to the system. So I think but clearly the Chinese don't always see it that way. And I think part of what we have to do is just continue to be transparent with them, continue to be direct with them, continue to find the areas where we can cooperate, but be also very clear with them about the areas where we have disagreements. And I think some of perhaps convincing them ultimately will be about persistence and being consistent over time in how we talk about what we're trying to do.
Is our policy reactive? In other words, we don't have a long-range game plan that we're implementing regardless of what they do, but rather it's in response to what they do. If they're putting S-400s that they're acquiring from the Russians in China, if they are continuing to build these new islands that can be used for platforms for takeoff and landings and naval operations. And then we respond to that. So it's one of those, if you go this way, we are matching it. So we're kind of going up the scale depending upon what they do. Or do we have a game plan that this is what we intend to do regardless of what the Chinese have in mind?
Mm-hmm. We have a game plan, and the game plan, again, is I think to try to continue to have the kind of stability we've had in the region that's been so beneficial for everyone in the region. And part of why that stability has been successful is that people have generally behaved in accordance to the international norms and rules. So I think our end game is to want to continue to facilitate a environment where if people are acting in a way that's consistent with the international system, it's beneficial. I think we certainly have no desire to get into an arms race or to facilitate a broader arms race in the region. That's a cost-imposing strategy that certainly doesn't benefit the United States. I think within that game plan of wanting to try to continue to have stability in the region, there may be specific activities that we are going to react to, again, to try to reassure allies and partners in the region, and to again make sure that there's a credible deterrent posture. So I certainly think we'll want to make adjustments as we go, but we do have a game plan. And again, it's, I think, to continue a system that's been very beneficial for decades.
There's an expression that's been used that says that amateurs study policy, strategic policy.
And experts study logistics.
Budgets. So let's talk about the budget. As we talk about this rebalancing, let's look at what you're working with, or what the administration is working with in order to reassure all of our allies. And I say this in the context because Admiral Blair was able to give me very quickly a summary of Prime Minister Abe's speech. But I noticed in the long version, I just started quickly, he said he was very impressed with Carole King. Carole King's song, "When You're Down and Weary, Down and Out, You've Got a Friend, I'll Be There." And I'm kind of messing the lyrics up. But he's saying that the United States will be there. Basically, that has been his notion. But there are a lot of folks in the region who look at our budgets and say, wait a minute, we're not so sure you're going to be there. And we've seen what is taking place in the Middle East and areas where you seem to be disengaging. And this all sounds good. But what are you doing really to make sure that everybody understands that we are going to be there? We're going to be their friend that they can count on? Or is there some remnant of skepticism that the United States is kind of coming back home, that we're dealing with our own nation building at home, as some like to call it, that we've got a deteriorating infrastructure? We talked about the wonderful trains they have in Japan. We don't have them, et cetera. So how do we send the signal when you look at the budgets that this rebalancing is a reality?
Mm-hmm. Great question, and I think something that I hear often when talking to audiences about this issue. First, I think the proof is in the pudding. You know, even as let me see if I can get the numbers right on this. We have taken out, when you look at what the Department of Defense planned to have in its budget going back to 2012, we have actually had to take out $700 billion out of our defense plan. Meaning, again, what we thought we were going to have to spend, both as part of our own internal effort to get our fiscal house in order, but also because of the Budget Control Act and the variety of, the budget to and fro we've had with Congress. But even as we have navigated the process of managing the Department of Defense budget, we have preserved the resources to make sure that we could do all of the things that I was just walking through. F-22s, F-35s to the region, the 4 littoral combat ships in Singapore by 2017. We're investing in things like the Virginia Payload Module, which will allow us to have greater capacity on our attack submarines. We are making sure that we have the resources to send the Marines to Darwin to do the dispersal posture that we need to have. We have made it a priority, even as we have managed greater scarcity, certainly, than the department was used to in the last decade. And we have made it a priority to fund the rebalance. Because, again, I think, the logic behind why do the rebalance is about our prosperity and our security. So this is something where we have a self-interest, and because of that, we have made it a priority to protect those resources. But clearly, with all of the talk of budget cuts and sequestration, it's not surprising to me that countries in the region wonder, will we be there? But again, I would say, look at our record. And even when sequestration was actually in effect in 2013, and we did have to go in and open up the budget and pull things out of it, in real time, actually, Secretary Carter, who was then the Deputy Secretary, led the process to do that, and he again made sure that we protected to the greatest degree possible things that we thought supported the rebalance. So we had to cancel exercises that year. We did not cancel exercises in Asia because they were so important. So I think we are very much able to walk and chew gum, even as we deal with crises in the Middle East, and certainly there's no shortage of those. That said, if sequestration comes back, we will have challenges. And this is part of what we've tried to underscore, particularly when we talk to Congress, is there will be real consequences if we do not find a solution to sequestration, because then we will have to go in and look at how do we make ends meet. And we don't want to do that. It's not in the interests of US security. So that is, the very reason why it's just essential that the executive branch and Congress find a way to solve sequestration once and for all and give us some budget stability.
You mentioned rail guns, lasers, other new technologies. Anything in the works of unmanned systems, either both air and naval?
Mm-hmm. Certainly can't say a whole lot about that in this audience, in this kind of a forum, but yes, we are very much, I think, of the view that unmanned platforms are a significant part of what we need to have in the future. And we are looking at, there's obviously the department is looking at an unmanned aerial system to come off of aircraft carriers. That is something that we've been looking at very carefully in terms of what are the precise requirements that we need, but there's certainly a recognition that we need that some kind of a system, and that would be applicable, I think, very much to Asia Pacific. And one of the areas where we have a very strong comparative advantage is in undersea warfare. We continue to have that advantage. And again, I think unmanned underwater vehicles is going to be a part of that capability set as well.
And you talked about the kind of trilateral cooperation now between the United States, Japan, and Australia. Is there any challenge involved in terms of making sure the release of information in terms of end-use protection of classified information, SISMOA and other things? Is that a challenge now on a trilateral basis with U.S. technology going into these new platforms or Japanese technology coming into U.S.?
Mm-hmm. It's certainly not going to be an insurmountable challenge. I think, when it comes to our technology and our technology security, we're always going to look at it very, very closely. But the fact that we've signed the trilateral information sharing agreement, for example, with Japan and Korea, I think is a sign of the increased confidence we have in terms of doing information sharing. And when we look to Australia and some of the work we'd like to do with them, and perhaps, they're looking at a submarine acquisition and trying to sort through where that's going to land, I think there are going to be ways that we're going to be able to make that work.
In the past, we have argued to the Russians that a potential nuclear-armed Iran is as great a threat to them as it is to us or to the region. And they have been at least cooperative in trying to, and imposing sanctions to try and dissuade Iran from going that direction. Question comes up in terms of whether or not the Chinese have been as concerned with North Korea's development of nuclear weapons as they need to be. For example, they've suggested we may have exaggerated North Korea's capability, and yet just, I think, last week, there's a report coming from the Chinese that we've underestimated what North Korea has. They may have as many as 20 nuclear weapons at this point, with a capacity to develop as many as 8 to 10 a year. And so the question becomes, we've always assumed that China would have more control or more influence over North Korea than anyone else. But now it appears maybe the North Koreans are having more influence in terms of China.
I would say, Secretary Cohen, I think it may be that China does not have as much influence on North Korea as it has had with Kim Jong-un, who is an unpredictable actor, certainly at times. China may not have quite as much influence as they've had, but they still have a tremendous amount of influence, something we talk about frequently with them. And while we don't always agree on sort of the causal dynamics of the situation on the peninsula, I think the Chinese have been helpful in talking to North Korea and expressing their strong concerns about the potential North Korean nuclear weapons program. So we actually have had a pretty constructive dialogue with the Chinese there. But I think what you're outlining is indicative of the very combustible situation we have on the peninsula. And because we have limited visibility into that, we are, in addition to trying to work diplomatically with the Chinese and others, are also very much investing in our capabilities to try to address the potential North Korean threat. We've increase the number of ground-based interceptors in our national missile defense system. We're increasing it from 30 to 44. We're very much focused on how to solve potentially the mobile missile, intercontinental ballistic missile threat, which is a very hard challenge. But part of what we have to do is invest in the capabilities, given that there may be limitations to what the diplomatic tools can do.
And I'm told that President Putin, President Xi Jinping is going to be visiting Moscow, and that President Putin is also inviting Kim Jong-un. Is that something we should be concerned about, that this is an attempt to have sort of a trilateral relationship between North Korea, Russia, and China?
Well, I think obviously we don't see eye to eye with Russia on any number of things right now. I'm aware of some of the discussions of some of those visits. And I think it's, given the level of isolation that Russia, I think, is experiencing right now, it's not surprising that they are reaching out, I think, to try to develop alternatives to some of the relationships that they've had with the United States and countries in NATO. So, we'll watch that carefully. I'm not sure, I don't think I'm not sure we're sort of seeing a trilateral condominium coming, but it's something to watch.
And is there any pressure, additional pressure on the United States to get back to the six-party talks now at this point, with a revelation that North Korea has more than we estimated at the time of nuclear capability?
I think, again, in our assessment, we are very much of the view that to re-engage in talks, the North Koreans really need to meet a set of preconditions that we've outlined and that we've talked through with them a number of times. They do not seem to indicate a willingness to meet any of those. So I don't see a groundswell of momentum to try to restart negotiations with the statements China has made. But certainly we are always in a dialogue with all of the partners diplomatically to try to get negotiations restarted. But we want to do it in a way that makes sense and that's going to be a good use of our time. And right now I don't think we see the intent on the other side.
I'm looking at Admiral Blair. He said he was going to get the hook for me if I went over 130, and I think I'm a little bit over 130. But thank you so much for a tremendous presentation to the group. It's really very informative.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. Good to see you again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to transition into a short break. Our next panel will begin at 1:45. Yeah, Eileen's with him right now. Whoever is with Ed. If you just have one of them, whoever it is, just come and approach the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. The next panel will be starting shortly. I'm going to try and stay on schedule. We appreciate your cooperation in helping keep us on schedule here. Just a reminder once more, for those of you who have just come in, if you haven't already done so, please either turn your cell phone off or set it to vibrate so as not to either disturb the speakers or those sitting around you. The next panel will begin once everyone's seated. Just a reminder for those of you who may need it throughout the program, throughout the day, there should be a translation device on your seat. And as you see on the screens either side of the stage, the appropriate channels for those with both a digital device or an analog device are up on the screen. We ask that at the end of the day or when you leave, please either leave your device on the seat where you found it or place it in one of the receptacles marked for the purpose at the exit. Are they on their way? And just wait for a few, those remaining to take your seats, please. I'll hand over the show to Mr. Saib.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Jerry Saib. I'm the Washington Bureau Chief for the Wall Street Journal. My real job here is to pave the way for our real guest, who's Admiral Harry Harris. You have his bio in your packets, I believe, so I won't go through it in great detail. I'll just note a couple of things that I thought were really interesting, and then I'll turn it over to you, Admiral. In showing an extreme foresight and preparation for his job, he was born in Japan, so he started to prepare at birth, literally. Was a U.S. Naval Academy graduate. Naval aviator has done, as you will see, just about everything you can do in the United States Navy. And I would point out this particular thing, which is of interest to me, that a few years ago, you were the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, direct representative to the Secretary of State, and as the U.S. roadmap monitor for the Middle East peace process. I was based in the Middle East for 3 years. You have my deep sympathies for having to do that. Admiral Harris, I'll turn it over to you. You will talk for a while, and then we will chat, and we'll take a few questions from you all at the end. Admiral Harris.
Thanks. Thanks, sir. And my modus operandi today is going to be to give you a PowerPoint brief because I am from the Pentagon. And then I'll take some questions from Mr. Saib, and then I'll be happy to entertain a few questions from you. The agreement that we had before, I thought there were going to be two of us here, and I was going to get the easy questions, and the other fellow was going to get the hard questions. But since there's only me here, I'm going to get both sets of questions. So I encourage some mercy, please. So with that, let's see if we can bring up the slides. Okay. So I want to walk around a little bit. I feel much more comfortable walking around. I want to acknowledge any ambassadors and folks from the diplomatic corps here, fellow flag and general officers. I know there are some here, Admiral Blair, Admiral Cota, and there may be others in the audience. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm deeply honored to have this opportunity to speak before this foundation. This is a significant effort and undertaking that you all are doing, and I'm honored to be a part of it. So I look forward to the discussion after the presentation. So let me just begin by saying that I'm the Pacific Fleet Commander, the United States Pacific Fleet Commander. I've been out there since October of 2013, and it's the coolest job in the Navy, in my view. I'm going to have the opportunity later, hopefully in May or maybe in June, to go up the hill to take PACOM. But I'm going to confine my remarks today to Pacific Fleet. So I'm a Navy officer speaking on Navy-centric things. And if you ask me questions about other things, then I'm going to try to bring those questions back to the Navy. Okay, slide. All right, so as Mr. Saib said, I'm a Japanese American, and I stand on the shoulders of giants. You know, I'm in this position because of the folks who went before me and really blazed the trail. So I want to acknowledge that and get that out there first. So just in this slide, you know, Dan Inouye, General J.C. Campbell, who's in Afghanistan. This is Robert Kahune, the first Japanese American, the first Asian American really to achieve 3-star rank. Brian Losey, who commands our SEALs globally. Eric Shinseki, former Secretary of Veterans Affairs, former Chief of Staff of the Army, and on and on. So it is, in fact, a proud legacy, and I stand on the shoulders of giants. Okay, slide. So I want to talk about the Pacific, and I don't want to get into tell you stuff that you don't know, but I found that this slide is really telling. This is why the Pacific is so important to the world and so important to the United States. More people live in this circle than outside this circle. So this is why, among other reasons, that we're interested in what happens in this part of the world, and we should be. Okay, slide. All right, so this is the environment that I deal with every morning when I get up in Hawaii. So I won't go through each of these with you. I'll just talk about them in general. But there's proliferation of weapons of mass destruction in the Pacific. We have concerns with an assertive and rising China, a resurgent Russia. There's a homeland as part of my battle space, and that means I'm in support of Navy Forces North, the U.S. Northern Command, and Strategic Command for Ballistic Missile Defense. Cyber is an increasing important part of my portfolio, and on and on. So this is the environment that I get up and face every morning. I'm lucky in the Pacific and the job that I'm in because my wife and I get to live in the Nimitz house. This is the house, the actual house that Admiral Nimitz lived in during World War II. But the house wasn't built for Admiral Nimitz, it was built for Admiral Kimmel, who was his predecessor. We named the house the Nimitz House to pay homage to Admiral Nimitz. But it's really the house that was built for Admiral Kimmel, who was a subject of strategic surprise in 1941. And so my job is to ensure that the United States Navy, my part of this defense establishment, my job is to ensure that we're not strategically surprised again by anybody. And so that's the challenge that I have, and that's why I think about all of these things every day when I get up in the morning in Nimitz house. Okay, slide. All right, so this is Robert Kaplan's book, A Maritime Focus in the Pacific, Asia's Cauldron, and he talks about the importance of the Pacific, how the Western Pacific is now the new Atlantic, if you will. This is a maritime theater. This is a seascape out there, not a landscape. And I think he's got it just about right. And that's why the Pacific is important. That's why we're rebalancing to the Pacific. And that's why we, the United States, are a Pacific nation and a Pacific power. All right, slide. I give a lot of these sorts of talks, and I have a lot of interaction with folks around the world, really. Yesterday I gave 3 speeches in Boston and Annapolis, and today I have the opportunity to talk with you all. And these kinds of talks, I get asked a lot of questions, but typically most of the questions I get are one of these 3 or a version of these 3. You know, what keeps me up at night? What about China? And is the rebalance of the Pacific, is that real? And then I get asked a few other questions. Slide. And this is the other few questions I get. So I encourage you to ask me some of these questions, but I suspect that most of our discussion will be in this area. So I want to start off by answering some of these questions already to try to move this thing along, to give you an encouragement to ask questions in this area. All right, slide. All right, so what keeps me up at night? Next slide. All right, so the most volatile challenge that we face in the Pacific is North Korea, in my view. You have a leader who's in complete control of his country and in complete control of his military. He's on a quest for nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them intercontinentally. I think that's significant. It's a volatile challenge, and it is the biggest threat that we face in the Pacific. And my job as Pacific Fleet Commander is to support forces on the Korean Peninsula if it comes to this. So that's part of the job. That's part of the task that's in my job jar, if you will. All right, slide. I'm also faced with potential for miscalculation due to conflict fueled by territorial disputes. I won't go through this geography with you. You all know this as well as I do, if not better. But there are territorial disputes that range throughout the whole East Asia region, and the potential for miscalculation, in my view, is real. Next slide. So that manifests itself by things like Coast Guards firing water cannon at other ships. You have fishing fleets that go out proudly bearing the flags of their nations. You have individuals that go out to plant flags on rocks, and all of that increases the chance of a tactical action which could have strategic ramifications. Because these actions by Coast Guards and fishermen and citizens could trigger a reaction by military forces of some of these countries that have territorial disputes. And those military forces, depending on which countries' military forces are involved, could trigger treaty obligations by any number of countries that have treaties with the competing nations out here, including the United States. You know, we only have 5 bilateral treaty partners in the whole world, and all 5 of them are in the Pacific. So this is an area of interest and a concern for me, and that's why I call this raising stakes and why tactical actions can have strategic ramifications. All right, slide. So next question, what about China? So this picture is actually a picture of the Great Wall of China, the end of it, the terminus of it in the Bohai in northern China. So that is the end of the Great Wall of China. All right, slide. All right, so this was the architect of the modern Chinese Navy, Admiral Liu. In the 1980s, 1982 to 1987, he was the chief of the Navy. And he had a vision for the Navy. And he had a powerful vision, and I believe that vision is carrying through to the actions that we see in the PLAN today, the People's Liberation Army Navy. So his view in 1982 was that China would have dominance in the first island chain. China would establish naval supremacy within the first island chain by 2010, turning it into an inland sea. This was his view in the early 80s. By 2020, China will ensure naval supremacy in the second island chain. And by 2040, China will have the power to contain the dominance of the U.S. Navy in the Pacific and Indian Oceans. That was his view in 1982. I think that the timeline is too ambitious, but the intent is clear in my view. Next slide. And so here is China, their Navy, their naval forces in 1999. This is an unclassified slide. Data is provided by RAND and the U.S.-China Commission and Janes. So in this slide, you can see the numbers of ships and fighter aircraft and missiles that China had, and this is the area that they felt comfortable operating in. Now, they certainly sent their Navy to Hawaii and other places during this time frame, but this is where they felt comfortable operating in this yellow band along their coastline. The size of the Chinese Navy in the Pacific in 1999 was roughly equal in terms of numbers to the U.S. 7th Fleet. All right, next slide. And this is China in 2015. This is where they feel comfortable operating in now. That looks a whole lot like Admiral Liu's vision for 2010 and 2020. And the size of their fleets is dramatically different. And the size of the military spending, according to their figures, the Chinese figures, is pretty dramatic, as you can see here. And the size of the U.S. 7th Fleet is roughly the same now as it was in 1999. We have 3 submarines out there now that are based in the Western Pacific and going to a 4th. But the size is roughly the same. I won't talk about quality. I'm just talking quantity in this graphic. All right, slide. And we see the land reclamation activity. This is 2004. This is the same area, the same scale. So this was 2004. And this is this January 2015. Next slide. This is Fiery Cross Reef in July of last year. This is the same Fiery Cross Reef, same scale, in March of this year. So in 8 months or so, they've done this. Looks like a runway to me. So the pace and scale of China's land reclamation is unprecedented, or are unprecedented, rather. All right, slide. So which China is it? So I think it's important for all of us to acknowledge and appreciate the good things that China is doing. So this slide depicts those good things. You know, they were involved in removal of chemical weapons from Syria. They were involved in the evacuation of their citizens, plus the citizens of a number of other countries from Yemen just this month. They were involved in the counter-piracy task force efforts off the Horn of Africa. In fact, they've been doing that for 19 iterations now. They have the largest naval force other than Australia in the search for MH370 off the western coast of Australia last year. They sent their hospital ship to the Philippines for Typhoon Haiyan back in November of 2013. We did not. They sent their hospital ship, the Peace Ark, and that was a good thing. And then they sent, at our invitation, 4 of their best ships, English-speaking commanding officers, to Hawaii for RIMPAC. And they did a nice job there in Hawaii. These are good things. As Secretary Kerry said, the United States welcomes the rise of a peaceful, prosperous, and stable China that adheres to international rules and norms. Okay, slide. But on the other hand, China is involved in disputes with all the countries in the region, including India on their long land border, all the issues in the South China Sea. In fact, China claims the entire South China Sea as their water space. They're involved in the disputes with Japan over the Senkakus. They're involved in disputes throughout the region. And so that's an area of certainly of concern. Then President Xi has said that we love peace, but that doesn't mean giving up our rights, especially those involving the nation's core interests. So I think their actions indicated desire to challenge the status quo and to achieve sovereignty within that first island chain that Admiral Liu talked about back in 1982. All right, slide. So really, what's the bottom line from China from my perspective? Whatever my boss says, whatever interests him fascinates me. So he says that we will need even more transparency and understanding of Chinese military intentions and capabilities if we're going to minimize friction and avoid conflict in the future. I believe that we should seek a military dialogue with China that is sustained and substantive. It's important that we have a mill-to-mill relationship, in my opinion, with China, and we want China to be a contributor to stability and not a net source of insecurity. I think the Pacific is truly big enough for all of us, and us isn't the United States and China, it's all of us. and we just have to work at it and work through it. Okay, slide. So I want to get off the China bandwagon for a little while. Now I want to talk about the third question I typically get, and that is America's rebalance to the Pacific, the pivot to the Pacific, is that real? Okay, slide. And so I believe it is. I'll start with this explanation. There are really 5 components of our rebalance, and it's a national effort. This is a whole of government effort. There's a diplomatic, economic, political, military, and an energy component. Clearly, the most important reason that we're rebalancing to the Pacific is for the economic component. That's the most important component. But the most visible component, the part that you can see, you can touch, is the military component. It's easy to look at a ship or a bomber or a JSF or a submarine or something, and it's hard to look at and hold a trade deficit or a trade imbalance. So the military component is the biggest, the most visible component, but the most important component for us certainly is the economic component. Next slide. So it is a national commitment. You can see what our leadership says and what the president says. Okay, next slide. So the rebalance is about a lot of things. I get asked a lot, is the rebalance about China? Come on, Adam, you know, the rebalance is really about China, isn't it? And I say, in fact, I say truthfully, no, it's not about China, it's about us. It's about who we are as a nation and what we believe is important to us. So the rebalance is about the United States. It's not about China. But the rebalance does involve a number of components. So I'll start talking about those piece parts of the rebalance in the next few slides. So the rebalance is about force structure and capability. Now this is a Navy and naval-centric slide because I am the Pacific Fleet Commander. So what I tell people is that everything that's new and cool that the United States Navy has that we are fielding or have fielded, all that stuff we're sending to the Pacific first. And that's why I think the rebalance is real. So we'll have the second Gerald R. Ford class aircraft carrier, the USS John F. Kennedy, will be in the Pacific. The Joint Strike Fighter, P-8 Poseidon. Now, I'm a P-3 guy. I love the P-3, but its time is come and gone. And the P-8 is the latest and the newest, and I think the best maritime patrol and reconnaissance aircraft we have. And this thing, its first deployment was to the Pacific. We're on the 3rd or 4th deployment of that airplane now. They're based in Jacksonville, Florida, but they're all deploying to the Pacific first. Then we'll build up Whidbey Island, Washington next, and that'll be the 2 main bases for the P-8. LPD-17 is San Antonio class in America. I had the opportunity to attend the commissioning of the America in San Francisco. It's based in San Diego. The EA-18 Growler, it revolutionizes electronic attack. Littoral combat ship, I think Secretary Wormuth talked about that during her time. You know, we have LCS-1, the first one deployed for 16 months or so to Singapore. LCS-3, the Fort Worth is there now, and by 2017 we should have 4 that are on rotational deployments, simultaneous rotational deployments to Singapore. The MV-22 Osprey, the Virginia-class submarines, and then this ship here, the DDG-1000, the Zumwalt. You know, I've gone on record as saying that if Batman had a ship, it would be this ship here. This thing is revolutionary. Folks, this ship is so cool and quite frankly so expensive that we're only going to have 3 of them, and they're all going to be based in the Pacific. So I think that alone, this slide alone, is a visible, it's part of that, what you can see and what you can hold. It's that visible piece of the rebalance that demonstrates to me, and I hope to you, that the rebalance is in fact real. Okay, next slide. All right, and then rebalance is about understanding and training. This is a little bit of an eye chart. I won't go through it with you, other than to say that through the chairman of the Joint Staff, we are building an Asia-Pacific HANDS program, not unlike the AFPAC HANDS program, Afghanistan-Pakistan HANDS program that we had working for Enduring Freedom. So this is a notional Asia-Pacific HANDS career path where you take officers from from O1 rather, from ensign or second lieutenant, and you can build them all the way up, doing Pacific things, doing language training, doing tours in the region, doing regional tours in the Pentagon, on the service staffs, and on the joint staff, and then back to the region. And I think my record is an example of this. So I fell into it kind of by accident and personal design, but now we have a program that actually will build people with expertise through the Pacific. All right, slide. And then the Navy has a foreign area officer program that has real teeth in it. We're selecting flag officers now from the FAO community, from the FAO community, and we actually modeled it against the Army's highly successful FAO program. And it's working for us, and it's working very well, and I'm a huge believer in the FAO program. All right, slide. So rebalance is about understanding in theory, and so we have all of these things that we're starting to publish, starting to think about, starting to learn and educate officers to try to improve our intellectual focus on all things Pacific. Next slide. And then we do it in practice as well. So we are sending senior flag officers to senior positions in the Pacific who've been there before. This is not a training ground for senior officers. It's a place that we send folks who have a record of performing in the Pacific. So in my case, for example, this is my 8th tour in the Pacific. All right, slide. And then it's about advancing relationships. Next slide. And that brings me to the final segment of this little talk, and that is the importance of the U.S.-Japan cooperation bolstered, anchored by the U.S.-Japan Mutual Security Treaty. It's truly the anchor of security and stability in the Pacific, in my view. Next slide. So just this week, the defense guidelines were signed in order to ensure Japan's peace and security under any circumstances from peacetime to contingencies and to promote a stable and peaceful and prosperous Asia-Pacific region. Those are big words that have a big meaning, and I think the defense guidelines that was signed get right at that. And I'm excited by that. As a military officer, as a Pacific Fleet commander, I think it's going to have a significant effect on how we are able to operate with the Japan Self-Defense Forces. All right, slide. And then here are some of the areas that we already work in and will only get better because of the effort of the government of Japan and the signing of the defense guidelines. Ballistic missile defense, amphibiosity, anti-submarine warfare. So this is a P3, Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force P3. They're transitioning to the new Japanese P1 jet aircraft, just as we're transitioning to the P8. Then we routinely coordinate in the real world operations at sea, and then and all of these robust exercises, which I'll talk about in a second. Next slide. Here's the second. So this is Pacific Partnership, a humanitarian assistance disaster response exercise that we'll do this summer, where we'll have our hospital ship, the Mercy. We'll have one of the joint high-speed vessels, the Millinocket, which we're going to put a deployable medical team on board to be able to do medical work in shallow water, where this ship is too big to get into, and Japan is providing the JDS Mashu. So these 3 ships will do Pacific Partnership, and we'll do it in various combinations throughout the Southern Pacific, which I think is important. It not only shows our flags, but it also has real effect on people who can use the help. Okay, slide. So this is RIMPAC. The next iteration of RIMPAC will be in 2016. And we do it every 2 years. Next slide. The build. So this is the 2014 version of RIMPAC, and this is the leadership, the command and control structure for RIMPAC 2014, where Japan was the vice commander, and here is Admiral Nakahata in his role as the vice commander for RIMPAC. Next slide. And then Malabar is a trilateral exercise. It started out as it's an Indian exercise, and then became a bilateral exercise, and then India included Japan last year, and they did the exercise south of Japan rather than in the Indian Ocean. An indication of the importance of the relationship that India feels with us in Japan. So I think it's pretty important and a very exciting exercise indeed. All right, next slide. And then this brings me to the issue of Korea, Japan, U.S. trilateral cooperation. As Dr. Cha said, we can't pivot or we can't rebalance to Asia if you don't have Japan and Korea with us. This is an and. It's an important word in this case. We need Japan and Korea to be with us, and we need to be with you in order to effectively rebalance to the Pacific and do the things that we have to do. So it pains me when our two biggest allies in East Asia don't get along. So I'm hopeful that Japan and Korea will be able to improve their bilateral security relationship in order to effectively improve our trilateral security relationship. Okay, slide. And so in summary, the rebalance is about enabling peace and prosperity for all of us. It's a team effort. We can't do it alone. And then I think everyone has a role to play, and I think Sasakawa Foundation indeed has a special role to play because of where you are in the pantheon of people who think about this on a daily basis. So, next slide. So let me conclude with that. I think I took about 20 minutes or so. And thank you for your attention. And I want to slide back up to the stand and then subject myself to questions from Mr. Saib and then from all of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral Harris. That's fascinating. Only problem I saw with it was you took my first three questions right off the top there. So I'll try to carry on anyway. Let me start with particularly given that Prime Minister Abe is in town today, let me start with the U.S.-Japanese portion of what you discussed. And I noticed Admiral Blair, in the remarks he made earlier today, he described the joint challenge of the U.S. and Japan in the region this way. He said, it is to create security balances of power in specific disputed locations in East Asia. These balances make it high risk to undertake military or sub-military aggression to support disputed claims. How can the U.S. and Japan do that?
Well, I think the obvious answer is operating together on the high seas. And so if you can bring back that slide, the one that has the amphibiosity and all that, I can talk to that slide. But the things that we do with Japan with the Navy, because I'll speak at it from the Navy perspective, I think we're interchangeable. We've conducted anti-submarine warfare operations and exercises for as long as I've been in the Navy. My first deployment in a P-3 squadron was to Kadena, Okinawa. And we worked ASW operations against then Soviet submarines on a regular basis. So I think in working anti-submarine warfare, and now we're beginning to work at some ballistic missile defense exercises, and the fact that we can operate together at sea routinely, I think that of itself shows not only resolve but capability. And if I go back to that slide that you don't have to pull it up, but that slide that has all of the symbols that depict the growth of the Chinese Navy over the course of the last 15 or 16 years, and if I had the same symbols for the U.S. forward deployed naval forces, and imposed on that the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Forces, and imposed on that the Republic of Korea Navy, and then you begin to see a quantitative matching. But I think the qualitative issue is a separate issue entirely, and I think that the on-scene effectiveness and quality of the sailors in Japan and the U.S. Navy and the Iraq Navy is of a high order. So I think all of that together would demonstrate resolve and would cause one to pause before they did anything precipitous, in my opinion.
Obviously, Prime Minister Abe will continue to bring, presumably, significant changes to the way the Japanese military conducts itself, projects itself. How does that change the way the U.S. Navy operates in the Pacific?
Well, I'm not sure it'll change the way we operate, but it'll make us more effective because we'll be able to do more things in more places with Japan than we have been able to do in the past.
Give me an example.
Well, I think we'll be able to conduct operations far from Japan. You know, right now we conduct exercises far from Japan shores, and Japan does have a counter-piracy task force of their own that's not part of the bigger coalition, right? And so now with some of the new laws and rules that are being put in place, and we'll be able to operate cooperatively with Japan in a lot of places, everywhere, really, globally, really.
More broadly, as you mentioned, you're in transition. You're about to take over the Pacific Command. Talk to me a little bit about the goals you have in doing that over the next couple of years. What do you see in terms of the way the challenge changes over the next 3 years, and what are your goals in addressing those challenges?
Well, if I knew exactly how the challenges would change, I'd make a stop on Wall Street first and invest some money.
Could arrange that for you.
But I think the first thing I want to do when I go up to Pacific Command is do nothing. Because I want to fall in on Admiral Locklear's approach. I think his approach is spectacular, and it acknowledges the new challenges that we're facing in the Pacific and the rise of different powers. And what he has done, the steps he's taken over the last 3 years, is what I just want to continue. So without presupposing anything, I'm just going to fall in on the work that he's done, and hopefully continue to ride his coattails.
You know, you made some waves this month when you said that China is building a great wall of sand, and here's a quote from you earlier, "The scope and pace of building man-made islands raise serious questions about China's intentions." Can you talk a little bit about that, what you meant when you said that, and perhaps most importantly, what you think can be done about it?
Yeah. What I think about it is just what I said. The scale and pace of island reclamation activities by China in the South China Sea is staggering. If you look at by any metric, whether you look at acres made or cement poured or ecological disaster, I mean, the whole scale is dramatic and it's unprecedented. Some people will say, well, some of the other countries are rebuilding or reclaiming land as well, not to anywhere near the scope and scale that China's doing. And I don't know why they're doing it. And so that's why it's an issue of concern. I think they're not transparent about why they're doing it, and I think that we need to watch that very closely.
And watching it means what, particularly from your point of view, and doing something about it would mean what?
Well, doing something is a policy decision that as a Pacific Fleet Commander, I'm going to execute that policy.
But you also referred in your talk to some of the dangers, particularly the danger of unintended, accidental conflict on the high seas. I assume that grows as these Chinese activities increase.
It could. I mean, we're uncertain. It's an unknown area, right? This is a new paradigm, if you will. I don't think that there's a chance of conflict between us and China and our military forces at sea. I mean, we're exercising more with China. You know, they came to RIMPAC with those 4 ships that I talked about. On the other hand, they also brought an intelligence collector with them. So that's the one hand and the other hand issue. But we're beginning to be more comfortable operating with the PLAN, the People's Liberation Army Navy, every day. And I think they're becoming more comfortable and confident operating with us. And that's a good thing. And that confidence and the routinization, if you will, of our operations at sea with the Chinese Navy makes it less likely that we're going to get involved in an inadvertent clash at sea. The problem is, though, you have lesser trained folks on the high seas, fishermen, coast guards, and so on, that they get into these conflicts because they're young men and women, ship captains that think they're doing the right thing, that want to believe that they're doing the right things, and then they get into these altercations at sea. And those could escalate. I mean, thank God it hasn't yet, but it could escalate where military forces are involved, and then the thing ratchets up.
Well, I think in your remarks you referred to the need for, and I think the phrase you used was sustained and substantive communication with the Chinese military. Is that the kind of communication you think exists now, or is that to be desired? And describe a little bit what that is like on a working level.
Well, not only is it something that we aspire to, it's something we're doing now. And so, I represented the U.S. at the Western Pacific Naval Symposium that was held in China last year. It's a rotational thing. It was hosted by China. And during the last one, all the countries' navies agreed to CUES, the Coordination for Unplanned Encounters at Sea. And that's a process by which if you encounter another warship at sea, then you can identify yourself and on all of this in order to de-escalate before it even gets a chance really to be a problem. This is a good thing. This is coordination on the high seas that navies are used to doing. CUES actually formalizes that, and that was an effort that was led actually by Admiral Wu, the Chinese Chief of Navy, and we all signed it in China. So I think that's a good thing. So that's not only aspirational, I mean, that's a realization of an aspiration. We have talks with China on reducing tensions in the air and the sea and on the sea, and those are good things. So those are aspirational talks that lead to operational and real things. So I think all of that is good, and these are examples of things that we're doing with China that's positive and constructive.
And you make it sound as if the military professional communications are actually pretty good at this point as they stand now.
I think they are good, and I think they will get better.
You also talked about relations with another country, the South Koreans. As you said, there's a kind of strain between South Korean and Japanese relations. That's a problem when the U.S. is trying to work with both of those countries. How does that affect what you're trying to do in the region, what you're going to try to do in the region, and what can you do about it?
Well, I don't want to talk about what I'm going to do because I'm not there yet. But it affects what I do as a Pacific Fleet Commander, because there are operations such as ballistic missile defense, just coordination for anti-submarine warfare, all of these things. I think we could do better if we had a better trilateral relationship. I think it's important that we have that because we face a common threat, and that threat is North Korea. And so, because of that, I think it's an imperative that we have a strong trilateral relationship, and my job is to do all I can do to move that along.
And can you describe the cooperation between the U.S. and South Korea militarily and specifically in a Navy-to-Navy sense?
Yeah, we have a terrific relationship with South Korea. They are a treaty partner. We have thousands of troops on the Korean Peninsula. We have a one-star naval officer there that's the commander of naval forces in Korea. The U.S. 7th Fleet is completely integrated in combat planning for any contingencies on the Korean Peninsula. 7th Fleet's based in Japan, but is deeply involved in actions, because that would be the center of gravity for the naval components part of the U.S. Forces Korea's effort should the North come south.
And in terms of the North's posture, you've watched it from your current position over the last couple of years. Has it changed? How has it changed? How would you describe it generally?
I think it's gotten worse and less predictable.
Worse in what sense?
Worse in their capability has gotten better, and worse in the sense that their predictability has gotten worse.
So in this what do you worry about at night category, That's why you put that one at the top of your list, obviously.
Exactly right.
And is that a conventional concern? Is it a nuclear concern? Is it all of the above? Is it gotten significantly worse on both those fronts?
Yes.
All right. Speaking of things that keep you awake at night, I was really intrigued that you mentioned specifically the cyber threat. You know, as journalists in my shop, as we think about and write about national security, we pay an increasing amount of attention to cyber threats. Obviously, that reflects what you all are doing. Describe the nature of the cyber threat, starting with the one from North Korea specifically, because anybody who watched what they did to Sony had to have been struck by probably a level of expertise and cunning that was above what most Americans expect from that country.
Yeah. So I'll talk about cyber in general and try to avoid the specific attribution to nations, because I'm not sure what's classified and not these days. So I'm just going to assume it's all classified and move on. But
you can do the opposite if you want.
But I will say that, and rightfully so, we are bound in the United States by law, regulation, and policy. And so that makes our innovation cycle, I don't know, so big. Mm-hmm. But if you are an actor or an entity that's not bound by law, regulation, or policy, then you can have an innovation cycle that's tighter, that's smaller, that's quicker, that's faster than ours. So I worry about that. So I worry about that.
What you're saying is you can ramp up from intention to action fairly quickly. Yeah.
Or intention to product quicker. And so the decision cycle for innovation, if you're unbound by law, regulation, and policy, is tighter, smaller, quicker, faster. And I worry about that. I think that we clearly have the technological edge today, but I'm not sure where it will be in 10 years from now or 20 years from now unless we recognize the imperative and we keep at it. And I see no sign that we're not doing that. I think we're doing all the right things, and we're moving forward in cyber because I think it's an overwrought phrase, but it's been said it's a new frontier, and we have to be ready to defend and operate and, if necessary, attack in that frontier.
And do you think are you comfortable with the level of cyber defense that you have at your disposal now as an operating
I think
commander?
I'm getting more comfortable every day. But there's always room for improvement in every warfare area.
And without asking you to get too specific, can you describe the nature of the threat to your forces in the cyber area? I mean, I think it's kind of become obvious on the civilian side what can happen. What's the threat to the military capabilities of your forces?
I mean, in general, we do everything is controlled by computers or involve computers. So whether it's communications, whether we're communicating computer to computer, whether it's ship systems, internal to the ships, whether it's external weapon systems, satellite systems, GPS, global positioning satellites, and all of those are at risk if we don't improve our cyber defenses, in my opinion.
And are the bad guys, and you don't have to define bad guys for this purpose, are the bad guys probing right now? Are they?
I think they're probing right now. If I had a digital watch on, I wouldn't be sure what time it was.
And it's frightening. But I'm okay. Probing military to military. Your guys are getting hit. Are you guys getting pinged?
I'm sure we are.
All right. But you're comfortable that we're ahead of that curve still?
I am. I think we have great people up at U.S. Cyber Command and in the Navy at U.S. 10th Fleet.
All right, fair enough. Let me circle back. Well, actually, I wanted to touch on two other areas, and then we'll open it up. One topic I wanted to ask you about, at least briefly, did not come up in your presentation, but it's being discussed a lot in your world, I know, which is climate change. You're a commander. You have to think about long-term issues. How does climate change affect the way you think about the Navy, the Pacific Command, the Pacific Fleet? What kind of threat does that pose?
Well, I think that the climate change could lead to humanitarian disasters, right? And so we see that in the Pacific. we live, I get to live in Hawaii, which is in the middle of the Ring of Fire, which is earthquakes and typhoons and tsunamis and all of that, volcanoes. And we're going to be involved, I believe, as a military in helping in disaster response for the rest of our lives. And there's a great slide right there they just put up. It's the Ring of Fire in the Pacific. And the way I talk about this is, as you build a military, as you resource the military, if you build one that's designed to go after HADR, humanitarian assistance and disaster response, if you build one that has that capability, you'll never have one that has the capability to conduct major combat operations. But if you build one that can do the high-end warfare stuff, then we can do any of this stuff to be helpful to nations that suffer the result of some humanitarian disaster, climate-related disaster.
And by saying that, you're suggesting at least climate-related disasters are likely to come and keep coming.
Sure.
Yeah. Let me circle back finally to the China question, because you talked about both qualitative and quantitative. Quantitative we can all see. Layman, we can sort of see some numbers and stack things up. Qualitative, you got to explain to us. There's kind of a very broad question about how large the American qualitative advantage is now, whether that qualitative advantage over the Chinese is closing and how rapidly it's closing. Could you just address that a little bit?
I'll just say that I think the sailors that are in the United States Navy are the best in the world. I think that we're highly trained and they are highly motivated, and we get to pick the best of the young men and women who join us. So I think that they're competent, capable, and ready to fight tonight against any threat that any country would pose against us.
Talk about on the hardware side.
Hardware side, there are some systems that some militaries out there have that are of concern, but I don't think there are any systems that any military has that would prevent us from doing what we have to do if we have to do it.
And is that advantage narrowing in any significant way?
It can be narrowing unless we continue to put resources into innovation and development.
And last question in this area, on the quantitative side, if you cover Washington over the last couple of years, you know that there is and will continue to be over the next couple of years a significant defense budget debate. There's pressure on the budget. I guess the question that I have for you is, as the commander of the Pacific Fleet, do you have what you need, or are you worried about continuing to have what you need?
Yeah, I have what I need, I believe, today. But I am concerned, and I testified to this last December, if we are sequestered through 2021, as is the law today. So I think that will affect our readiness. I think it will affect our ability to maintain those high levels of readiness that we have and that the American people expect us to have. So I'm concerned about sequestration should it continue through 2021.
Okay, fair enough. Let me open it up to your questions, and I'll try to see you through the lights. I'll start there, and then I'll go over there. You want to, maybe, do we have microphones? Yeah, I guess you guys have been through this before. So.
Thank you very much for your great presentation. My name is Takahiro Motegi from CSS Japan, based in Phil. What I want to ask you, my question is related to qualitative advantage during the nation. So PLA has been advancing the ability of joint operation. So how do you assess this kind of ability of PLA? Thank you very much.
If I understand the question right, it's about joint operations. The joint warfare is a law in the United States. It started in '86 with Goldwater-Nichols, and everything we do, and rightfully so, we do jointly. We don't fight anymore single service. Where you carve out an area, say this is the Navy's area, and this is the Air Force's area, and this is the Marine area, and this is the Army area. We fight jointly, and we do it just as as a way of doing business. You know, you get up in the morning and you drink a glass of water and you go fight jointly, because that's the way we're trained to do, and that's what we do. I don't think that other countries in the region have that view, but I think they are realizing the importance of that view. And I think that Japan has improved dramatically in its joint warfare over the last few years. Admiral Koda, who's in the front row here, had a big part of that. But there is room for improvement, and it's important that we continue to from my perspective, to encourage that joint development in the Japan Self-Defense Forces, because it's going to be a joint fight if we have to do it.
And I think there was a question right there next to hers, and then I'll go over there.
I'm Anika Culver from Florida State University, and thank you so much for a very, very interesting discussion of issues in the Pacific. You mentioned about the presence of Asian Americans in the military. How do you see yourself as a leader for underrepresented populations, and how would you mentor? For example, often my students take history courses, and it's kind of like a gateway drug for international affairs careers or military, including Navy. How would you foster them as a person in your position? How would you bring your knowledge of your career trajectory into a discussion of how to raise a talented group of the next generation who will be dealing with threats that I think we've already outlined today, including cyber and some of these things that, new weaponry that are not even developed yet? Thank you.
Great question. Thank you for asking it. I was at Annapolis last night at the Naval Academy, and I gave a speech about diversity and the importance of diversity. I think that any time that you try to separate a group from the bigger group and you don't select from that group, then you're cheating yourself, right? So if you're gonna, if this table here is a group of people that we're going to pick from, and we're going to exclude these people, and then even if you take the best of everybody else, you're not going to get the best that you could get if you don't include the folks that are in this group. In the Navy today, almost 50% in the enlisted force in the Navy is a minority. But only about 30% of the officers and only about 13% of the flag officers, or 18% of the flag officers or so, are minorities. So we have a long way to go. But I think that if you look, as I look back over it, if I look back over just the period of my career, and I've been in the Navy now for 37 years, we have dramatically improved and increased our diversity in terms of men and versus women, minorities versus the majority, and on and on. So today we have about 2% of our flag officers are Latino. You know, that's imbalanced. 5% are Asian American. 6% are African American. So we have a ways to go, but we have covered a lot of ground over the past 3 or 4 decades. And I'm proud actually of how far we've come in the Navy. But I do acknowledge that there's a ways to go yet. And how I talk about it is try to be honest with young men and women who are either starting out in the Navy or thinking about coming in the Navy, and so on. Role models are important, and to be able to have role models like that first slide I showed earlier, I think that helps. And it demonstrates that the Navy and the military, in my opinion, the military in general, is a very meritocratic organization. And you actually can advance based on how good you are as opposed to what you are. You know, we all want to improve and advance and be recognized on the basis of merit, not on the basis of genetics. And so I'm proud of how far we've come in the Navy and in our military in general, but I do believe there's a little bit further we can go. And we need to continue to work on it, Because if you don't continue to press it, then they won't ever get there.
I think there's a question right there. And I'll go there then.
Admiral Harris, I'm Larry Nix from CSIS. With regard to your concern about North Korea, last week, Russia announced that...
I think you need to turn the microphone on. I'm sorry. I didn't. I could hear you, but not everybody could.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think you need to hold it a little closer. There you go. Thank
Russia
you.
announced last week that it will be providing assistance to North Korea's, quote, space program, unquote. Our definition, I know, of North Korea's, quote, space program, unquote, is a program to develop an ICBM missile that could strike at least Hawaii, Alaska, and the U.S. West Coast with a nuclear warhead. In the last week, have you and other top officials of the Pentagon and the Pacific Command received any authoritative information on what kind of assistance the Russians might be providing? And if we are still in the dark about this, what could be the dangers in a program by Russia to aid the North Korean, quote, space program, unquote?
So to the first question, I'll say I wouldn't tell you if I could. But to the second question, it's of great concern. You know, as I said during my session, during the section of my session on North Korea, they're on a quest for nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them intercontinentally. And so anything that improves their ability to deliver those weapons intercontinentally obviously is a concern. Because they are as secretive as they are and the nation is the way it is, you know, our ability to predict what's happening in North Korea is small. And so that makes the danger of North Korea, in my view, from a readiness perspective, even higher. So I have to be ready to send forces to support Mike Scaparrotti, General Scaparrotti on the peninsula tonight. So we have to maintain that kind of posture in order to maintain our ability to defend South Korea, Japan, and the United States. So all of those things are of concern, and any improvement that any country gives to North Korea obviously concerns us.
I think we probably have time for two more questions, all right? There's one right there, and then I'll go to this side for the last one.
Steve Winters, researcher. Admiral,
Rory,
thank you.
Raise your hand.
I think you need to stand up.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Steve Winters, researcher. Admiral, I had a chance as a contractor to travel on over a dozen deployed U.S. naval vessels, and of course, it's just so impressive, the skill sets that have been developed over decades, if not generations. There's some discussion about how long and how fast the Chinese are mastering some of these same naval skill sets. For instance, underway replenishment, of course, all the things involved in landing on carriers. What's your view on that, and when are they going to soon have mastered all of the things that have characterized us almost uniquely?
I'm not sure when they're going to master everything that we can do. You know, their aircraft carrier is a jump jet carrier. It's not capable of launching and recovering aircraft at the same time. The number of aircraft it has is small. It's conventional powered. You know, there's a lot of issues with the Chinese aircraft carrier that in combined does not make it anywhere near the capability of a U.S. aircraft carrier. That said, they're getting better at sea. Some of that is training that they receive from their friends and partners. Some of it is watching us and all of that. So we have, when we do exercises with China, naval exercises like RIMPAC, when they came to RIMPAC, you know, we're very careful. I'm very careful to stay on the correct side of the law. You know, I think we all ought to obey the law. And so I try to do that as well. And we have a law that actually governs what we can do and not do with China, NDAA 2000. So that limits that limits the amount of and the type of and the specificity of the training that we give to China. But that doesn't mean that other countries don't go beyond that and train them as they see fit, nor does it limit them from observing us and then copying us.
Last question. I'll go way in the back there. Yeah. Can you wait for the microphone?
Thank you very much, Admiral. I hope that you don't laugh at my very last question for the section. I wonder that, do you ever wake up in the middle of the night, think of China, and could not go back to sleep?
I never wake up in the middle of the night for any reason. So, I sleep very comfortably at night because I think that we have the best men and women of our nation on the high seas doing the job of our country, as well as the men and women in the other services that are doing the difficult job in difficult places, not only in the Pacific, but in Iraq and Afghanistan and everywhere else. So I sleep very soundly at night. It's only when I wake up in the morning I look at that quad slide. So, thanks.
Admiral Harris, that is a fabulous presentation. I learned a lot. I'm sure everybody else did. I'm really grateful to you for taking the time, and it's been my pleasure.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to transition into a short break. Be about 10 minutes. Eileen, this is James. Can you help get those speakers back to the green room?
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to your seats. Once everyone is seated, we'll begin our program. Nora, could you please tell Nishiyama-san that when he wants to do his slides, the clicker, the controller for the slides is on the program. Thank you, Kyle. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your cooperation in keeping us on schedule. Just a reminder for those coming in for the first time, just joining us, please double check your cell phones and make sure that they are either turned off or set to vibrate so that you don't disturb the speakers or the people around you. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wouldn't mind bringing your conversations to a close and moving to your seats. Appreciate your cooperation in keeping us on schedule. As the afternoon progresses, for those of you just joining us, you should find on your seat a translation device. For those with the digital receivers, as you can see on the screens either side of me, channel 2 is English, channel 10 is Japanese. And for the analog receivers, should you have one of those, channel 1 is English and channel 2 is Japanese. If you should leave, or if you leave before the completion of the program or at the end of the day, please either leave the receiver on your seat where you found it, or place it in the receptacle provided on the way out. Our speakers will be arriving very shortly. The remaining thank you. So those of you just coming in, please find your seats so that we can start. Thank you for your cooperation. It's not on the stage. Well, very well. Sheila, will I invite you to the stage?
Just 1 second. So if it starts pinging, I'll just throw it over there.
Okay.
The controller for your slides is on the podium.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for our discussion of defense technology transfer. I am delighted to be here again for the second Sasakawa Security Forum. I'm Sheila Smith. I'm the Senior Fellow for Japan Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. I asked Admiral Blair, I'm not an expert on defense technology transfer, and he says, you need to be educated, Sheila. So I am here to be educated, and I can't think of two colleagues that can educate me more effectively than who we have today. You have their bios, I believe, in your packet. So just very briefly, Pat Dewar is the Executive Vice President of Lockheed Martin and the Chairman of Lockheed Martin Global Incorporated. He's assumed this position in July of 2013, and if you read his bio, he has had extensive experience in many countries, but he now has responsibility for strategic planning for Lockheed Martin with over 70 countries and industrial partnerships. So I'm delighted, Pat, to see you again. Junichi Nishiyama also joins us here. It's interesting to me that we have two engineers. They seem to me by their bios to be experts in academics, but in fact they are practitioners and serious engineers. Mr. Nishiyama joined Mitsubishi Heavy Industries in 1971 and spent his career there working on missile system development, Patriot systems, and the BM Ballistic Missile Defense Development Program. And he was general manager of their guided weapons systems department from 1998. He retired from that position in 2011, so now he can talk about all kinds of things openly in forums like this. And he continues to be a very active participant in Japan's policy debate over defense technology development and transformation. So welcome, Nishiyama-san. We're delighted to have you with us. I apologize, just as a way of introducing, coming in halfway through the meeting today, I had the great privilege of sitting in the gallery this morning, listening to Prime Minister Abe address the United States Congress. And I don't often hang out in the gallery at joint sessions of the Congress, so I was very excited to be there. And all of the Japan hands were there to welcome the Prime Minister, but we had a full house on the floor. And it was astounding to me how strong of a welcome, not that I doubted that, but just to reassure you, he was a rounding success. It was an amazing speech. And he did, I think, a very good job of introducing himself as a person, sharing his experiences, his own way of thinking about problem solving. He did an excellent job on TPP, addressing, of course, an audience that has some differences of opinion about TPP. But he was very, very successful in articulating not only Japan's interests, but also in putting forward a vision for an alliance of hope, which I thought was a lovely way to think of this relationship. But we're going to shift to gears a little bit. We're going to talk, there's been so many changes in Japan and Japan's security planning. You've talked about them, I'm sure, already with your previous speakers. We're going to talk about an aspect that doesn't get a lot of attention, and in fact, I think maybe one of the more fundamental shifts in Japan, and that is the relaxation of constraints on the export and transfer of defense technology. It's a new area for Japan. And I'm sure in our conversation today, we'll hear a lot about the thinking, not only the Japanese side, but also from a U.S. perspective as a partner of Japan in the joint development in many ways of significant weapons technologies and defense technologies, how this transformation may affect our bilateral relationship. So in the context of new guidelines, a new conversation within Japan about its constitution, a new organized institutional consolidation of strategic planning in the NSC, You now have this very new initiative that involves not only the government planners, but also corporate planners as well. Very critical to our alliance partnership. So let me stop there. We are going to have a full discussion, but first I'm going to invite Mr. Nishiyama to the stage to share with us his thinking about where this policy change in Japan is leading. Nishiyama-san, okay. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Sheila. Thank you very much inviting me for this. Thank you very much for Sasakawa Foundation giving me this great opportunity, and I'm very much honored to share my thought about the defense industry of Japan. And sorry, that's how.
There you go.
Okay. I would like to explain about Japan defense development cooperation policies and opportunities. And first disclaimer, this is only my view. Please understand. And I will talk about the Japanese defense policy, defense equipment technology transfer, the new policy, and then summarize for the discussion. Sorry. Japan's security, this is just an overview of the Japan's security policy. In Japan, as you know, that the Prime Minister Abe formed the National Security Council in December 2013, and he would take responsibility to various national security issues, exercising a strong political leadership, I believe. And then we have a national security strategy that was also adopted in December 2013. And NSS is basic policy for national security, mainly about the diplomatic and defense measures for about next 10 years. This is the first security strategy we've discussed that we need a national strategy in many, many years, but this happened the first time. At the same time, we have national defense program guidelines and midterm defense program was determined based on this national security strategy. As you know that the National Defense Program Guidelines, NDPG, is a posture for Japan Defense Force for deployment target for major equipment for about next 10 years. And the midterm defense program is formulated to achieve the deployment target of the NDPG. It stipulates the total amount of defense expenditure and the quantities of major equipment to be deployed for the next 5 years. Then last year, new policy called 3 Principles on Transfer of Defense Equipment and Technology was decided in April. This would open the door for Japan to collaborate on defense equipment and technology with other countries. Then in July, Abe Cabinet reinterpreted the Japan's constitution to allow to collaborate self-defense. Message here says, I think Japan proactive contribution to peace based on the principles of international cooperation and collaboration in equipment and operation. And the strategy, I will talk about the new strategy for maintaining and strengthening defense production and technological basis, which was determined in June last year also. I will pick up some of the points relating to the international collaboration. In this chart, a little bit busy chart, but in research and development area, I think that the use of the dual-use technology is important, and also this strategy suggests cooperation with overseas, that's stated. Implementation of defense equipment and technology cooperation international joint development and production is also stated in this strategy. This is one message. And it defines the course of action for each area of the defense equipment. I'll pick up some of them. In the aircraft area, Japan will try to develop the next generation fighter aircraft. It also mentioned that to consider international co-development, but this is currently under research. And they also mentioned the participating F-35 ALGS. The Pat knows much better than I. Is also that would be also a good collaboration program, I believe. In the area of guided missiles, in addition to domestic development, international development is also considered. Other potential area would be cybersecurity and outer space collaboration. And then I'll talk about a little bit more about the new three principles of defense equipment transfer. This is a new principle for arms export control. Principle 1, that defines the cases of transfers prohibited, not to be permitted when it violates obligation under any treaty Japan has concluded, under UNSC resolutions to a country involved in the conflict. This is a prohibition. But the principle 2, this is really a new principle. It defines the cases transfers permitted. Previous principle was the only prohibition, but this allows as the transfer or export being allowed. This opened the door for us to collaborate with other countries. And Principle 3 requires a limitation to the cases appropriate control ensured that will avoid the extra purpose use and transfer to third party. Information disclosure also required as an annual report to National Security Council and making it transparency. After this new principle been decided, and the Japanese industry participated that Euro Satellite exhibition in Paris in June last year. 13 companies participated. This was the first time Japanese companies displayed defense equipment in the defense and security-related foreign exhibition. But only they showed a scaled model, but this is the very, very first time. I believe this is a very important occasion. And to show in this exhibition, Ministry of Defense promoted to participate. However, after this exhibition, what I heard was some companies was asked to demonstrate a system, but they could not respond because there's no way to do. Nobody knows how to demonstrate the defense systems to the other country, because no rule was settled. Even that Japan Defense Force could not support that demonstration. Even I think that the principle allows, but we do not know how to do that. We do not know, or we do not have the rule. And the next, I will talk about the next experience is we had a seminar in October. Research Institute for Peace and Security held a seminar in October last year. Professor Murayama, Doshisha University, proposed 3 strategies strategy one is a so-called run-up strategy from the parts, component, then up to subsystem and system level. They gradually expand. Strategy two, I call it the role share. You know that Japan has long experience, extensive experience in licensed production. And now that we are allowed to share the production, that being licensed to the international the production share being this strategy two, what Professor Murayama suggested. And the strategy through is a system export. He suggested exporting from so-called defensive systems. The examples are anti-terrorism system, infections, disease, and missile defense. This is his suggestion. Then we had a panel discussion and discussed extensively. There were several key findings. I'll pick a couple of them. Because Japan makes good quality products, that we have a good chance to export to the other countries. That is one of the panelists said. And but to make this happen, we have to create a good track record of government industry corporations. That is what we've discussed in this seminar. And then, just after this seminar held, the NHK took arms export as a documentary program. Defense equipment transfer will be an issue for security dialogue that Mr. Hochi of MOD mentioned, and the Kevin Mayer said that the U.S. welcomed that the changes defense equipment transfer and also the collective defense policy. Then, in this program, however, industry opinion being also taken, and there's the opinion industry is reluctant for export and international collaboration. Industry said that if inquiry comes from the overseas, they may not positively respond because industry does not know that would be approved by the government or not, and it will be difficult to assess the exporting risk of the defense equipment also. And in addition to that, Japanese industry is very much concerning its reputation. That been the broadcasted in this program. And next chart shows that the 4 cases, international cooperation derived by Keidanren and American Chamber of Commerce in Japan. And this 4 cases shows that the first case is government-to-government international cooperation. This example is US-Japan BMD program. B is industry research program, and this is case B is a basic research case, and case C will be the Japanese industry export to the this chart shows the U.S. industry, the subcontract from the U.S. industry or U.S. government directly. And the case D is licensed production case. So we had 2 experience, case A and case D, but we don't have that experience of the case B and C. And the After this principle being changed, and based on these 4 cases, this chart shows that the currently activities are allocated, which is the which UK, sorry, essentially, or UK, Japan, France, Japan, and Germany, Japan. These government agreed or started to dialogue. This is a case B, case A, sorry. And the other case A would be the US-2 flying boat, or the submarine discussion with the Australia. That would be a case A. And the case D, the bottom column shows that the licensed production case, Patriot Pact seeker gyro be allowed to export to the United States. Next chart shows the industry corporate R&D. This case not happened yet. And the case C would be the direct contract from a foreign government or company. And the other case that is not been stated in the new policy, investment to the other companies, making a joint venture or invest to the company in the foreign country. This would be a next step. As a summary, I would like to summarize that we do not have an experience for arms export. Even that the Shosha trading company has a good experience to import, but never had the experience. So that when I talked to someone back in Japan, that talking with the trading company people, you have to learn how to export. We have to know the regulation in the foreign countries, even including the US. And we also need to find the requirement from the foreign countries, what foreign countries really want from Japan. Nobody in Japan ever tried to find out. We do not have that kind of export or organization. In Japan, we need arms export guidelines, how arms to be approved in Japan. Japan need to clarify the regulatory process of approval. That process and the procedure will be visualized to the industry. We need that. The example may be US ITER, but when talked with my American friend, that is too much complicated. So we need much simpler regulations. Japanese government will establish, that the Defense Equipment Agency in this autumn, maybe in October timeframe. We expect this new agency would promote export and the cooperation for defense equipment and technology. I believe that the opportunity exists for Japan. A system level, aircraft, ship, submarine, tank, missile, radar, communication systems. Many opportunities. Export of the components, parts, and material will be another opportunity. And I think that the exporting licensed product as a first step, that is very much realistic. In addition to that, space area, we have the COSI Zen satellite system. the GPS and QZSS collaboration as a complementary system. That would be a good cooperative program, I think. And space situational awareness to track space debris, and maritime domain awareness to track surface vessels. And that will be an area of the collaboration. And also cyber security would be another cooperative area. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Nishiyama-san. That was a smorgasbord of, I mean, it's a very complex conversation you're having today within Japan about the varieties of options that this new policy affords you. You know, the United States and Japan, as you point out, have had a long history in licensed production and joint research and development, but now Japan is looking at this new arena of defense exports, which is a new step for you. But let's stay with the U.S.-Japan relationship, and Pat, I'd like to invite you to join us here to help us understand a little bit your perspective on the new partnership opportunities for the U.S. and Japan.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Before I begin, I would like to express my appreciation to the Foundation and to you, Admiral Blair, for organizing this event and, more importantly, for inviting me. I have a personal connection, and earlier we were talking about maybe feeling old. So over 40 years ago, as a teenager, I lived in Sagamihara, where my father worked in Camp Zama. And it has been basically a relationship that I've been really happy to maintain over these last 40-some years. I never thought I'd say, 40-some years, because I still feel like I'm 29 years old. But be that as it may, it really was 1973, 4, and 5. Much of what I will say here in prepared remarks, so I apologize in advance if we duplicate, but really they've been kind of teed up by Nishiyama-san, and much of what we said today, hopefully they'll set the stage for the question and answer period, which I'm also looking forward to. So Japan is going through a paradigm shift in a way that engages its defense trade. For decades, Japanese industry has focused primarily, though not exclusively, on a one-way trade with the United States. Japan has relied on a combination of foreign military sales, direct commercial sales, licensed co-production, as we just talked about, and indigenous development to equip its forces. Japanese companies have had only one customer for defense sales. They have little or no experience dealing with the acquisition agencies nor armament directors of foreign countries. And they have yet to experience the need for offsets or industrial participation and other aspects of technology transfer, and all that is now changing. So there's two major developments I wanted to highlight about these changes. Much of the focus on defense trade is rightly on the lifting of the three no-export principles. Japanese companies are once again under specific guidelines in a position to start marketing defense articles to other countries besides the United States, to be part of the global supply chain, and Nishiyama-san mentioned the F-35 ALGS, that's autonomic logistics systems. And if I just would go off Mark's remarks for a bit, so you think about it, if you're in the F-35 supply chain and you make something, doesn't matter what, an aft, a wing, even a small component, your component or your piece will go in every F-35 made, assuming that you're on the A model, the B model, and the C model, regardless of what country it goes to. That's the model of the F-35. It's not a country-specific industrial participation model. That is not how it was formed. So that's different. And I believe F-35 was the program that forced some of the change in the allowing the componentry, if you will, for Japanese industry to be part of the global supply chain. So again, this change will promote a much higher emphasis. So the second change in the decision is allow the right of collective self-defense and the operationalization of that decision in the revision of the U.S.-Japan Defense Guidelines, which we also talked a lot about today. This change, though, is going to promote a much higher emphasis on interoperability, which we talked about and Admiral Harris mentioned, as Japan seeks to make its platforms and its systems more compatible. This will, in turn, put a higher premium on effective cybersecurity as well, again, another aspect that we alluded to, as well as the changes in traditional defense. There are, however, significant challenges, which I hope that we get to in the questions, but creating a new regulatory framework for defense trade in a country that has not had appreciable trade in defense is a major challenge. And I don't advocate taking the ITAR for word and putting it in Japanese. Big mistake. But for Japanese companies unaccustomed to challenges of the global defense marketplace, this is going to be new and it's going to be somewhat intimidating. U.S. defense companies, with their decades-long partnerships with Japanese companies and a broad and deep exposure to the international marketplace, I think are uniquely positioned to help Japanese companies navigate this new environment. So a couple of key points I'd like to make, and hopefully I'm speaking as an industry representative of aerospace and defense, less exactly from a Lockheed Martin perspective, although some of that may come through, and for that I apologize. Hopefully it'll be illuminating. But 4 key developments that we're watching. Obviously we're watching the new, although modest upward trend of defense budgets in Japan. The lifting of the 3 Ps, the reinterpretation of the Japanese Constitution that allows the right of collective self-defense, and the creation of a new unified defense acquisition agency, which was alluded to, that will also manage defense exports. So if I start talking about the defense budget, in 2012 we saw the first real increase in Japan's defense budget in a decade. It was a modest 0.8%, but it did reverse a long trend. The years since have seen slightly larger increases in defense, but for Japan's fiscal situation and major social spending requirements, they don't permit double-digit growth in defense spending. Thus, our customer is determined to get more value from its existing budget, another situation which, again, I think is new for Japan. Increasingly, we expect and will need to expect far greater emphasis on affordability and performance than we have actually seen in the past. The changes in the export guidelines, of course, in 2014, the Japanese government effectively limited the ban on exporting defense items, a policy that had been in place since 1967. The government, like that of the United States, will still exercise significant control over those exports, but where they were totally banned in the past, they are now actively being encouraged, which is, again, unique. This is a major paradigm shift for Japanese industry, and many are turning to companies like Lockheed Martin and others for guidance and partnership. U.S. defense companies are uniquely positioned to partner with Japanese defense primes, as we have in the past for Japanese products, but now for the international marketplace. And we're also partnering with those companies that want to enter the supply chain side of the marketplace. So essentially think about second and third tier Japanese companies that can provide capability, which in the past we would never normally have dealings with. So our long partnership with the Japanese primes, coupled with our extensive knowledge of the global market space, make it ideal. Perhaps it's even more so in the area of trinational and multinational cooperation. The old co-development models tended to be top-down, government to government, and they were somewhat bureaucratic. The newer models can be bottom-up, company to company with government oversight, but potentially more innovation. And if you think about the potential Japanese submarine design to Australia with an American combat system, you can talk about a brand new way to go to market than we've ever done in the past, with a different set of relationships, a different set of constraints, and obviously a different set of regulations that will overlay that. So let's talk about collective self-defense. Also in 2014, the Japanese cabinet approved a long-standing reinterpretation of the Japanese Constitution to allow for the right of collective self-defense. This reinterpretation will be codified by legislation due to be introduced in the Diet in May of this year. This decision will also be reflected in a major revision of the U.S.-Japan defense guidelines that have been formalized just this week, and we've talked a lot about. All of this will fundamentally alter the way Japanese military operates, both as the U.S. ally and as regional players. It also means that Japan will start looking for new and different types of capabilities than it has in the past, and it will put a great premium on the ability to operate closely with its U.S. forces through interoperability and other military partners. So the Defense Acquisition Agency, again, at the end of this year, the Japanese government will create a new agency within the Ministry of Defense that is tasked to focus on defense acquisition with the additional responsibility of promoting exports in defense. This will be another change in the way defense businesses are conducted in Tokyo. It is a change that Lockheed Martin will monitor closely as part of our key strategy. We are all watching the formation of the new agency within the MOD, and depending on its precise structure and mission, it could become a major force multiplier for Japanese entry into the global defense marketplace. The government of Japan has grown to become one of the largest international customers, and our partnerships with Japanese industries have become extremely important to our continued business success. In fact, we have close partnerships with almost all the major defense primes. With the radical change in Japan's defense needs and objectives, We now face a period of challenge, but also of opportunity, and we'll seek to understand these opportunities. From cars to computers, space systems to medical devices, the U.S. and Japanese economies are inextricably linked, trading more than $290 billion each year in goods and services. This shared economy and future growth of our two countries is propelled by sharing ideas, knowledge, and technology. Both of our countries recognize the importance of investing in our people to ensure we have the leaders and innovators who will power our shared growth and prosperity for the next generation. One of the ways Lockheed Martin is looking to build that human capital is our work with the Bridging Foundation, as an example, an organization that looks to strengthen U.S.-Japanese relations by providing scholarships for American undergraduate students to study in Japan. Exchanges like these are the foundation of our shared growth. They underline the fact that alliances do not simply exist on paper, they live in the hearts of our people. And as allies and friends, it's crucial that we give our citizens the chance to get to know each other, collaborate with each other, and learn from each other. In the years ahead, we will need sustainable solutions more than ever, and we will need the best minds from both our countries and indeed around the world to meet this critical moment and build a more sustainable future. Security, growth, sustainability, each pillar presents an imperative for the United States and Japan. They each present their own challenges and obstacles, and still, they bring amazing prospects for stronger collaboration and partnership between our nations. So changes in the defense policy of Japan, export policy, and changes in the defense acquisition offer both significant challenges and opportunities. And as Japan's role in defense and security evolves, and as Japanese industry evolves, U.S. industry, and in particular Lockheed Martin, look to help where we're needed. We look to grow with our Japanese industrial partners, and we look to continued development of the human resources that both enhance the Japan-U.S. security partnership as well as strengthen our economies and our industrial relationships. So again, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I'm looking forward to our dialogue.
Thank you both for excellent presentations and giving us a lot to digest. And I thought maybe we would start thinking about, we can talk about this as government policy. We introduced this as one of the components of the transformation in our security alliance and in Japan's security policy. So let's stay with the government side of things, policy side of things for a second. But then I'd like to ask you also about where it fits in terms of your commercial, the set of commercial interests that both of you alluded to. So this is a new endeavor for Japan, but we also have some lessons learned, I believe, in terms of the way we've been working together on programs already. And I wonder if, just for the audience, if you could share with us a little bit of your sense of, for example, ballistic missile defense, or we can include the F-35 conversation if you'd like, but help us understand what we've learned, because as we attempt to pivot forward, excuse the word, we need to understand what it is both sides are coming at this relationship with in terms of their understanding. So in terms of how we've understood the benefits of defense cooperation between the United States and Japan, what has ballistic missile defense taught us? What have we learned?
What I've worked for the ballistic missile collaboration or cooperation for SM-3 development, but this would be government program, and I've said that let me go back to the category or cases of the co-development. The first case is F2, but we call it the international cooperative development. However, this is a Japanese program. From the U.S. side, I understand that is the F-16 licensed program, and the Japanese unique requirement being applied, and they only be used in Japan. That is what we call it the cooperation program. And the BMD is the U.S.-Japan cooperative program. However, this is a U.S. government contract with Raytheon, Japanese government contract with Mitsubishi Heavy. That's the two separate contracts. It's not kind of a consortium type of the program. The other example may be F-35. You can explain a little better. But the U.S. the 80%, and the other 8 countries. But the Eurofighter has 4 countries making a consortium, so that there are several cases of the cooperation program. And our experience as F2 and the BMD, and I do not think so-called really cooperative program yet. So now that the reluctance or lifted the ban of this arms export control, we are allowed to participate in F-35 cases or Eurofighter type of the scheme. That is my understanding.
So it transforms it completely for Japan in terms of your outlook, right? Pat, would you like to comment a bit?
Sure. I mean, if you kind of take a step back and try to understand how well we know each other, it's different, I think, between the U.S. and Japan aerospace and defense industry than any other country. I mean, and probably because of where we were before the governmental changes. That, as Nishiyama said, they have worked on Standard Missile. F2 was the F-16 derivative, but it was a very close cooperation with our company in this case. The PAC-3 missile is actually, there's only one other production facility outside the United States. It's in Nagoya. And there's many other examples. And in every one of those examples, we knew each other very well. It's true, the contract structure was different than if you were in a competitive teaming arrangement and you were marketing it to another country or another market. So that is what will be different. It is, we don't have that expertise, but unlike, I mean, we have partnerships in the aerospace and defense industry with all of the primes. I mean, whether it's Lockheed and Boeing working on, the new competitive stuff, or Lockheed and Raytheon on THAAD, and you name it, you can keep on going. You can touch them all. Everybody is together in one form or another. But we don't know each other in, organizationally like we know the Japanese industry. So I think that's a contextual element that I think we should consider. We will certainly walk new ground together. We referred to the Australian submarine program. I don't know if it was alluded to, but just touched about. I mean, if Vietnam does enhance its maritime domain awareness capability, it's as likely as not it could be with Japanese P-3s that have potentially either gone through a U.S. company to mill, however that goes. I mean, there are opportunities out there, but the very first one, we will walk brand new ground. I just think the fact that we know each other so well and we've been working with each other for so long is actually going to be foundational.
Both of you referenced another piece of the puzzle for both of our countries, right? Which is that we have limited defense budgets. We have to now work in a different environment, collectively and independently. Could you speak a little bit, Nishiyama-san, to the budgetary impact of this policy change? How will this affect the way that your defense industry is going to interact? Pat alluded to the new acquisitions agency that's coming. Maybe you have some insights on that, but what does this do for your budgetary planning and your commercial interaction with the ministry?
It is very difficult question.
Sorry.
When this arms export control policy principle been changed, or before that we've discussed that the changing this policy may allow the Japanese industry more opportunity and maybe making the quantity of the products been double or tripled, and then that the Japanese Defense Force may have a benefit the cost down. But that depends on the size of the product. I mean, if components, well, I take an example that if component we make this small component for Japan that only 100, if it's allowed to export, maybe 1,000, that 10 times. But as a system, that aircraft or submarine, but won't make it 10 times, maybe double, or 50% maybe add additional 50%. Like that cost won't be changed so much. so that it depends on the size of the manufacturing. And to the system level, I do not think that much impact. So that but we have to try try to export, then we will know the lesson learned. But it was very difficult to see.
But there is a bit of an economies of scale motivation, obviously, here. Pat, you mentioned in your remarks interoperability, which I think is a fundamentally important part of what this is going to do for the Alliance. Can you speak a little bit more about where you see the opportunities in particular for enhanced interoperability?
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of it is going to come from the new systems that get deployed, but if you think about, I mean, F-35 alone could create a fifth generation environment around it, ISR, EW, communications, basically how you fight, how the services fight together, how governments will operate together. So I think it'll be the interoperability that I was referring to is essentially now when you have combined coalition operations with the equipment that is supplied and you deploy together and outside of kind of the local area. I mean, that changes things. I think you'll see, it'll get more ISR related communications, basic command and control structures. That's what I foresee as potential, at least the discussions about how we would support that. And almost in every one of those cases, industry and military are kind of inextricably linked. So that's where my remarks were aimed.
I would like to add that because they are talking about the F-35 that is coming.
Yes.
But the current system also been have a merit that we can share the parts or component for the P-3C, 15, or Patriot, PAC-3, and that not been allowed until last year. But now we could share that to support the interoperability and the more maintenance. Logistic support.
You hear a lot about maintenance, right? You hear a lot about access to maintenance and shared conversations about that. So moving beyond what we already do, what about cyber and space? Again, both of you alluded to it, but I wonder if you could get a little bit more specific about where you see the opportunities there. Let's maybe start with cyber.
Cyber area, I'm sorry, I do not know much about that.
Yeah. But go ahead.
I'll try to frame it, and Admiral Harris stayed away from it from a classified perspective. I'll try to frame it from our perspective. So, when you are working with partners industrially, and their systems have to be as good as your systems. That's one thing. If you just think about the development data, I mean, truth be told, the autonomic logistics systems, again, it was alluded to. It's all of the health and welfare as well as system checks, if you will, for the F-35. Well, I mean, that's all electronic data. Right. So essentially, the cyber capabilities there. If you just think about one system as an example, they're all that way. And I think now, when you interoperate, when you have a company that enters your supply chain and your supply chain has to be hardened, just from an industrial perspective, that's a new element for us. And so there we will share that risk, we will share that threat, and we'll have to share that solution going forward. And then, obviously, I think the rest is...
Yeah, we'll leave the rest where it belongs. I do think that we need a little bit more. You shared with us, Nishiyama-san, a little bit of your sense of how Japanese defense commercial companies would evolve given this, right? Given the new defense technology cooperation initiatives. But we understand your defense industry to be large major corporations that have a certain percentage of their business in defense, right? We think of our defense industry as somewhat organized somewhat differently. Can you help us understand what you think this could do, or what's the potential that we might see for a little transformation in the way your industry organizes itself? Is it going to be fairly similar, or do you see some new opportunities there?
The first that we have to understand that the percentage of the revenue in the Japanese industry, that MHI, KHI, that the so-called heavy industry, that the defense revenue will be something around 10% of the company. And the electric manufacturers, Mitsubishi Electric, NEC, and Toshiba, 2 to 3%. So that the compare with the U.S. industry like Lockheed Martin, not Boeing, but Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, 70, 80, 90% of the defense. So that the our mindset of the other company is different. So then that what I mentioned, that the reputation of the company and company management may not really to advertise the export of the defense system. That has to be changed, but I do not know that how to make it change. That is difficult, but that is a hidden barrier in our mind.
Yeah. So you think that there's still a certain sense of caution on the part of your major industries involved in defense technologies?
Yes.
And what do you think are the factors that will help minimize that caution? Where do you see?
I think the showing and the participating to the Eurosatory, like that, and this year that the FEI will be held in London. Then that the media counts and the broadcast of all the Japanese industry starting the arms export. But that has to be known by the public. And the public, my view is supportive, but the media, some of those small number of people make it loud to against that. But the public is much supportive, I believe.
So we haven't talked about innovation. We've talked about a lot of policy goals, and we haven't really talked about what I presume corporations think about a lot, which is what does this do to the dynamics of innovation and technology? Not just technology transfer, but how do we build new technologies together? Do either of you want to speak to that a little bit?
In Japan, that Ministry of Defense, the new budget, that is the so-called defense research funding, and that is a small amount of the budget. That this is quite new in the MOD trying to invest all those funding to the academia, and there's still a mindset program of the academia, but we are trying to make that happen like a DARPA system, or with the the tier level, technology readiness level, 1 to 3 will be basic research level. That will be now that MOD trying to invest, and that will be the starting point for make innovation. And that area maybe possibly cooperate with the overseas, but that the process of regulation not been cleared yet.
Yeah, so this might be one of the harder points, because the bottom line is in the global marketplace, if you see it that way, kind of take North Korea, China, and Japan, and Russia out. There are best athletes of certain things, and we find ourselves. I'll just speak from Lockheed Martin, but I'm confident whether it's Boeing, Defense, Northrop, or Raytheon, they could have the same story. But I mean, we have suppliers, but also kind of key partners in all of our systems, and we've been using them. We've been tied together for years. So the key about innovation will be what are those nuggets? What are the golden nuggets that Japanese industry has that they are either best athlete or can become best athlete in whatever it is, radar system, a ship-based system, and those. I mean, you have to find where it's win-win. Because if it's not win-win, if it's somebody trying to keep or prop somebody up or vice versa, that's not sustainable. At the end of the day, we have to be competitive. We have to be affordable, as to the point earlier, and more so now. Yeah. The idea behind the joint coalition at the end of the day is because we the United States don't have all the ships we need, don't have all the systems. We're a coalition because we need that coalition. I think that's a fair statement. And so anyway, back to the innovation. I think there are opportunities. Certain parts of electronics is one. In our case, we are working already with some companies on cyber in Japan, and that could basically transcend just the Japanese market, which was always our intent. I'm pretty sure my competitors are doing the same sort of thing. But at the end of the day, the thought that somehow the Japanese industry will have their fighter development program, their missile development program, their radar, I think in the long run, the more competitive and the more open it gets, the market forces will dominate. And as you know, we have our industrial base strategy, which hasn't been alluded to. We talked about defense exports, and we talked about the other regulatory issues.
Right.
I mean, so the next thing, once those things become mature, will have to be, so what are those sovereign requirements that I must have in Japan? And that will probably be something as the systems mature.
So let's talk a little bit about defense exports by Japan, because, you know, when you read the newspaper these days and they talk about the relaxation of the 3 principles, you gave us a very thoughtful presentation on the way in which thinking in Japan is evolving, right? But, you know, the headlines are all about Australia wanting to talk to you about submarines, and the United Kingdom wanting to talk to you about guidance systems, I believe. India wants to talk about seaplanes. So when I think about this new relaxation of restrictions in Japan, it sounds to me like you're getting more ready for exports than you're imagining a future of consortium participation. So that may just be my ignorance. But help me understand a little bit how you see that balancing act between joint development with the United States and creating these new arenas in which, you know, maybe someday Japan could be a competitor with the United States in the defense export market. Help me see the balance here in Japan.
That is also my question, or from the Japanese industry question, that the American companies may not want lifted ban of the arms export, because that will be potentially a competitor to the U.S. But I do not believe that we have more opportunities. But I would rather hear from Pat what the U.S. industry's opinion. And even that before that the changing that the arms export principle, as a Keidan then, the proposed to change. But even that time, someone said, that the changing the policy may U.S. industry might not want. That then changed. Still that someone said.
Yeah.
But my view is just we have more opportunity to collaborate with the U.S. industry, other countries also.
Just before we go to Pat, because I would like to hear your thoughts, Pat, as well, but do you have a sense of what Tokyo's priorities are in terms of defense exports? So, for example, I can think of, and I'm speaking out loud here, not from any insights, but I can think that the relationship with Australia for the Japanese government is an important security partnership. It's an evolving but increasingly important security partnership. So perhaps that conversation with Australia will start to take on a new priority because of the policy priority, right? Do you have a feel at the moment that Japan or the Japanese government has set out some priorities for guiding where, who, what kind of exports are most important to the government?
That will not be visualized yet. But I believe, this is just my opinion, that the jointly develop the submarine system for Australia would be a very, very good opportunity and good system. But you know that system level industry could not lead.
Right.
So that the government should lead the system. But maybe that as a supplier to the component, that could be possibly that we can export, but the system level, because this is not only selling the hardware, just including the training, maintenance, and the kind of capability building, so that how that the government will prioritize first. But to the submarine to the Australia would be a good opportunity for us, I believe.
Pat, would you like to comment on this joint development and defense export?
Sure.
Not trade-off, but tension.
Yeah, first let me just say that we welcome the opening. We welcome the ability to partner with MHI, KHI, Fujitsu, NEC. I mean, in fact, we have given a little bit away. We've already been in some dialogue with them as this was unfolding, and I think we've already got a series of opportunities that we, at least the very least, we know where we can go with them. And I'll say it I'll put it in context, Nishiyama-san. So first of all, we never shy from competition. I mean, that's a good thing. I think it keeps us on our toes, and it also kind of defines your market presence in some ways. But also it goes back to something I said earlier. We team with everyone. I mean, I think we may be slightly, different than the other defense primes, but I mean, our, BAE Systems is our largest partner on F-35, and I think we just determined that, we're going to actually increase British defense exports by 30% just by having them. That's a real number, by the way. Yeah. And so, you think about our air defense systems with MBDA in Germany on MEADS, and I could keep on going. This is how we do business. And there are certainly markets where then I will compete with BAE and I will compete with MBDA. So I don't expect that the more mature the defense primes in Japan get, that we wouldn't see them in the marketplace. I personally think that for the first phase of whatever that time period is, 5 some years, maybe more, we'll be partnered together. And I see that as a positive thing. And we may be subcontractors as well. It may not just be Lockheed Martin or the other U.S. primes being your prime out there. I think you have some platforms, you have some other systems, and don't sell yourself short. It's you have more to offer, I think. And there is a maturity factor, I think, as well, but as in understanding the markets, but that will come. So.
You mentioned sort of time frames as we're looking out. None of this is going to happen tomorrow or the next day, right? This is going to be a process of years and maybe decades as this matures and develops. One of the points that Pat, you raised in your remarks was the need for human resources. And that's true, and I'm vice chair of CULCON, for those of you who don't know. It's a cultural educational advisory committee to the governments of Japan and the United States, and I'm on the US side. I'm also the executive board of the Bridging Foundation. Excellent. So thank you for mentioning that. But we need young Japanese engineers and American engineers to be working together. We need to train them to work together, not only to compete, but also to develop the technologies of the future. Nishiyama-san, can you speak a little bit to how you see that component going forward? Do you see opportunities for us to support the kind of educational, the human resource capacity that we're going to need to be really effective with each other in the future in the technology field?
I do not fully understand that
How do we train people?
In Japan?
In Japan and the United States in ways that...
If that the training or kind of OJT, right. That if there's some program that not be necessarily a big program, and the working together will be the good opportunity train each other. But just kind of training we have already have a license production. We have a technical system from US and trained in Japan. Right. That already happened.
Yeah. No, I understand. You've got excellent engineers and scientists in Japan. I was just thinking, as we look forward to support the way in which we're going to want to develop our defense technology together, there is some investment in the next generation of leaders in the field that we might want to think about as we think about this broader.
Can I make a comment, though? So, if you don't mind.
Yes, no, please do.
So I struggle, as part of my current remit, we have employees around the world. We have 3,000 and change in the UK and 1,000 in Canada, Australia, more and more in some of our other kind of key countries. And the challenge that what I present my internal human relations is, so if I am a young Japanese engineer, I just graduated from university, I'm 21 or 22 years old, how does the Lockheed Martin Corporation hire that person, train that person, and make that person work for, get that person to want to work for me and the corporation throughout their career and grow to the highest levels that we can provide that? That's our challenge. And truth be told, I honestly believe you will now, because of some of the changes here that we talked about in Japan's defense industry, defense policies, you now have the ability to take your best and your brightest and start them on a career and have them work in something vital to their nation. And I would say that was harder before. Not that it was impossible, but now this is something that could become both a growth, a national priority, international priority, and I just think that shouldn't be missed.
Maybe a future that we can conceive of MHI or any other large Japanese company hiring a young American engineer. So I'm very hopeful about that next generation of ours working a little bit more collaboratively. So let me stop here. We have time for a few questions. We've kept your attention, I think, long enough. So let me open the floor. There are microphones, and when you get a microphone, please make sure it's a question, but identify yourself and your institution. We have a few more minutes in the discussion about defense technology transfer. There's a hand up right there, and forgive me for pointing, but that's the only way I can. Please stand up, and then the microphone will come to you.
I'm Hiroki Takeuchi at Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas. My question is about coming from Mr. Doer mentioned the supply chains of the F-35 and other products in Lockheed Martin. My question is to Mr. Nishiyama about how would the supply chain of Japanese product be like? So parts are all coming from Japanese producers, or parts are also coming from all over the world?
Thank you.
The question is that
how would a global supply chain be organized, and where would your parts be coming from, all over the world, or how would you think about your participation in a global supply chain?
I think that the becoming a supply chain, that if we have a contract, the inquiry and contract comes from the U.S. and other countries, just supply as a subcontractor. But I think it would be the same as the commercial type of the export process, but that will require the government approval.
Right.
That's the restriction, I think.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'm like the previous moderator. I'm shielding my eyes so I can see the rest of you. The gentleman right there. Yes, please, sir. Could you stand up and allow the mic to come to you?
John Hemmings, adjunct fellow from CSIS. Slightly loaded question to Nishiyama-san. What is the future of Japan's R&D development? What's the strategy going to be, given its shift into, I guess, the international markets, and also given changes in technology, the rapid shift of it, and how the commercial sector is beginning to almost overtake government-funded programs?
So the future of R&D funding in Japan, and largely private. If I understood you correctly, John, it's private sector budgets outpacing perhaps public. The strategy. What is the strategy for R&D?
Strategy of the R&D. In Japan, that the defense system development, all 100% invested from the government, and that want to be changed very much. The strategy, driving or finding the new area, that I hope that the new funding system would encourage to find a newer technology, but still that the basic technology area funded by private sector. So it won't to be much changed, I don't think.
Do you want to speak to how do you see any R&D impact in terms of the way the U.S. and Japan might be thinking about how do we think about that as collectively for the alliance?
Well, there's one aspect that I think that is now open that wasn't before. And let's just say there was a variant of a system that we've worked on, and now that variant is open to the international marketplace. So there would be both technology development. I mean, obviously there are some things I think that are being contemplated. I don't want to go into them, but you could imagine that the Japanese government, I think that's really the key, is that the government would say, this is a technology or a technology thread or a domain that we're going to put money in, and either one of the primes would work on it, and we would bring money as well. That's different. I suspect there's a mature, again, not to keep using the maturing factor, but as the companies become more market savvy, in collaboration with the new export office, which again doesn't exist yet, but when it does, I think that'll be the next thing that they focus on, much like we do. In the old days, when I was a young engineer, the U.S. government would actually approve our IRAD projects, and they would come in and score them. I think we've left that, but I understand there's actually some discussion where we kind of head back in that direction, so we align the government's requirements much more with the money that the defense primes invest. I think this is another step in the development of this new regime that we're talking about.
We may have time for maybe one more question, if I have any. The gentleman in the back there, right straight back there, right next to the lady with the mic.
Yes, Tom Sinkin.
Could you put the mic a little closer, please? I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Sure.
There you go.
This?
Perfect. That's great.
I didn't want to overdo it.
That's great.
Tom Sinkin, hi. Pat, you were alluded earlier to cybersecurity being an area where, as partners move forward, they have to be at the same level. As the relationship matures, do you see that also being an issue for supply chain security? And how do you think that's going to evolve?
Yeah, I do. In fact, it isn't as we go forward, it's right now. And obviously, as Japanese industry, assuming that they do start entering, I'll say, the global supply chain of all the defense primes, it will be an issue. It is an issue right now that will have to be addressed to some depth. And at the end of the day, your systems are only as good as your entry points, and essentially then, therefore, your exit points. And if you have essentially integrated systems, or you have companies that are sharing data, that has to be part of the protection scheme. It's not a new subject, but it now just gets extended because the industrial base just got extended. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, I see one more hand. Do we have time, Dan? Would you let us have one more question? Okay, great. All the way in the back, I see a hand, but I can't identify a face attached to the hand. It's Yuki. Hi, Yuki. I can see your hand, but not you. So please go ahead. Is there a mic for Yuki Tatsumi, please?
Hi, Sheila.
Hello.
Yuki Tatsumi from Stimson Center. Thank you both gentlemen for a great presentation. I have a specific question for Pat. With the DoD going into Defense Innovation Initiative, Better Buying Power 3.0, very much focusing on innovation, reaching out to non-defense companies, how do you see potential for example, U.S. defense primes cooperation with a Japanese non-defense company? Just as an example, hypothetically.
So I think we've always, I would tell you that internal to the defense primes, we feel very innovative. I don't want to be defensive, but going to Silicon Valley to find your next coolest technology. I believe Admiral Harris just stood up here and said he was very comfortable with the technology and its capability set, and it came from companies like Lockheed Martin and Boeing and Raytheon. So we feel pretty good. And is there more innovation and better and more interesting and new technology out there? There is. And I would tell you though, not to try to compare, I think we do that now. And I'll just give you an example. It's in the press, but we made a deep investment a few years ago in something called quantum computing and a company called D-Wave in Canada. And that had, at the end of the day, it had nothing specifically targeted towards a defense or aerospace technology. But we saw the long-term capability. We actually saw it, obviously, through our lenses about where we could apply it. And we used the Lockheed Martin Emerging Technology Fund to invest in that company, and we have a relationship and we have capabilities that we're looking at. So I actually think that regime already exists, and we do, as that one example demonstrates, we do look now across all of the opportunity sets So I would just, not to be defensive about it, but I feel pretty good that we have the capability to take those technologies on board. And I think, I don't think you're going to find a technology company that wants to be a defense contractor based on the federal acquisition regulations and export control and everything else.
Yeah.
So the chances are they will want to come to me and have me use their technology in the first place. And I think that avenue exists. So I feel pretty good about it, actually.
Thank you. Defense technology cooperation is obviously a conversation that we're going to continue to have as Japan's thinking on these issues evolves, and as your regulatory frameworks surrounding the various issues we talked about, those also have to develop. And I'm sure that by the end of this year, we'll get a little better glimpse into your new acquisitions agency and how they want to proceed. But clearly, this is an opportunity for the alliance. It's not only, economies, if there's commercial opportunity, clearly, and both of you have alluded to that, but there's also an important way in which we can leverage defense technology cooperation to make our alliance more effective and more efficient, and to reduce costs, to make our taxpayers a little happier about the way we manage the alliance. But I think the new partnerships that you talked about are also important partnerships for the United States and for Japan. And so I think there's a lot of exciting news, and we'll continue to talk about this over the years. Thank you both very much for excellent presentations. Thank you for your audience.
Nishiyama-san, it's a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sheila.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to transition into a rather lengthy break. Our next speaker will be Prime Minister Abe, and I have been informed that he is indeed on time, which is nice. So please use this opportunity to mingle, do some networking, get some refreshments. During the break, our friends in the Secret Service are going to be present, and you will see a explosive detection dog doing a sweep of the room. Please don't be alarmed; it's standard procedure. But please take this advantage of this time to recharge your coffee, use the restroom, etc., because we will have to lock down the room once the Prime Minister arrives. Thank you.
tell the camera guy? He just wants to make sure that they're in shot.
Is it good? Can you see both of them? We can. Because it's going to go all over the place. Hey, Gordon. Gordon. We get both?
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time the Secret Service is going to be coming through with a bomb detecting dog and sweeping the room. If you wouldn't mind, apologize for the inconvenience, would you mind stepping outside? And the sooner we can get everybody out of the room and the dog can go through, we can get everybody back in. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your cooperation in leaving the ballroom. Please make your way toward the exits. The Secret Service will do their job as quickly and efficiently as they possibly can. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't congregate in front of the doors. Please move your way into the foyer. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your forbearance and cooperation. that should be fine right there. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your forbearance and cooperation while we went through the security procedures. I'd like to remind the ladies and gentlemen of the press that are with us that we have set aside a press section for you. And would you please go ahead and sit in the press section. That'll free up seats in the regular audience section. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your cooperation, and if you would find your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I would just remind you, would you please sit in the press section? Thank you very much. I'd just like to inform the audience that Prime Minister Abe will be delivering his remarks in Japanese. And you will find on your seat a translation device. If you look at the screens on either side, you'll see if you have a digital receiver, it's channel 2 for English, channel 10 for Japanese. And if you have an analog receiver, a normal receiver with a dial, it's channel 1 for English, channel 2 for Japanese. At the end of the program, would you kindly leave your receiver on the seat where you found it? Or if you forget and walk out with it, please drop it off in one of the receptacles provided near the exit at the end of the program. Thank you very much. Also, for those of you who have just joined us, I would ask you to double check that your cell phone is either turned off or set to vibrate. Thank you very much. No, I do not see Adam Posen up front. What's the status of the Prime Minister's motorcade? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Just go talk among yourselves. It's going to be probably 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes or so. So just bear with us. Thank you. Okay, just let me know when you're headed up to the garage. Do we know if they're still on time? Okay, just let me know, and I'm trying to keep the audience quiet and happy, and passing the information in the best way to do that. Okay, as long as the Secret Service knows. Ladies and gentlemen, just to update you, the Prime Minister's motorcade is in fact en route and is on time, and will be arriving in the garage here at the Four Seasons shortly.
There's one on the table in case anything might not fit in. Thank you. Are you upstairs, cousin? Great, reception's perfect. Hope you have the floor. I don't want to put it because they might get the shots on it. So if they need it, it's live.
Awesome. That one's ready to go? They need to turn it on or anything?
So they want the chair on the stage, is that correct? Right now I've got the chair down in front of the stage to the right. Is that what they want? Is that okay? Okay, thanks for the update.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The Prime Minister has just arrived at the hotel and will be here in about 10 minutes or so. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we're going to be shutting the doors, so for security purposes and also just so we won't have any disruption, we are not going to be having anybody coming in or out during the Prime Minister's remarks, except obviously the official party. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister's in the green room getting mic'd up and getting ready to go. If I could ask you at the end of the program, if you just remain seated for the official party to leave. Once he's left and I get the word from Secret Service that he's clear, then we'll be free to go next door and go to the reception. So thank you. Thanks once again for your patience. I've also been asked to remind you once again, please, when you're done with your headphones at the end of the program, please either just leave them on your seat or drop them off in the drop box that we've got marked by the exits. Thank you very much. Yeah, Brian, I heard you. They're probably in a tricky situation in the green room with VIPs talking. Testing. Roger. Roger, thanks. Say again, say again. Yes. To the right of the stage as you look at it. The correction left of the stage. It's obvious. You'll see it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister will be here momentarily. Kawaguchi-san was just... Roger.
This is on.
And ladies and gentlemen, I have the great honor to present the Prime Minister of Japan.
Hey, 私の長年の友人で敬愛する笹川洋平会長がブレア提督という素晴らしい方を米国笹川平和財団の代表に迎えられ、SPF USA が目覚ましい活躍を活動なさっていることを対しまして敬意を表します。本日のお招きにこれから感謝申し上げます。午前中、議会上下両院合同会議で日本の総理大臣として初めて演説をする栄誉によくしました。申し上げたことのエッセンスは、強い日本は米国の利益であり、強い日米同盟は地域と世界の利益であるという点につきます。強い日本は安定して成長する経済に土台を置きます。若い世代の日本人が自分と自分の国とその両者の将来について自信を持つところから始まります。私の外交安全保障政策はアベノミクスと表裏一体であります。厳しい財政の中にある日本は防衛費を劇的に増やすことはできません。それでも日米同盟をもっと機能させる努力はできます。自分の国を自分で守る意図と能力を持たない限り、日米同盟を強くすることはできません。それがリバランスを補強し、日米が力を合わせることで、アジア太平洋、インド洋にかけての地域に平和と安定を確かなものにで できれば良いと思っています。私たちを取り巻く安全保障環境は依然として厳しさを増しています。自衛隊機が南西方面でスクランブルを実施する頻度は日に日に増える一方です。海上保安庁も連日連夜、荒海の中必死に領海を守っています。南シナ海で起きていることは他言を要しません。10年前とは様変わりだと言ってもいいでしょう。安全保障法制の見直しを私たちはこの夏までに実行する決意です。これで平時、グレーゾーンから緊急事態に至るあらゆるレベルの事態に切れ目のない対応を可能にすることができます。今では例えば日米のイージス艦が日本のそばで弾道ミサイルの警戒に共同して当たっている際、米艦が攻撃を受けても我が国のイージス艦は米国の艦船を助けることはできませんでした。これが可能となります。国際平和協力活動を一緒にしている他国部隊が襲われた場合、自衛隊は駆けつけて助けることができませんでしたが、これが可能となります。日本国内で進むこうした変化が一つ、もう一つ米国のリバランスが相まって今度の新しいガイドラインになりました。一昨日 2+2 会合をもって合意がなった歴史的合意であります。日米同盟の意義とは何でしょうか。冷戦に勝利をもたらしたこの同盟は新たな環境に対応する柔軟性を持っています。なぜならそれは価値が支える同盟であるからであります。日米が共同する揺るぎのない価値が根底にある同盟であるからであります。信頼に基づいているからでもあります。日本を襲った災害の後、助けに来てくれた米軍の人たちを動かしていたのは一辺の命令だけだったとは思いません。困った人がいるとき、目下することはできないという米国人のあふれんばかりの善意がそうさせたのだと思います。それが悲嘆にくれた日本人にどれだけ希望をくれたかもしれません。この時受けた恩を決して忘れないよう、そして米軍との絆をますます強くするために、私たちは在日米軍で働いた経験がある人々とのネットワーク作り、またその強化のプロジェクトを SPFUSA と協力して始めます。在日米軍経験者やそのご家族は帰国後、全米各地で活躍されています。その広いネットワークでつなげることができるなら、彼らはそれだけ折に触れ日本のことを思い出し、日米同盟を支える力強い母体になってくれるでしょう。議会の演説で私は高校生の頃から愛聴してきたキャロル・キングの You Got a Friend を弾きながら、日米同盟は今や希望の同盟になるのだと言いました。希望の同盟は世界に安心を与える同盟です。希望の同盟は世界の公共財を進んで守ろうとする同盟です。それは繰り返しますが、民主主義、人権、法の支配といった我々に共通の価値を増進させようという同盟です。ブレア提督、ダニエル・ボブ、加藤和代さん、SPFUSA の皆さん、今日は素晴らしい機会をいただき、本当にありがとうございました。Thank you so much.
So, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much for those remarks and on expanding on some of the themes that you made in your remarkable address to the Congress this morning. If I could just start out with a question a little bit about more about your personal story. It's truly remarkable. Your first term as Prime Minister was very short. You were not able to accomplish many of your goals. And then in 2012, when you came back as Prime Minister, bang, there was this far-reaching policies, security, economics, many other things, long-term goals that you put immediately into action. During those 5 years when you were out of office, how did you develop such a full agenda for action? How did you build the necessary political support for both your leadership and for your agenda?
私の祖父がよく言ったのでありますけれども、なぜ日本は一回総理大臣を経験した人物をもう一度総理にしないのか。一回の経験の中にさまざまな失敗挫折を経験するわけでありまして、次はこうやればうまくやると一番よく知っているのは一回失敗した総理大臣だろうと思います。私はこの5年間の間になぜ1年間で終わってしまったのか、そのことを常に考えていました。そのことを生かしながら今政権運営を行っている、これが良かったのかなと思います。
My grandfather used to tell me that why Japan is having prime ministers only serving one term. There was no other prime ministers serving the second term after an interval or pause. But I believe that once you have the experience, that could lead to your asset or be some kind of a strength because you can learn something from your own mistakes or the lack of achievement that you couldn't see out of your leadership. So for the past 5 years, I have been thinking what went wrong in my first experience as the Prime Minister of Japan. And that is why I think right now I'm seeing successful leadership out of my administration. And that has been the key for me to promote specific initiatives.
Well, let me just say, I think that's unique, Mr. Prime Minister. You mentioned, Mr. Prime Minister, in your remarks that your economic program, Abenomics, and your security program are two parts of the same strategy. Could you tell us a little bit about how they are connected and how they reinforce each other?
日本は15年間、1997年からずっとデフレ経済の中に進んでいました。その間、GDP は縮小し、名目 GDP は縮小し、そして世界におけるプレゼンスも小さくなってしまいました。
Since the year 1997, Japan has been suffering from 15-year-long deflation, and that could lead to shrinking GDP, both in terms of real as well as nominal terms, and because of that, Japan's presence was shrinking as well.
その間、日本人は自信を失い、もう成長できない、こう思い始めていました。私はこれを変えなければいけない。デフレから脱却をして、経済を成長させ、そして GDP を増やしていく。それは、社会保障の財政基盤を強くすることになりますし、当然、防衛費をしっかりと増やしていくこともできます。また海外に対する支援も行うことができる。日本のプレゼンスを引き上げていくことができる。つまり強い経済はしっかりとした安全保障政策と立て直しに不可欠であると、こう考えています。
And against such backdrop, Japanese people lost the confidence in themselves, and people started believing that we cannot achieve economic growth furthermore. And when I took office again, I thought that I should change the way of thinking among the Japanese people by overcoming deflation and also achieving economic growth, and also by increasing the size of GDP, we can actually do a lot more in other areas. Of course, this would include the solidifying and strengthening our financial basis for us to sustain social security service, And also this would enable us to increase the defense spending. And also with having a stronger economy, we can be more proactive in offering support to foreign countries and partners. And by doing so, we can expand our presence in the international community. So strong economy is the essential component for us to have robust security policy, and that was my personal conviction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. One final question, and then I know this is not your last event of today, but could you just share with us 2020, Japan will be hosting the Olympics. What is your vision for what the region will look like and what Japan's role will be in that region 5 years from now?
まず、2020年のオリンピック・パラリンピックはですね、日本の魅力、そしてテクノロジーを世界に発信できるオリンピックにしていきたいと思います。同時にオリンピックでありパラリンピックでもあります。日本においては障害のある人も、あるいは年を取った人も、女性の人も、すべての人たちにとって機会がある、チャンスがある、そしてハードルがない世界だということを示していきたいと思います。
Looking ahead to the year 2020, when Japan is going to host the Olympic and Paralympic Games, I would like to prepare for the Games so that we can send out a strong message that Japan is filled with charms, as well as the technology that we can be proud of. At the same time, the Games itself is not just about the Olympics, but it is also the Paralympic Games. We would like to demonstrate to the world that for all those people, including handicapped people or elderly, as well as the women, they all have the opportunities in front of them. And I would like to create a society where we don't see any hurdle for every kind of the categories of the people.
そして同時に世界からたくさんの人たちが日本を訪れることになります。その中で日本はおもてなしで応えたいと思いますが、世界の人々にとって日本に行くことによってさまざまな刺激を受ける、そしてまたあるいは日本で活動したい、勉強したい、仕事をしたいと思ってもらえるような国にしていきたいと思いますし、同時に東日本大震災からにおいて多くの人たちの支援をいただきました。あの震災から十分に立ち直った日本の姿をお見せしたいと思います。
And also on the occasion of the 2020 Tokyo Olympic and Paralympic Games, we are expecting a large number of people visiting from every corner of the world to Japan. And we would like to respond to them with our spirit of omotenashi, with the good hospitality. And also, I would like to see people coming from the world will have stimulation during their stay in Japan. To be more specific, I would like to see more and more people are interested in having their activities on the ground in Japan, and also pursuing the opportunities of studies and researches in Japan, and also pursuing professional careers in Japan. And also, as a parallel effort, we would like to show our gratitude by demonstrating that Japan has achieved full reconstruction after the 3/11 disaster.
Well, Mr. Prime Minister, on the behalf of all the American friends of Japan here, we look forward to a very successful Olympics in a very peaceful and prosperous East Asia, in which Japan is playing a leading role. Thank you for spending time with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. while I have a captive audience, I'd just like to say, to give thanks to all our speakers today, and also would very much like to extend thanks to the core team at Sasakawa, Admiral Blair, Junko Chano, Dan Bob, Keiji Iwatake, Kazuo Kato, Jesse Santana, Sora Choi, Brian Graff, Nora Scullin, Morgan Wilder, Gen Shiraishi, J.R. Cribbs, and as well as our consultants, Sally Donnelly, Susie Wagner, and Monica Shager, and all the many volunteers and interns who have worked so very hard today to try and make this a very smooth running event. Thank you very much. And we'll have all the discussions of today, the video and PowerPoints, will be put up on our website at spfusa.org, as well as social media as well. And immediately following this, when we're released, we'll be able to go through those double doors, and we'll have our reception immediately following for those of you who can have the time to stay and lift a glass with us. So thank you very much. Just a few minutes. We've got to wait for the official party to clear.